Dante Kong sits within a sleek, unfamiliar vehicle, a soft sound of surprise escaping him as he observes his surroundings. And he is not alone, surrounded by several other individuals who appear to share his confusion. A masked figure then addresses the group, their voice calm and firm, stating that the participants are likely curious about the situation, but assuring them that the program will commence soon. The mysterious figure then advises everyone to exercise strict caution. A young woman with bright blonde hair, Lala, then introduces herself, identifying as one of the teachers. Dante Kong, maintaining his composure, then introduces himself by name. Another man, wearing glasses, then enthusiastically announces that he is also a science teacher. Dante remarks on the surprising coincidence, observing with a slight chuckle that science appears to have attracted the most participants for this program. A dark-skinned man with a shaved head, Albert, then introduces himself, further confirming the prevalence of science educators. Inside the transport, the introductions continued. A man with blonde hair stated he was an art teacher, and a woman next to him added that she taught math. Then, Albert spoke, identifying himself as a science teacher, which added to the growing number of educators present. The scene abruptly changed, showing a past event, the devastating impact of a meteor crashing into the Earth. Returning to the present, a blonde woman expressed her concern, asking why so much caution was needed for an international program. Dante attempted to calm her, reasoning that an international program would not lead to their deaths, though his face showed some uncertainty. The story then returned to 50 years in the past, showing the widespread destruction caused by the meteor's impact. The immense size of the disaster was clear, as a massive meteorite had crashed, leaving a huge impact. 5 years then passed, leading to a new chapter in the world's history. After the meteor, the world's major nations joined together, working as one to address the new global threat. Their combined efforts led to the building of a massive prison, constructed right over the meteor's crash site. Back in the vehicle, a bearded science teacher repeated Dante's earlier thought, trying to reassure everyone that an international program wouldn't be deadly, despite the clear unease. However, the flashback concludes with a dark truth, that the prison, meant to contain, instead opened the gates of hell. A sense of unease settled over the group as Albert expressed a concerning possibility, wondering if their task might involve teaching monsters. Dante Kong, however, merely let out a quiet scoff, his expression suggesting a more cynical view of the situation. Albert, visibly confused by the casual reaction, turned to the bearded science teacher, asking if educators genuinely believed in such ideas. Meanwhile, Dante's eyes drifted upward, a quiet thought forming that despite everything, people still lived in fear. Albert, still concerned, questioned Dante, asking if he wasn't afraid, even if the rumors about an international prison were true, a place known to house criminals. The bearded science teacher then interjected with a dry comment, stating that the criminals were simply lacking education. Dante, with a slight smirk, agreed, confirming that was exactly what he thought. The bearded science teacher then clarified, his tone serious, that they, the participants, would not be entering the prison. But just as that reassurance settled, a sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped Dante, his eyes widening in dawning horror. A narration box then ominously declared 5 minutes, as Lala's face contorted in pure shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dante turned to her, the realization hitting him, asking if they were truly going to enter the prison, while Lala, equally stunned, could only stammer that they were just teachers. His expression tightens, the name Fogland resonating in his thoughts. A location identified as the largest prison on Earth, managed by the World Union. This desolate, fog-covered landscape is where he has now joined a prisoner's education project. A sign above the imposing structures indicates their role, medical teachers. As their vehicle moves through the eerie landscape, strict warnings are given. No photography allowed, and do not take your hands from the window, it's dangerous. The dense fog is disorienting, making it difficult to see clearly. Indeed, nothing is clearly visible. Inside the vehicle, Dante Kong wonders, is that why it's called Fogland? While Lala listens, as an announcement states, teachers have reported to their assigned classrooms. The confirmation is given, signaling the next phase of their assignment. A security guard appears, his voice conveying the strict protocol, follow instructions for everyone's safety. Dante Kong simply replies, yes, his expression unreadable, while Lala observes him. With the final commands of let's go, and do well, and come back given, the group disembarks, heading towards the prison building. Stepping onto the cold, hard floor, the metallic clank of his shoes echoes through the sterile environment. Even as he tries to reassure himself, muttering that there's nothing to be truly afraid of here. After all, it's just a place where people live. The stark, empty corridors of Fogland offer little comfort, its minimalist design doing nothing to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. He finds himself in a sterile briefing room, empty chairs awaiting occupants around his central microphone. Standing before a large screen, he ponders the true nature of this education program. If this is truly an education program, then what exactly is happening here? His hand reaches for a heavy, reinforced door, the thought of the 2 lives and reinforced islands of Fogland weighing on him, a stark reminder of the prison's grim reality. As he opens it, a voice calls out, "Teacher Kong," to which he responds with a simple, "Ah, yes." Beyond the door, a darker, more imposing entrance looms, the narration confirming that the prisoners will enter now. Dante clutches a document, recalling the strict directives. Until the actual lesson begins, do not leave your post or circumvent the rules. The heavily fortified door, with its small, barred opening, stands as a final barrier to the unknown dangers within. Dante Kong watched the reinforced door, a quiet sense of anticipation settling over him. Suddenly, with a heavy, metallic clank, the door began to open, revealing a small gap. A chilling mist billowed out from the opening, accompanied by the faint sound of a footstep, hinting at what was to come. Without warning, figures in orange jumpsuits began to fall from the dark opening, dropping into the room below. They landed in a heap, a series of thuds echoing through the chamber, as more bodies were dropped in. Dante Kang's eyes widened in disbelief, his calm demeanor breaking at the sight of the rough arrival, the metallic clank of the door now a stark reminder of the situation. A single, bewildered thought crossed his mind. What was this situation? Then, from the tangled pile, one figure rose, its eyes glowing with an unnatural, electric blue light, a strong presence emerging from the chaos. Its gaze, sharp and intense, swept across the room, the bright blue light cutting through the dimness. A low growl escaped its lips, the glowing eyes narrowing as it spoke a single, chilling word, a human. The imposing figure stood tall, its presence filling the space, its question hanging in the air. Was this truly right? Dante Kong watched, utterly stunned, realizing that not only were these prisoners far from ordinary, but this particular individual was something else entirely, a being of immense power and unknown origin. The glowing-eyed prisoner lets out a guttural roar, his presence unsettling. A thought echoes, questioning how anyone could possibly teach such a being. Dante Kong, his expression tight with disbelief, struggles to comprehend the situation, feeling the weight of the task. His mind races, the grim reality setting in. They might actually be expected to teach monsters. A scoff escapes him, a sharp sound, as he dismisses the idea as utter nonsense, trying to regain his composure. Yet, a deeper, more cynical part of him whispers the truth. People can't truly be saved, after all, and he knows it. But then, with a sudden surge of resolve, he stands tall, his voice ringing with authority. I'm Dante Kong, your new science teacher. And so, the bizarre experiment begins, with a classroom full of orange-clad prisoners, where science, surprisingly, was the most popular subject, leaving one to wonder why. Albert, ever the pragmatist, offers a wry smile, musing aloud. To build a rocket and escape? Huh. A chilling, almost ethereal sound of shimmering energy fills the air. The glowing-eyed prisoner, alongside another inmate marked P-101, stands with an unnerving intensity, their gazes piercing. His glowing blue eyes burn with an unspoken threat, a silent scream of power contained. Albert's sinister smile widens, a chilling realization dawning. It's a bit early. Dante Kong, facing his new class, decides to change the lesson plan, stating, well, that's fine. Instead of rockets, we'll begin with an easier, more enjoyable topic. He holds up a small object, announcing, today's lesson is a topic focused on getting closer to nature. He presents the object, a sweet potato, preparing to teach about its growth. A prisoner, looking confused, asks, cultivation, what do you mean by that? Dante shows a glass containing the sweet potato, with small roots starting to grow, illustrating the lesson. As the roots grow and a sprout appears, the lesson continues. It's a sweet potato. We're growing sweet potatoes. The plant grows taller, a simple visual for what is usually a lesson for elementary students. However, for this class, made up of individuals with world-class criminal titles who are gang members and raised in criminal societies, this experience will be unfamiliar. The sweet potato's roots continue to grow, representing the newness of the lesson, and though it might seem unimportant initially, it holds a greater meaning. A small, green plant sprouts from the ground, showing that with a little assistance, they can develop into something more. The fully grown plant, with its sweet potato, serves as a symbol that they will undoubtedly learn the value of life. He continues his lesson, reminding the prisoners that despite their circumstances, they are here to learn. He then makes a comparison, stating, you are like sweet potatoes, lacking knowledge of your environment. He then suggests, how about we learn a new skill? Let's try growing sweet potatoes. The prisoner leader, looking thoughtful, wonders, am I a sweet potato? Suddenly, with a lunge and a metallic sound, the prisoner leader breaks free from his restraints, his eyes glowing as he focuses on the sweet potato. Seeing the unexpected reaction, he quickly tries to explain, no, I didn't mean it that way. I meant you have infinite potential. However, his words are ignored as the prisoner leader, with a cry, bites into the sweet potato with sharp teeth, tearing into it intensely. He watches, a bead of sweat forming, realizing he is truly a glutton. The leader continues to eat the sweet potato with frantic, animalistic sounds, his glowing eyes wide with hunger, leaving Dante stunned. As other prisoners start to do the same, he shouts in desperation, wait, don't eat them. He had only given one to share, but now the room is in chaos as they all eat, leaving him confused. Even though they are still human, he considers stopping them, but he realizes he cannot bring himself to do so. Dante Kong gazes downward, his expression thoughtful, as the unusual lesson progresses. With a slight furrow in his brow, he appears to be contemplating the strange turn of events. From the back of the room, the prisoner leader's voice interrupted, insisting they cut out that stuff talk. Holding a sweet potato, he then asked, "And tell us how to make fog." Dante's eyes widened in surprise as he repeated the word, fog? A thought crosses his mind, acknowledging that this place is different, and he asked if they are genuinely curious about how fog is created. The prisoner leader's eyes glowed as he responded, his answer cut short. Albert, ever the teacher, interjected with a smile, suggesting a counterflow type of fog as a possibility. However, for Dante, the world around him began to crack, as if made of fragile glass. Blue energy pulsed through the cracks, forming a web of light. The sound of shattering echoed, reflecting his internal turmoil. Engulfed by the fractured reality and blue light, Dante Kong stood, seemingly at the edge of a significant revelation. Dante Kong lets out a scream, his face contorted in terror as his reality seems to shatter around him. The source of his dread becomes clear, as a control room's glass barrier cracks and glows with blue energy, a voice exclaiming, "Do you see that? It's the glass. The control room." Another scream escapes him, as he realizes the truth. A prisoner is smashing the glass. He cries, a question forming in his mind. The glass? The answer comes with a loud chakrang, as the barrier explodes inward, shards of glass scattering, confirming the breach. "Glass," a voice shouts. Through the shattered opening, a chilling cool, omega sound echoes, as a horde of shadowy figures, the prisoners, begin their advance, their forms menacing. Their eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, pierce through the darkness, promising chaos. With a forceful quang sound, a hand reaches out from the mass, signaling their assault. Witnessing the escalating threat, Dante Kang's terror turns into resolve as he gives a desperate command. "Shoot them all." Immediately, gunfire erupts, as the guards open fire, their weapons spitting flames into the advancing prisoners. Amidst the loud Gaia of the battle, Dante Kong screams again, the chaos of the firefight engulfing him as guards continue to fire. The shattered window becomes a deadly portal, as the guards maintain their defensive line, their pang of gunfire echoing through the breached facility. Amidst the escalating chaos, a guard attempts to restrain the prisoner leader, who is visibly injured and bleeding, yet still resisting. Dante Kong observes the scene with profound horror, hearing the guard's urgent command to act quickly before further casualties occur. The broken barrier and blood-stained walls present a stark image, prompting him to question the violence and the fate of those caught in the conflict. The prisoner leader, his face streaked with blood, shouts in response, asserting that some individuals are blind to the reality before them. A guard prepares to strike the captive prisoner, creating a tense moment of impending violence. However, before the guard can strike, the prisoner leader makes a swift movement with his leg, blood staining his uniform, indicating an imminent counterattack. Dante Kang's expression remains one of profound fear, as he continues to observe the escalating violence. With incredible speed, the prisoner leader's attack lands, resulting in a violent impact and a spray of blood from the guard's head. The guard is forcefully propelled backward, his body recoiling from the immense power of the prisoner's strike. A voice then calmly states, "Now, let me introduce myself." The prisoner leader holds up the guard's helmet, impaled and dripping with blood, a grim display of his victory. He stands victorious over the defeated guard, his eyes now emitting an electric blue glow, revealing a powerful and menacing presence. Within the walls of what is called the largest prison on Earth, a violent conflict takes place. The prisoner leader, covered in blood, fights against unseen monstrous beings. His orange uniform is ripped and stained, while strange limbs twist around him, and each hit adds more blood to the dark setting. The extent of the horror is clear, as the monstrous shapes keep attacking, their dark forms hard to see in the confusion. However, a disturbing thought emerges from this harsh reality. These same monsters are fated to be his new companions. The view changes, and a title card reading Limbo is shown, along with the strange sounds of something being eaten, a long, wet slurp, breaking the quiet. At the same time, Dante Kong, looking very scared, can only make a quiet gulp sound as he watches the terrible events. His fear is clear, very different from the prisoner leader, who watches the events calmly from his cell, also making a soft gulp sound, but with a different meaning. The prisoner leader looks intently, his presence filling the simple space of his cell, a quiet, threatening power. Overcome by the great fear of the moment, Dante Kong falls to the ground, his body shaking, unable to understand the terrible truth he sees. As if noticing his fear, the prisoner leader's eye shines with a bright, electric blue light, showing his unusual power. The numbers 0 to 182 are shown, possibly a code or a timer, making the current situation even more puzzling. Dante Kang's eyes snap open, a dull thud echoing in his ears. Unseen by him, a figure in an orange jumpsuit sits silently in a stark, concrete cell. He lies sprawled on a cold, hard floor, his mind struggling to grasp his surroundings, another soft thud resonating nearby. Pushing himself up, he spots the orange-clad figure, still motionless, a silent presence in the adjacent cell, the faint thudding continuing. He rises fully, his gaze fixed on the other occupant of this grim place. The prisoner's single visible eye, a piercing electric blue, glows with an unnerving intensity. A shiver runs down Dante Kang's spine as he meets that unsettling gaze. He tries to break the silence, his voice a hesitant whisper, asking, "Who are you?" A sudden, soft thud makes him jump, his eyes wide with fear and confusion, a small "huh" escaping his lips. The cell is now empty, the toilet the only witness to the prisoner's inexplicable disappearance, leaving Dante Kang utterly bewildered. The stark, concrete cell offered no comfort, only the rhythmic hum of a ceiling fan breaking the oppressive silence. Suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over him, leaving him gasping in utter confusion. As he struggled to comprehend his surroundings, Dante Kang demanded to know where he was, only for the mysterious figure in the adjacent cell to calmly declare this grim place his home. The chilling response sent a jolt of terror through him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He pressed for an identity, his voice laced with apprehension, a chilling realization dawning on him that the glowing-eyed individual was, in fact, a prisoner. Without a word, the prisoner turned and walked deeper into his cell, his silhouette fading into the oppressive shadows. Dante Kang stared, bewildered, at the now empty cell, the figure having vanished as if he were never there. The mystery deepened as he discovered a horrifying truth. The guards, the very enforcers of this prison, had been brutally slaughtered. Gore and dismembered bodies painted a gruesome picture, a testament to the sheer savagery unleashed within these walls. Overwhelmed by the horror and his own helplessness, Dante Kang collapsed to the floor, a profound sense of despair washing over him. A faint, unsettling creak echoed through the silence, signaling an unexpected presence. As he looked up, the mysterious prisoner stood before him once more, now inside his very cell, accompanied by a small, dark, dog-like creature with glowing red eyes. Dante Kang, still disoriented by the prisoner's sudden return, looks at the object in his hand and asks what it is, to which the prisoner calmly replies, "Sweet potatoes." A dawning realization crosses his face, as he asks the prisoner if he was the one who brought him to this place. The prisoner, however, merely extends a hand, his gaze fixed on Dante as he asks a question in return. Becoming more agitated, Dante insists on an explanation, his voice filled with urgency. The prisoner gestures towards him, a silent invitation passing between them. With an unsettling sincerity, the prisoner looks down, his hand still extended, and asks, "Please teach me." But such a request could only be understood within the bounds of common sense. Dante struggles to understand the prisoner's words, his face showing confusion as he asks, "What are you saying?" The horrifying truth dawns on him, causing him to recoil in shock. "You brought me here because of some of my sweet potatoes?" he exclaims, the realization fueling his fear. "You brought me here because of crazy psychopaths for sweet?" His mind races to a terrifying conclusion, the implications of the prisoner's obsession becoming clear. "Sorry, crazy. That is impossible," he stutters, a cold dread filling him. "But that means, the guy who killed all those people for sweet potatoes." Overwhelmed by the insane reality of his situation, Dante's face twists in terror, a red glow surrounding him as he cries out, "I'm going to die too. I'll die too." Unmoved by Dante's complete breakdown, the prisoner calmly turns away, his voice flat and emotionless, stating, "What? That happened." His eyes widened in terror as he struggled to identify the objects in the prisoner's hand, wondering if it was a gun or a knife. A sharp crack echoed, causing him to recoil in shock. He stumbled backward, a desperate resolve hardening his expression, realizing he had nothing left to lose. The orange-clad figure's arm lashed out with a swift motion. The prisoner remained calm on the ground, his obscured face hiding his intentions. Dante lunged forward, grabbing the prisoner's hand, his own palm bleeding from the effort. A wave of triumph washed over him, believing he had finally subdued the dangerous man. Standing over the prisoner, he dismissed him as insignificant compared to other threats he had encountered. However, the prisoner's eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity, his thoughts revealing a chilling calm as he barely felt the grip on his arm, confident he could handle the situation. Unaware of the true danger, Dante focused on his next move, determined to disarm the man. But in a blinding flash, the prisoner's arm snapped free, striking Dante with incredible speed and force. A sickening crack echoed as Dante's arm was brutally twisted, the prisoner's power leaving him helpless. A gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with disbelief, as the full, horrifying realization dawns. His arm, his strength, his control, it's all gone. With a swift, brutal motion, the prisoner's hand clamps down, effortlessly pinning his wrist, a chilling display of power that leaves him utterly helpless. The prisoner looms over him, a mocking apology on his lips, acknowledging the violence but hinting at a deeper, more sinister purpose behind his actions. Dante, still reeling, can only listen as the man in the jumpsuit continues, promising that better information will lead to better rewards, a chilling proposition given their current predicament. The prisoner's gaze intensifies, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, asking if he truly wants to know how to exact sweet revenge, a question that sends a fresh wave of dread through him. But then, with a dismissive shrug, the prisoner cuts him off, declaring he doesn't teach brainless people, a final, crushing insult that strips away any remaining dignity. A sharp, electric jolt courses through his vision, his eyes widening in pain and confusion as the world around him begins to distort and blur. The prisoner, now standing, offers a final, taunting suggestion about finding better information before casually announcing his imminent escape, leaving Dante to grapple with his injuries and the chilling implications. Lying on the cold floor, his mind races, desperately wondering when the guards will arrive, when his own escape might become a possibility. He catches his own reflection in a nearby mirror, a grim reminder of his current state, and the prisoner's words echo in his mind. After such chaos, everyone would be on high alert, making any escape attempt incredibly difficult. Another sharp jolt of pain and disorientation flashes through his eye, the world around him dissolving into a chaotic swirl of light and shadow. His vision completely fails him, leaving him in a terrifying void where he can see absolutely nothing. Still recovering from the attack, Dante Kong tries to understand his surroundings, his voice weak as he calls out, "HUIS. Is anyone out there?" Only the sound of his own heartbeat answers him, emphasizing his loneliness. Then, a loud metallic sound breaks the quiet, a harsh KIK, suggesting something has moved or opened. His eyes, still getting used to the low light, look up as he asks himself, "Is it over?" Guided by his will to survive, he starts to move through a tight, dark tunnel, his clothes rubbing against the rough walls as he slowly makes his way. Every move is hard, marked by a deep EUK sound, showing his great effort and pain. When he finally gets out, he doesn't see the city he knows, but a sad, empty view, a huge, broken city covered in snow and falling apart, reaching far into the distance under a gray sky. Steam rises from broken pipes and damaged buildings, making the quiet, ruined scene feel even stranger. His eyes grow wide with shock as he slowly understands the terrible truth of his situation while looking at the frozen, empty land, which is completely different from the world he remembered. Small snowflakes fall around him, each one a cold sign of the new, difficult world he is now in. Standing at the edge of this unknown world, he sees all the damage, his back to us, a single person against a huge, ruined background. Many questions fill his thoughts, a confused inner voice asking, "Why did he leave me? Who is he? This isn't a prison. Why did he leave me?" His voice, now a raw cry, rings out into the empty space. "Who are you? Who are you?" As he fully understands that he has been left alone. Still disoriented from his ordeal, Dante Kong remains on the ground, looking up at the prisoner leader, who curtly tells him to shut up. The prisoner leader, with a stern expression, repeats, "You can't leave here. Just shut up," his tone firm and unyielding. The desolate, ruined city spreads out before them, and Dante's thoughts echo his confusion. "Dim? Here? In this dump?" With a look of disbelief, he protests, "Are you insane? I'm a citizen. I don't belong here." His voice firm, Dante states, "I'm not like you people." The prisoner leader turns his back, ignoring Dante's words, leaving him to sit in his orange jumpsuit amidst the ruins. The prisoner leader then speaks, his voice dismissive. "I'm different from society's garbage like you. That wasn't directed at you," he states, clarifying his previous remark. At the same time, unusual glowing marks appear on Dante's chest, emitting a soft, strange light. The prisoner leader's focused expression suggests he is aware of these changes, his glowing blue eyes looking intently. He maintains his gaze, repeating, "That wasn't directed at you," a phrase that now sounds more like a warning. Dante, whose eyes now also glow, looks up in confusion, asking, "What are you looking at, you pig?" seemingly unaware of his own transformation. The hooded figure delivers a powerful strike, his fist moving with immense force, connecting with a loud impact that causes blood to spray into the dark environment, followed by a pained cry. In the aftermath, the terrible truth is revealed. Dante's left arm has been completely severed, lying on the ground, a clear sign of the immense power of his attacker. The prisoner leader stands over him, his voice sharp and decisive, telling him, "I told you to shut up," while Dante can only manage a soft sniff. "Brother." His words are full of scorn, a cold accusation that fills the small space. "It's your fault, man. Why did you pick a fight with a monster like me?" Dante, still shocked and in pain, tries to understand the harshness, whispering, "Why do you say such crazy things that are so obvious?" So the rumors were true. The prisoner leader looks at the injured arm, his voice showing no pity as he points out, "You don't even have an arm." The words strike Dante hard, making him face the full horror of his new situation, a confused question leaving his mouth. Was that too much? The prisoner leader simply stands, a quiet, powerful figure of judgment, his presence a heavy burden on the injured man below. Overwhelmed by fear and pain, Dante's strength completely breaks, his voice trembling as he begs, "WH, what are you doing? I'm sorry." But his pleas are ignored as the prisoner leader delivers another harsh kick, sending more pain through his already broken body, yet he still cries, "I'm sorry." Left bruised, bleeding, and completely defeated, Dante can only look up at his tormentor, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and deep sadness. Dante Kong gazes at the monstrous, clawed limb that has replaced his arm, a question forming in his thoughts. His face shows clear disbelief, as he struggles to understand the terrible change that has occurred. He utters a desperate plea, wishing this terrible situation were not true. Without warning, an unseen force throws him against the wall, causing the concrete to crack with a loud noise, a harsh reminder of his new, wild strength. As he gets back up, a serious thought crosses his mind. If he puts on the old prisoner uniform, he might not be recognized, but it could be his only way to stay alive. Falling to the ground, his body aching, he faintly calls for guards, hoping for help. He realizes with a harsh truth, it's better to be seen as a victim than a criminal, which is the only way he can survive now. Another strong hit shakes the room, and a deep, animalistic voice calls out, "Let's eat." Now wearing the torn orange jumpsuit, he stands alone in the empty prison room. A sudden, strong hunger pains him inside, a strange and scary need for food that makes him wonder what he is becoming. His eyes begin to glow with a strange white light, as the hunger grows stronger, taking over his mind and pushing him toward a frightening, new state. From a higher view, his full change is shown, a single, altered person now completely part of the harsh truth of his new life. A low, rumbling sound echoes through the empty facility, a sound that seems to come from Dante Kong as he stands hunched over, his transformed left arm visible beneath the rough prisoner uniform. The rumbling sound continues, but then another voice breaks the quiet, making a simple comment that suggests someone else is nearby. The prisoner leader appears, his bright blue eyes glowing. He holds out a black mask to Dante, a small smile on his face as he asks if Dante likes the new clothes, saying they are his. With a wide smile, the leader watches Dante take the mask, his thank you sounding very pleased. Dante now wears the mask, his transformed arm still clearly visible, while the leader's voice, sounding oddly familiar, calls him by a surprising term of affection. The leader's look becomes serious, his voice changing from friendly to questioning, as he asks where Dante got his old, fancier clothes. Dante pulls back, a silent scream of pain inside him, as the leader's constant questions overwhelm him. Unable to stand the questioning, Dante quickly turns, his transformed arm moving as he walks away from the others, trying to get away from the intense situation. The leader watches Dante leave, his glowing eyes still on him, as one of the other prisoners calls out to him, showing respect. Turning back to his group, the leader thinks aloud, remembering what Dante said about just moving in. He suddenly understands, his glowing eyes opening a bit wider, as he figures out that Dante came from a place called Tofu Village. With a nod, the leader confirms what he figured out, thinking about Dante's past life with fancy clothes and how different it is from his new, monstrous situation. A voice, seemingly amused, remarks on the situation as a violent impact causes blood to splatter. Dante Kang's eyes, now glowing white beneath his mask, seem to question the unfolding events. The blade pierces deeply into flesh, causing more blood to spray. He stands over the fallen figures, his blade still dripping, observing the bloody scene. From an overhead view, the extent of the violence is clear, with bodies scattered across the ground. A distorted, unsettling smile is reflected in the blood-covered blade. The smile becomes clear, a wide grin beneath his mask, his glowing eyes showing a disturbing pleasure. A desolate landscape unfolds, a forest of gray cement stretching endlessly, where hunched figures in orange jumpsuits are visible. From the shadows, a figure emerges, their form obscured by a crude bag, yet piercing blue eyes are visible through the fabric. These eyes hold the feral, hungry gaze of a starving beast. Suddenly, Dante Kong is jolted awake, a "what the hell?" escaping his lips. He stares up at the imposing figure, wondering if these beings are human or monsters. More figures in orange appear, a silent procession, their glowing eyes fixed forward. Even a crow watches from above, its eyes burning with the same eerie blue. Impaled skulls and barbed wire mark the grim reality of this place, under the crow's watchful gaze. This place is called Fogland. The vast expanse reveals that this place looks less like a prison. It looks more like a jungle. The desolate landscape of the Shadow City unfolds, a ruined urban area under a constant, heavy gloom. As he observes the unsettling scene, Dante Kong questions the nature of the figures before him, wondering if this place is a prison. A shiver goes through him as he considers what these strange, bag-headed individuals are doing here. A guttural sound escapes him, the chilling thought forming in his mind. These are not just people. The sheer scale of the devastation is overwhelming, a powerful realization of how lost he is in this place. He pulls back, a desperate plea forming on his lips, as the true horror of his situation begins to settle in. His gaze returns to the figures, his mind working quickly to understand their purpose in this ruined world. Then, a voice breaks the silence, deep and clear, stating this place is a sanctuary and a testing ground. Dante curses quietly, his eyes on the imposing figure, knowing he cannot afford to face even one more of them. The vast, industrial ruins stretch endlessly, a chilling reminder of the forgotten world he now inhabits. And as time itself seems to change in this desolate place, the sheer number of glowing-eyed figures becomes terrifyingly clear, spread across the entire ruined city. From an overhead perspective, the prison block stretched out, revealing numerous cells, each containing a figure dressed in an orange jumpsuit. A metallic clank sounded, and inside one cell, the figures in orange jumpsuits were engaged in a board game, appearing surprisingly ordinary. Dante's eyes widened in surprise, as the ordinary sight of them registered. He thought, "What the? It's more normal looking than I thought." He observed them, a thought forming in his mind. They're even living life. The implications were significant, leading him to a conclusion. That means... His gaze became more focused, a determined look in his eyes, as he processed his predicament. A police cap lay discarded nearby, offering a possible solution. A hand moved towards it, as the word guard came to mind. His gloved hand grasped the cap, securing it. A look of discomfort appeared on his face, acknowledging his exposed state, as he thought, I'm naked. The thought was emphasized by repetition. However, resolve quickly replaced his embarrassment, and he began to run in the orange jumpsuit, telling himself, stay calm. I still look like myself. Now wearing the cap, he looked at the other prisoners, a significant question forming in his thoughts. How am I different from these people? He prepared to integrate and seek understanding. As the game continues, a voice calls out, announcing it is their turn next. Meanwhile, in the Shadow City, Dante, now wearing his orange jumpsuit, cautiously asks another prisoner if they are also a prisoner. His mind flashes back to his true identity, a stark contrast to his current situation. He remembers himself as a teacher, involved in the Mana education project, his name, Kong Dante, coming to mind. Back in the present, the other prisoner confirms his status, mentioning he knew a few people, before Dante asks about the prison on the right. The prisoner reveals there was a riot, explaining why he isn't concerned about appearances, and states he is looking for Mr. J. The mention of Mr. J triggers a memory, a moment of shock, as a tear forms in his eye, and he utters the word officer. His eyes widen, reflecting a past trauma. Suddenly, a figure with glowing blue eyes and a police cap appears, his intense gaze fixed. The prisoner leader, now facing Dante, demands to know what he is doing. With a furious shout, the leader threatens him, ordering him to eat or leave, his hand raised. The confrontation leaves a tray of untouched food, a silent testament to the tension. Still disguised within the prison, he observes the meager meal before him, a question forming in his mind. Another inmate, casually eating nearby, dismisses the idea of him being a guard, explaining that he was only wearing a prison uniform. Meanwhile, two other prisoners openly wonder about the absence of guards and officers, speculating if they are actually running the riot themselves, leaving the situation utterly baffling. A grim realization dawns on Dante. Something is profoundly wrong here, or perhaps something far more insidious. He understands that if he does not act soon, he will be trapped in this nightmare indefinitely. The prisoner leader, still wearing his unsettling police cap, echoes the sentiment, his words a chilling confirmation of the dire situation. As Dante holds his fork, a memory flashes through his mind, a brief, poignant glimpse of a past student. The image of a student reaching out, a stark contrast to his current grim reality. The memory quickly shifts to a question, an investigation, hinting at unresolved trauma from his past. Snapping back to the present, the prisoner leader's menacing grin fills the frame, his voice dripping with challenge as he asks if Dante still wants to join them. Faced with this escalating threat, Dante knows he has only one option left, the last resort. His eyes now glowing with an eerie, determined light, a chilling smile spreads across his face as he declares his intent to teach them how to treat prisoners, promising to give them as much as they desire, but with a sinister prelude. Still trapped and disoriented, Dante Kong finds himself with a bag over his head, his voice muffled as he desperately calls out for help, demanding to be freed from his predicament. However, his cries are merely a facade, as he calmly sits across from the prisoner leader, eating a meal, having decided to exploit the man's perceived foolishness for his own ends, using the leader's own arrogance against him. With a disarming smile, Dante responds to a question, his true intentions hidden behind a seemingly innocent demeanor, a master of deception at work. Yet, beneath the surface, a flicker of irritation crosses his mind, a silent challenge to anyone who might underestimate him, his thoughts betraying a sharp intellect. His eyes glowing with a subtle, golden light, Dante maintains his act, feigning surprise and a naive interest in farming, a calculated performance to manipulate his captor. The prisoner leader, however, grows increasingly frustrated, his hand raised in exasperation as he tries to impress upon Dante the gravity of his situation, demanding responsibility for his presence. A close-up reveals the intensity in Dante's glowing eyes, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve and the power simmering beneath his calm exterior, his true nature barely contained. The conversation continues, with the prisoner leader reiterating his desire for Dante to find a way out, a desperate plea for freedom. He then points directly at Dante, declaring that the only path to escape is for him to ascend to the position of supreme leader, a shocking proposition. Dante's eyes glow brighter, a smirk playing on his lips as he feigns ignorance, questioning the meaning of supreme leader, his mind already racing with possibilities. The prisoner leader, exasperated by Dante's apparent lack of ambition, dismisses the idea of someone like him taking charge, while Dante, still playing his part, expresses a feigned disinterest, a calculated move to further his hidden agenda. However, his internal monologue reveals the truth. He has grasped the underlying strategy, realizing that ascending the prison's hierarchy could be his ticket to freedom, a cunning plan beginning to form. Holding a simple fork, he makes a quiet declaration, his voice carrying a firm resolve to ascend or face the inevitable fall, recognizing this as the sole path to freedom. His cryptic words leave the prisoner leader confused, who demands to know with whom he had been secretly speaking, but Dante simply dismisses his questions. A frustrated groan escapes the leader as he realizes Dante has no intention of helping him. And with a decisive shove, Dante pushes the metal table away, declaring there is no longer any reason to stay near him. The leader, stunned, can only stammer out confused questions as Dante turns and walks away, muttering a dismissive whatever and asserting that someone with a life sentence like Dante will never escape this place. But the prison's routine is abruptly interrupted as a desperate cry of "Teacher!" echoes through the corridors, catching Dante completely by surprise. A metallic clang reverberates, drawing the gaze of all the prisoners upwards. As Dante's expression hardens with the grim realization, they're here. A glimmer of hope appears in Dante Kang's expression as the news of a rescue team reaches him. He and Lala turn towards the sound, calling out, trying to get attention. Dante's voice rises with urgency, pointing to himself. Among other prisoners, including Lala and the female participant, Dante announces his name, his words reflecting the hope of everyone around him, all wearing numbered jumpsuits. He continues to call out, hoping to be heard. However, the rescue changes as a tall, metallic figure walks forward, its large size making everyone quiet. The prisoners, including Dante, Lala, and the female participant, are now being moved by several robotic figures, their path guided by the teachers: Albert, the art teacher, the math teacher, and the bearded science teacher. A closer look shows the firm grip of one of these robots, its metal hand holding tight. As the robots guide them, Dante and Lala look up at the large figures, and Albert, one of the teachers, is given a specific instruction. Dante, seeing the bald teacher, tries to remind him of a past sweet potato class, hoping to gain some advantage, but Albert's reaction is not shown. A single tear falls from his eye, a quiet acknowledgement of a memory he wishes to forget, but knows he cannot. Some experiences, once encountered, are impossible to forget. He recalls the first time he saw it, the immense size of the man seated before them, a presence so large it overshadowed everything else. Whispers began to spread about his shoulders. A collective gasp went through the prisoners as they looked up at the large figure, his body a display of immense power. Someone eventually spoke the truth. He was one of the 8 shoulders. Not just any shoulder, but one of the 8 shoulders of Cell Zero, a name spoken with fear throughout the facility. Then, the bag was removed, showing a face that would forever be in his memories: wild, dark hair, and eyes that glowed with an unnatural, electric blue light, accompanied by a smile that suggested pure chaos. He saw him standing there, a frightening guard, before the large building they called the tower. The memory became clear, every detail sharp, as he remembered the brutal efficiency with which this man acted. He remembered how the shoulder of Cell Zero had easily defeated the 7 guards, a powerful force against many opponents. The screams of the defeated still sounded in his mind, a frightening sound of terror. The prisoner, covered in blood, receives an order to put a black bag over his head, a command that causes him to look up and question. Holding the black bag, he questions if it is truly a sufficient measure. He puts the bag over his head, but his glowing blue eyes are still visible through the holes, and he states that he can still see everything. With that, he begins to move, striking out quickly, his fist hitting a guard with great force. His glowing eyes shine from behind the bag, showing his satisfaction. Now holding a piece of rebar, he stands ready, prepared to carry out his actions. The scene becomes violent, as the prisoner uses his full power, quickly defeating another guard with a powerful strike. He moves incredibly fast, a single strong attack hitting multiple guards, leaving them injured. Powerful strike ends with a loud thud, as he stomps the ground, the sound filling the corridor. Later, in his cell, an unseen person asks why he acted so violently, and he calmly answers that maybe it was because he was told to. Still wearing the black bag over his head, the prisoner leader's voice questions the situation, as if responding to an unspoken command, while a separate thought or voice states, "We have to continue the class." Elsewhere, a different scene unfolds as Dante Kong, now dressed in an orange jumpsuit, expresses a new determination, stating he is no longer interested in drama and is ready for a real lesson this time. Returning to the prisoner leader, the black bag has been removed, revealing his unsettling, wide smile and glowing electric blue eyes, as he holds a pulsating, heart-like object, its ethereal glow seemingly making fog in the surrounding space. Confined within a stark prison cell, a man in an orange jumpsuit, marked with the number 0 to 132, laments his past decisions, asking, "Why? We shouldn't have done this in the first place." An unseen voice, however, responds with a hint of resignation. "And you think we can get away with that? Let it go, Albert." As his thoughts race, a grotesque face with a wide, unsettling smile and piercing white eyes appears, a disturbing image that seems to reflect his internal struggle. Despite his predicament, a peculiar power awakens within him, as his hands, still in the orange jumpsuit, begin to manipulate a bright, glowing blue energy, a substance he identifies as fog. This fog manifests as a terrifying vision of decaying, orange-clad figures with glowing eyes, a disturbing glimpse into its potential. Wearing glasses, he gazes intently at the swirling blue energy in his hands, a look of deep concentration on his face as he tries to understand it. A thought suddenly occurs to him. Come to think of it. His thoughts are abruptly cut short by the prisoner leader, a masked figure with glowing blue eyes, who sternly orders, "Cut the nonsense out. Just tell us how to make fog." Meanwhile, the blue energy in the protagonist's hands continues to coalesce. A phenomenon he remembers was simply called fog. The swirling energy solidifies into a distinct, glowing blue lump, prompting him to wonder, this blue lump. A sudden memory or vision shows him in his corporate suit, looking at a screen with a curious expression, asking, "What is this? What do you plan to do with it?" The perspective changes as unseen voices express shock and disbelief. No way. Isn't Dante Kong the one who's supposed to be here? Hept, didn't Dante Kong disappear? The questions hang in the air, suggesting a hidden history. He makes a quiet promise, agreeing to uphold his part of a deal, to locate a specific item they seek, a matter they had kept secret. This quest is for the fog, a mysterious force that required the combined effort of 6 individuals to classify. A force intended to restore him to his former state. However, the true nature of that power, represented by a glowing blue orb, is complex. A sudden understanding dawns on him, a chilling awareness of the power's implications, as blue energy begins to emanate from him. The orb glows intensely, its energy growing stronger, threatening to consume him. He questions the nature of this phenomenon, horrified as the blue energy takes on the form of grotesque, zombie-like figures, a sight he finds repulsive. These spectral figures advance, their eyes glowing blue, while another prisoner observes the scene with fear. Surrounded and screaming, he vehemently rejects the power, unwilling to accept the monstrous forms it generates. With a whoosh, the blue energy and its terrifying creations dissipate, leaving behind a faint shimmer. He is left exhausted, the intense experience having taken a heavy toll. A sudden, unseen force sweeps through the prison block, causing inmates to be thrown and collide with one another. As a wave of panic and fear spreads through the entire population. In the midst of the chaos, the prisoner leader stands tall, an ominous blue glow emanating from him, clearly the source of this terrifying power. A sight that leaves Dante Kong completely shocked. With a chilling declaration, "It's mine," the prisoner leader grabs a struggling inmate, forcing a dark, shadowy substance into his mouth. The victim's desperate struggles muffled by the encroaching darkness. He asserts his dominance. "See, everyone wants fool," as he continues to force the vile substance down the prisoner's throat. His glowing blue eyes burning with a sinister intent, a chilling reminder for all who witness his power. A grotesque transformation begins as the victim swallows the fog, his face distorting into a horrifying appearance, while the prisoner leader laughs with maniacal glee. The one who consumed the fog now stands tall, a monstrous sign of the terror to come. As more prisoners succumb to the insidious power, their eyes glowing blue, their forms twisting into aggressive, zombie-like figures that turn on their former comrades. The prison transforming into a blood-soaked battleground as they begin to bite and infect others. The masked creature tears into a body, its own form seemingly being ripped apart, yet a chilling smile remains on its face. Despite the violence, it was smiling. The chaos escalates as another large, beast-like monster, surrounded by glowing blue energy, roars loudly. Dante Kong looks on in horror at the transformed prisoners, their eyes glowing blue, thinking, "Zombies? Please tell me it's not true, but that's not possible, zombies aren't real." One of the transformed prisoners, with a wide, unsettling grin and sharp teeth, seems to suggest, or he'll gain incredible talent, if there is more fog. Its glowing blue teeth are revealed as it growls. How about it? The terror of the situation overwhelms Dante Kong, his face showing pure fear. Another prisoner nearby lets out a loud scream, their body convulsing. Tears fill Dante Kang's eyes as he holds his head, asking himself, "Why? Why do I have to be here? Why did I come to such a terrible place? Home, go home." Another prisoner, on their knees, repeats the desperate plea. "Huh? What do you want? Home. Please let me go home." But then, a spark of determination appears in Dante Kong, his face firming as he clenches his fist. "I can't believe I'm trapped with people like them. I'm not a coward. I'm a former Hept." A determined look crosses his face as he reminds himself of his goal. "Don't be ridiculous. I saw it in a drama. I can't give up making and selling good memories." As the chaos in the prison intensified, a prisoner's face showed clear fear, his voice strained as he declared, "That person is a chemistry professor." With a desperate look, he pleaded, "I'm different. I said I'm different." The prison's cold, metal structure was visible above, a clear sign of the harsh reality of the situation. Deeper inside the prison, a new figure appeared, a prisoner with very long, dark hair, who stood out from the others. At the same time, in a memory that was very different from the current horror, Dante Kong was seen in his office clothes, looking at a document with Lala close by, a brief look at a life that no longer existed. Back in the prison, the long-haired prisoner's hand gripped the handle of a large sword, the metal feeling cold and ready for battle. A loud cry filled the halls as a monstrous, changed prisoner attacked, its long face and glowing eyes showing the scary new state of the prison. Another strange creature joined the fight, its glowing eyes focused on something not seen, making the terrifying noise even louder. The prisoner with the sword, his eyes now glowing red, looked at the destruction and said coldly, "Turns out you were a completely useless bastard." He lifted his sword, his long hair moving around him like a dark flag as he got ready for the next fight. The dark prison covered the scene, leaving behind only the sounds of screams and the expectation of more violence. However, one last unsettling image appeared, a document, possibly from Dante's past, suggesting the office world he used to be part of, or maybe a hint about his current trouble. In a flashback to a corporate setting, a voice harshly criticizes someone, calling them worthless and questioning their teaching qualifications. The young man, wearing glasses, looks down in dejection as the questioning continues, asking if he plans to teach children. He silently wonders if that is truly what he is avoiding. His father, a stern man, persists with his criticism, asking if he intends to be a clown in a family like this, and expressing surprise that his son, who always talked big, would choose to become a teacher. Feeling overwhelmed, the young man walks away, his father's voice calling out, a desperate "No, wait, stop it," followed by his own silent question, "What's wrong with being a teacher?" His father, examining a document, remarks coldly, "Let them at least do that," then adds, "Wouldn't Dante have the most difficulty? He has failed his doctorate for 6 years." The father's strict expectations are evident, reinforced by the document he holds, which states, "Knowing your place is the most important thing, right?" The father, a man famous enough to be on TV, sits at his desk, his expression stern, representing the constant pressure on Dante. Another document, held firmly, emphasizes the family's high standards, stating that a doctorate degree is considered a minimum requirement. Dante sits alone in a classroom, burdened by his past, remembering, "I, too, was rejected on the lectern." With a pained expression, he considers his position within his family, thinking, "But at home I was worse than nothing." The flashback continues, depicting Dante kneeling with his head bowed, while his father and mother stand over him, their presence conveying judgment. The scene then cuts to a close-up of a document, which clearly displays the word HEPT, connecting this past to the present mystery. The oppressive weight of the past hangs heavy, a dark, indistinct memory beginning to form. Suddenly, a figure with a paper bag over his head appears, holding out a document and asking, "What is this?" Scanning the text, Dante can only identify it as, "It's a contract." Another man at the table recognizes the name, exclaiming, I know that place. It's the one called Hept, right? Wow, awesome. I heard all the top hunters in the world go there." The masked figure simply states, "Dante." The masked man relays his mother's concern, demanding he quit the academy, leaving him stunned and asking, "What? Why are you doing this to me?" His gaze falls back to the document, the words blurring as he tries to comprehend. What is this? Despite the pressure, he holds on to his belief that while knowledge is important, being learned is important, but people who have few chances is something valuable as an educator, I think. A sudden, humiliating splatter of blood across his face silences his thoughts. PFFD. The masked figure offers a casual apology, a dark joke about spilling something, as if his humiliation were merely an inconvenience. Sorry. I spilled all over my shirt. Saying that all of a sudden. Grand. Haha. Then, the masked man's tone shifts, demanding to know if he understands the document, accusing him. "Dante, do you know that? That's not professional." The final blow lands, a crushing declaration that his failure to be properly taught is his own fault, culminating in the chilling ultimatum. "It's my fault for not being able to teach you properly. But not being properly taught is also your fault. Prepare yourself to be disowned." The masked figure, towering over a younger Dante, continued his verbal assault, questioning his aspirations. He sneered, asking if Dante was truly trying to become a teacher with academic achievements, then mockingly demanded to know why he thought he had been putting on airs. His voice dripping with false concern as he declared, "I'm worried about you. It's foolish, Dante." The masked figure then presented a document, a contract designed to end this foolish and unnecessary inferiority complex, a chilling ultimatum. An oppressive, moon-like visage, symbolizing the masked figure's judgment, hung heavy in the air as he mused. If only proof of superiority. That's right. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Dante's resolve shattered, and he whispered, "My brother's right. I was foolish," his face contorted in a scream of despair. The masked figure, with a cruel flourish, tore the document, condemning Dante's foolish choice. The shredded pieces falling like shattered dreams, as Dante's inner voice echoed a grim prophecy. "I will die." The scene shifted abruptly to a desolate, ruined cityscape, a stark reflection of Dante's current reality, as he lamented. Miserably in this filthy, ugly place, surrounded by the refuse of a broken world. His past mistakes, his lack of learning, had led him to this desolate place. And now, even in this hell, he was still the target, still the victim, still just himself. Suddenly, a gloved hand lunges from the shadows, its grip like iron as it seizes Dante's head, forcing him down with brutal speed, before a sharp object slashes across his face, sending a spray of blood into the air. The assailant continues the merciless attack, each strike tearing at his flesh, painting the grim surroundings crimson. A final, heavy blow lands, the impact echoing through the confined space. Dante collapses to the ground, blood pooling around him, a pair of scissors lying discarded nearby, the brutal instrument of his torment. His scream rips through the air, a raw cry of agony and disbelief. But his terror intensifies as he sees not just the scissors, but a gun, a firearm now pointed directly at him. How dare you bring a gun here? The question hangs heavy in the air, his mind reeling from the sudden escalation of violence. He finds himself trapped in a violent struggle, black tendrils striking him as multiple prisoners attack, the brutal assault showing no signs of stopping. His face twists in pain, blood running across his glasses and cheek from the impacts. In the midst of the fighting, blood splatters near the spiky white hair of another prisoner, indicating his involvement in the brawl. With his electric blue eyes glowing, the prisoner leader lunges forward, moving with aggressive purpose. A sudden, brutal impact sends a spray of blood across Dante Kang's vision. His face contorting in a silent scream as tears mix with the crimson droplets, the pain overwhelming him in an instant. The source of his agony stares down with chilling, electric blue eyes, the prisoner leader's gaze burning with raw, untamed power. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sends Dante Kang hurtling through the air, a mere ragdoll against his might. Before he can even recover, the powerful prisoner snatches him by the neck, his grip like a vice. Meanwhile, the very shackles that bound him glow with an ominous light, shattering into pieces as his true power begins to awaken. A vibrant, swirling aura of pink and red energy erupts around him, signaling a terrifying surge of strength. Dante Kang is once again sent flying, his body twisting helplessly through the air. The prisoner leader, eyes still glowing with malevolent power, delivers another brutal strike, his movements a blur of destructive force. The impact is devastating, leaving a bloody wound on Dante Kang's leg. Witnessing the sheer brutality, the other prisoners recoil in abject terror, their faces etched with fear. The iconic structure began to tilt, its immense weight shifting precariously. A sudden, violent tremor shook the very ground, causing figures to fall uncontrollably through the air. As the unthinkable occurred, the tower had collapsed. Dante Kang, already injured, lay amidst the debris, his expression one of shock and pain. While the prisoner leader, observing the devastation, proclaimed that a new age had begun. Cries of terror filled the air as more individuals plummeted, their impacts leaving gruesome, bloody marks. From the wreckage, a voice of authority demanded that the survivors identify themselves. And the prisoner leader, with a firm resolve, commanded them to move, his presence prompting whispers among the other prisoners, who recognized him as a teacher. Amidst the aftermath of the tower's collapse, a figure with a bag over his head stands, his blue eyes visible through the holes, as he is told to put it on. Meanwhile, Dante Kang, injured and disoriented, pushes himself up, his glasses broken as he exclaims, "I'm still alive. Alive. I'm alive." His face is covered in blood, showing the extent of his injuries. The prisoner leader, with his white hair, stands over him, observing him and saying, "Strong." He looks down at the injured man, a strange question forming in his mind. "The sweet potato? Is that alive?" Dante, still recovering, looks up at the prisoner leader, asking, "You too? I'm surprised you're alive, right?" The prisoner leader quickly grabs Dante by the collar, lifting him up and saying, not. He then grabs Dante's head, causing him pain, and Dante apologizes repeatedly while the prisoner leader looks confused. Holding the injured man, the prisoner leader explains his reason, saying, "I originally went because I wanted to give new clothes." Later, the prisoner leader leads a line of prisoners, with Dante Kang now wearing a bag over his head, through a damaged street, where their way is blocked by something. The prisoner leader, still wearing the bag, stops, looking at something and asking, "What?" He sees a new group of people, including Lala and Albert, as a man approaches them. The prisoner leader, speaking with an unsettling calm, informs the bagged Dante Kang that the competition is finished and he no longer needs to be in line, then instructs him to wear a new outfit. He then adds that it is an outfit he personally prepared for him, suggesting they might leave something amazing behind. Through the eye holes of the bag, Dante's eyes, filled with a mix of fear and defiance, look out at the prisoner leader. Elsewhere, a bespectacled prisoner expresses his confusion and despair, questioning why he ever joined and why he found himself in this situation. With the bag removed, Dante's face reveals his raw emotions, his jaw tight, and his eyes burning with a quiet anger despite his current situation. The bespectacled prisoner continues to complain, accusing his captors of not teaching him anything and only looking out for themselves. Dante's hand grips a piece of the blood-stained orange uniform, a silent thought of what he saved passing through his mind, while the prisoner leader's words about peeping at his new clothes seem to mock him. In the present moment, the prisoner leader confidently walks through the destroyed streets, now holding a sword, as he leads a line of prisoners. Among them is Dante, still bagged and now wearing the orange uniform, his future unknown. A closer look shows the number 0 to 1088 on the uniform's leg, a clear sign of Dante's new, impersonal identity. In a previous conversation, the prisoner leader, with a casual gesture, tells the bespectacled prisoner that he will quickly wash and return his clothes. The bespectacled prisoner, holding the blood-stained uniform, replies with distress, explaining that the garment holds sentimental value, which makes Dante's forced wearing of it even more cruel. Dante's face twists in a silent scream, with the number 0 to 1088 now visible on his collar, as he understands that this uniform, this new identity, was once a cherished item belonging to someone else. An elderly prisoner, his face showing concern, questions the situation, pointing out the number 0 to 1088 on the uniform and claiming it as his own. The orange fabric of a prison uniform, now emblazoned with the number 0 to 182, lies discarded, a symbol of the new reality. Dante Kong, now wearing glasses, looks on with a bewildered expression, his mind trying to understand the sudden change. He confronts the prisoner leader, who stands over him, asking if the uniform he's being forced to wear belongs to someone else, and receives a direct answer. Dante clenches his fist, feeling frustrated as the prisoner leader holds up the orange jumpsuit, a symbol of his new identity. Outside, the city lies in ruins, a desolate landscape of crumbling buildings and a dark sky, reflecting the grim new world Dante now lives in. The prisoner leader, his voice showing no emotion, declares Dante's new designation, taking away his old identity and giving him the number 0 to 182. He continues, stressing that Dante's past self is completely gone, making him just a number in the prison system. Alone in his cell, Dante thinks quickly, considering that his captors might have already gotten important information from the ancient ruins, and realizes he must leave this place by tomorrow. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination replacing the earlier confusion as he thinks about the serious situation. The prisoner leader's voice cuts through his thoughts, asking a chilling question with an unspoken threat, reminding Dante of his dangerous situation. Holding a small, raw potato, Dante resolves to prioritize his survival, a clear reminder of the basic needs in this harsh new life. As the command to put it on is given, Dante Kong looks at a sweet potato, a simple item that now represents his new, harsh reality, his expression reflecting his internal shock. The prisoner leader's voice, heard from an unusual angle, instructs him to serve, emphasizing the new hierarchy. Overcome by hunger, he asks if he could have something to eat. The prisoner leader offers him a whole sweet potato for one bite, and Dante takes a bite, eating carefully. However, as he reaches for it, the prisoner leader quickly takes it back, stating, "It's mine." Holding the sweet potato, the prisoner leader looks at him with glowing eyes and gives a harsh warning, threatening to kill him if he feels uncomfortable, then asking if he wants to go back to his previous life. Dante looks down as the prisoner leader casually says, "Anyway," implying that his way of speaking is very simple. With a paper bag now over his head, Dante is told to close his eyes and eat the sweet potato, the prisoner leader calling his behavior almost primitive. Despite the shame, Dante thinks that in one way, this situation is good for him. Later, alone in his cell, he wonders about the sweet potato, asking himself if it might be poisonous. His expression becomes serious as he admits the deep distrust he feels because of the prisoner leader. The masked figure's blue eyes stare intently, stating that someone is completely losing their mind. His voice reflecting the chaotic energy of the moment, stressing the panic that is happening. However, despite the chaos, a clear thought forms. There is always a method to restore something. Meanwhile, Dante Kong, watching the chaos, can only say, "Oh my," as he considers the death smile, finding it very hard to explain the difficult truth. The prisoner leader, his masked face showing no emotion, moves closer to give an important instruction, saying, "I'll tell you just one thing, it needs." Dante's face becomes serious as the leader's words are spoken, a clear and firm order. "You must go to Block A, 104. You must go to the prisoner's food." The leader then shows a very small amount of food, a clear sign of their difficult situation, saying it's the least food here, and refusing any trade for dirty clothes, making Dante think about how little food it is. Dante thinks quickly, figuring out what is absolutely needed, his mind on what he needs at minimum to stay alive. Then, the main goal is revealed, a difficult task that requires all his determination. You must get to the gate in front of the fortress. The large building stands far away, a strong wall that marks the entrance to this terrible prison. Its huge size and strong walls show how dangerous it is inside, a quiet sign of the challenges waiting for anyone who tries to get close. At the same time, another prisoner, his face showing worry, tries hard to eat his small amount of food, the difficult truth of their lives heard in the sad sounds of him eating. He stands before the prisoner leader, who calmly asks about the duration of his stay. The leader then dismisses any concern for his well-being, telling him not to worry, as he is just a smart architect and should have visited a doctor earlier. A chilling realization washes over him, and he curses, wondering what has truly transpired. He recalls his keen observation skills, developed over a long time, and the fact that his spinal bone is stronger than rebar. This strength is particularly true for his neck bone, a fact demonstrated by the teacher whose neck was broken with one strike. The leader's grin widens as he calls the teacher's fate stupid knowledge and a meaningless pursuit of something unattainable. He continues, his voice filled with disdain, confirming that the teacher had indeed been found. The grim reality of the prison looms, its cold walls reflecting the brutal rules of this place. He stands, silently observing the leader's cruel words, his expression unreadable as he comprehends the prison's true nature. The leader then asks him, mockingly, if he knows when the teacher was found, confirming that the teacher's proud neck was broken. Pointing to the teacher's lifeless body, the leader asks if he learned nothing from this lesson, suggesting the teacher's fate was a consequence of his choices. A chilling smirk plays on the leader's lips, his eyes glowing with unsettling intensity as he watches the effect of his words. The prisoner leader, his face partly hidden by a dark mask, makes a chilling declaration, asserting his absolute authority within these walls. Meanwhile, a memory or dream flashes through Dante Kang's mind, showing him reaching out in a pristine white shirt, a stark reminder of a different life. He stands before a towering, shadowy figure, who dismisses his aspirations with a cold remark, "Your dream is too big." Back in the present, the prisoner leader surveys the other inmates, some with bags over their heads, all seemingly confused by his silent presence, his words hanging heavy in the air. With an unsettling grin visible through his mask, the prisoner leader continues his chilling monologue, questioning the concept of honor in this brutal environment. Attacking the injured, isn't that cowardly or not? His mask now gone, the prisoner leader's electric blue eyes glow with fierce intensity as he reveals his ruthless nature, declaring his intent to crush any who cross him. When I see those kinds of bastards. His gaze sharpens, his resolve hardening as he delivers his final, brutal command, smash them. Suddenly, the scene shifts to explosive action as Dante Kang, his long black hair flying, unleashes a devastating attack, a crimson spray erupting from his target as he strikes with the force of a crashing blow, revealing a new, ferocious power known only as the Hound. Within a bleak prison, a figure rests on the ground, near a dark, tribal symbol that appears stained with blood. Other prisoners are present, some kneeling, as a voice commands them, "Let's go." A skull motif appears, followed by a view of a distant city, suggesting a change of location or focus. A motorcycle with glowing wheels speeds through a barren landscape, moving quickly away from the area. Inside the prison, a man in a suit talks with a prisoner in an orange jumpsuit, who gives short answers, appearing to share a challenging story. "Mr. Lee," the man in the suit, asks the prisoner, "By the way, Mr. Lee, what's your name?" The prisoner, who is missing an arm, answers, "One-armed." Mr. Lee looks surprised, asking, "Joke, right?" But the one-armed prisoner confirms, "That's what they call me." Mr. Lee frowns slightly, asking, "You don't have a name? How can you live without a name? So rude." He then suggests, "J.O. sounds better than." Mr. Lee looks more intently at the prisoner, saying, "Mr. Lee, I heard a rumor about a guy who lost his arm." The figure with the bag over his head continued his line of questioning, asking the prisoner how long he had been in the cell. The one-armed prisoner, looking confused, could only reply, "Always here," before asking what the question meant. His questioner, however, continued, asking why he asked so many questions, even as the prisoner noted that teachers are also people. But the man with the bag dismissed his protests, stating, "You talk too much and too loud," before adding that it was just an occupational habit. A soft, electronic sound suddenly broke the silence, making the prisoner look down. He stared intently at a small, glowing device in his hand, while the bagged figure watched him with curiosity, asking what it was. The prisoner's confusion deepened as he mumbled, "It feels like I've been here for 2 hours already," realizing that the same path kept repeating. Lost and disoriented, he confessed, "I don't know the way," which caused his observer to look at him with a silent question. Frustration building, the prisoner asked why he kept asking the same questions, annoyed that the new guy had been bothering him all day, especially since he was one-armed and couldn't help. He repeated his plea, saying, "I can't find my way," and desperately asked for guidance, to which the bagged figure cryptically replied, "If you want to leave the forest, there is a..." Suddenly, the prisoner collapsed to the ground, the device falling from his hand, his mind reeling from the confusing exchange as he let out a bewildered gasp. From his position on the ground, he looked up at the silent, bagged figure, his voice filled with utter bewilderment as he asked, "What are you doing?" The prisoner, still on the ground, weakly called out to Mr. Lee, expressing confusion about what was happening. As Mr. Lee's expression changed, showing a hint of surprise as he watched the prisoner. The prisoner's distress grew, his voice becoming a desperate plea directed at Mr. Lee. He moved closer, asking what was wrong and urging the prisoner to wake up. Mr. Lee suddenly looked back, as if realizing something unsettling or sensing a change. The prisoner's desperate plea not to be left alone was heard amidst a crumbling, distorted city landscape, a terrifying vision. Clinging to Mr. Lee's leg, the prisoner's cries became more frantic, asking what had happened. Then, a loud scream came from him, and a burst of white energy appeared from his chest. The released power formed a sharp, arcing line of white energy that cut through the air. Suddenly, the prisoner stood in front of a large, shadowy monster with glowing eyes, as if confronting something from within. But Mr. Lee was ready, his eyes glowing with a strong blue light, and energy particles swirled around him as he prepared to do something. And just as quickly, the prisoner's face became calm and peaceful, surrounded by swirling white energy, as if he had found peace or was changing. The distressed prisoner's eyes widened in shock, a silent gasp escaping him as he reacted to the powerful energy that had just surged through him. Elsewhere, in the prison yard, Dante Kong stood among the prisoners in their orange jumpsuits, a lone figure in black, while a guard urged everyone to move quickly. He looked down, a hint of curiosity on his face, then brushed off the disturbance, muttering, "Normal, right? Huh. Oh, it's nothing." However, a prisoner with spiky gray hair looked up, confused, asking about the loud sound he had heard. Dante Kang's expression became more focused, as he thought, "I got curious what happened." Later, in the prison's shared kitchen area, a basic stove with cooking pots sat waiting. The spiky-haired prisoner ate his food quickly, making loud slurping and gulping sounds. Dante Kong, holding a peeled rambutan fruit, looked at him with a small smile, and warned, "You'll choke like that." Soon, the three prisoners sat together, eating, Dante Kong, the spiky-haired man, and another prisoner with blue hair. As they ate, a feeling of normalcy came over them, and the spiky-haired prisoner remarked, "They're normal people." The blue-haired man introduced himself with a smile, "I'm Rambutan," and his spiky-haired friend added, "I'm Lychees." A real smile appeared on Dante Kang's face as he replied, I'm Kong Dante. You're the first people to actually talk to me." The conversation continued, and Lychees remarked, "And there's even a woman." Rambutan then asked, "Oh, do I look like one?" Dante clarified, "I just met someone who looks like a kid." Lychees then revealed a significant detail. "We came from the inside." The revelation hung in the air as a narration box explained. The closer one gets to the center, the smaller the groups become. Rambutan emphasized the point, and those who come from the inside, like you, are the lowest. Lychees then changed the subject, asking, "Anyway, are you new? Or have you not done anything yet?" Dante hesitated before admitting, "Well, yes, I'm a prisoner. I can't explain the details, but..." His gaze dropped, and he confessed, "I was kidnapped." Rambutan, pointing, added, "By that guy who lives over there." Dante's eyes widened in disbelief, asking, "No, wait. You mean, the prisoner leader?" Both Rambutan and Lychees reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "Wait, you were kidnapped during the Urban Revolution operation." Rambutan, with a slight smile, explains that the Urban Revolution operation is a large-scale kidnapping plan that targets people like him. Lychees then says that it's not a random event, but a planned and organized kidnapping. Dante feels confused as he tries to understand this information, finding it hard to believe he is part of such a big, bad plan. He lets out a small sound of disbelief, as the thought of being kidnapped instead of just a prisoner starts to make sense. His cellmates look at each other, Lychees pointing out his innocent reaction, while Rambutan confirms that his surprise is a normal response. Rambutan explains that this reaction is common for those recruited into the operation, hinting at a darker reason for their kidnapping than just being put in prison. Dante, still shocked by what he's learned, questions who he really is, asking if he is truly one of them, a target of this secret group. Rambutan's answer is mysterious but scary, suggesting that Dante being there is enough proof of his connection. He explains further, talking about a deep feeling of withdrawal from fog, a way to describe how people wake up to their real role and purpose in the operation after being unaware. Dante, thinking quickly, remembers the night he was taken, the sudden, rough kidnapping that started this bad dream, and asks if that was the Urban Revolution operation. The scary truth hangs in the air as Rambutan confirms what he suspects, leaving Dante to face the frightening fact that his whole life might have been a planned trick. As the words are spoken, Dante Kong considers the question, looking down thoughtfully. Rambutan watches him, a narration noting his typical first-grader's talent. A realization strikes Dante Kong, his eyes widening as he understands that this ability enhanced his mana. The information connects in his mind, and a name comes back to him. Hept, he thinks, a memory returning as he states, "I remember." As his memories return, the two men watch him, their faces showing no emotion as he struggles with his past. His struggle turns into resolve, his expression becoming firm as he states, "We'll escape." A low growl, a krrng, escapes him, his eyes glowing purple as dark energy crackles around his head. The energy grows stronger, his hair seeming to rise, surrounded by the dark, crackling aura, showing his awakened power. With a loud quagic, the cell door is broken open, leaving the room empty except for a shadow of his escape. His escape from the cell is shown by his broken restraints, but a voice warns, they didn't get far. This concludes the current section, moving into shoulder section 3. As the world outside beckons, a new terror emerges from the shadows, a grotesque bone-eater with exposed ribs and a maw dripping with gore, hinting at the brutal challenges ahead. Then, a chilling nun-face creature, its skull-like visage devoid of features, materializes, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness with an unsettling intensity. High above, a fuzzy back takes flight, its feathered form a stark contrast to the ground-bound horrors, yet no less menacing. Finally, the formidable drill head appears, its glowing eyes and menacing drill-like appendage promising devastating power. A voice issues a command, instructing the figure to put it on, as he stands with a black bag covering his head, his eyes and mouth barely visible through the rough cutouts. His silent, questioning gaze is met by the prisoner leader, who sits across a metal table, surrounded by other inmates, all wearing orange jumpsuits. And the leader's sharp eyes narrow, asking about his sudden distraction and urging him to focus and come along. But he pauses, a moment of understanding crossing his face as he processes the information that this social meeting is just a way for the operation team to let the prisoners get some fresh air. A stark reminder of his own precarious position as an escape risk, knowing that if his current plan fails, he will be trapped in this hopeless existence, with no chance of ever breaking free. A terrifying prospect that ignites a monstrous, shadowy rage within him, threatening to consume him entirely if he fails to escape. As the leader's voice cuts through his thoughts, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation, declaring this to be the real deal from the operating bureau. Promising that no one will try to interfere with him again, a statement that leaves him in silent contemplation. Before the leader points to his opposition, urging him to step up, reminding him that he is the only one who can accomplish this, and warning him not to plan on dying for him. A sentiment Dante Kong, also known as Hept, quickly echoes back, refusing to die for anyone, especially not for the leader, whom he playfully calls a fool. To which the leader responds with a knowing smirk, clarifying that it is not about his life, but about making him believe that the leader himself is the reason for his potential demise. Leaving him in silent thought as the leader mentions a kid who might help, while outside, the world is consumed by swirling particles of fog. A muscular figure stands, a black bag covering his head, though intense blue eyes are visible through the eye holes. He is wearing orange prison pants, seemingly forced into the attire. This new reality revolves around a mysterious, glowing blue crystal, the source of a God-given gift that grants talent. However, this power comes with a significant drawback, offering to transcend the body's limits, but risking transformation into a monster. One might question if this is truly a gift. The pervasive fog slowly erodes the body and will eventually consume it entirely. Amidst the swirling mist, figures struggle, caught between hope and the encroaching fog. A chilling truth dawns upon Dante Kong, that if one cannot obtain talent, they will eventually fall into limbo. His mind races, grappling with the implications, wondering if this talent is something to be desired, or if it's an addiction. The crushing weight of his predicament settles upon him, as he desperately questions if he is already doomed. Yet, a flicker of defiance ignites within him, a voice of resolve asserting that he still has a chance. Seated at a table with Lychees, Rambutan, and the distressed prisoner, Dante Kong prepares for the first stage of their task, understanding that the real challenge will only begin afterward. He understands that everyone's endurance varies, and there is no time for respite. Elsewhere, within a stark cell, one prisoner asks if escape remains an option, only to be told they are already ensnared. The two confirm their dire situation, acknowledging they are already trapped. Lychees, the prisoner with blue hair, confesses he has never known anyone to leave this place alive. Dante Kong, contemplating his predicament, considers the slim possibility of natural recovery or the development of an antidote against the fog. Meanwhile, Rambutan and Lychees make a solemn pledge to each other. They will not perish here, nor will they forget one another. They share a hopeful promise to reunite beneath an unclouded sky. This shared aspiration is depicted as a serene moment, a future where they are together and free. The reality of the situation, though unwelcome, registers deeply with Dante Kong. Their words carry genuine sincerity. Lychees and Rambutan hold each other tightly, their embrace a symbol of their enduring commitment. The distressed prisoner, however, remains consumed by sorrow, weeping alone. Still trapped in the depths of despair, he lets out a guttural groan, his face contorted in anguish. Meanwhile, across the cell, another prisoner's eyes snap open, a sudden jolt of awareness piercing through the oppressive silence. He sits up, the realization dawning on him. The other man has finally stirred. Rambutan, now fully awake, looks over at the still distraught figure, wondering aloud, "What should we do?" But then grumbles about a wasted sweet potato, his priorities seemingly elsewhere. A new fear grips Rambutan as he considers the implications of the newcomer. What if he kills these people? The distressed man echoes the sentiment. Will he attack us? His mind races, conjuring images of the shadowy figure attacking others, the chilling thought repeating, what if he kills these people? With a soft thump, Rambutan reaches out, his hand gently touching the shoulder of the still hunched figure. He looks at the man, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips as he asks, "So you're scared?" The other prisoner offers a weak, almost broken chuckle in response. The distressed man's face remains etched with worry, his eyes wide behind his glasses, reflecting the grim reality of their situation. Rambutan presses on, his gaze unwavering as he repeats, "Why are you so scared?" The distressed man looks up, a question mark hanging over his head, as Rambutan offers a surprising reassurance. "Dante will win, right?" Dante's face shows a flicker of relief, though still tinged with anxiety, as he mutters, "That's a relief. I was worried you wouldn't get up. If this guy is a problem." A powerful, scarred arm flexes, its raw strength evident. Suddenly, the prisoner leader moves with force, his electric blue eyes glowing as he shoves the distressed prisoner and Rambutan, a chilling laugh escaping him. His gaze, sharp and predatory, locks onto the terrified man, a dangerous question hanging in the air. "Soll ich in Jets Toten?" The distressed prisoner, his glasses askew, can only gasp, his face showing pure terror as he stares up at the menacing figure. Before the situation escalates further, Rambutan's voice cuts through the tension, a desperate plea to stop the violence. But the prisoner leader is too quick and powerful, effortlessly seizing Rambutan with one hand, his grip firm as he questions the interruption. He then turns his attention back to the distressed prisoner, a chilling thought echoing through the cell. Denkmal, ob, wirklich einer von Ihnen ist, hm? Later, with the immediate threat subsided, the prisoner leader stands outside the cell, addressing the trio, announcing his departure with a casual hey, ich verlasse den Käfig. He looks directly at the distressed prisoner, his tone firm. Lass uns jetzt jeder unseren eigenen Weg gehen. Würdest du? A moment of silence passes, then the prisoner leader offers a cryptic question, Dieses Kartoffel? With a final, dismissive remark, Flieg nach Hause, Vogelchen. Heh. He turns and walks away, leaving the three prisoners to their thoughts. But before disappearing completely, he extends his hand back into the cell, offering a sweet potato with a simple here. Holding the sweet potato, still processing the recent events, the distressed prisoner hears the leader's parting words about finding his own way, as the powerful figure continues to walk towards the cell's exit. The leader, without looking back, gives a final instruction to hurry and leave before sunset, a command that causes the distressed prisoner and Rambutan to exchange worried glances. Confused and uncertain, the distressed prisoner looks at the sweet potato, admitting aloud that he doesn't know what the leader meant by his own way. With the leader now out of sight, Rambutan calls out to Lichis, asking him to chase after the departing figure, while the distressed prisoner continues to ponder the meaning of the leader's words. Finally making a decision, the distressed prisoner states that he will go with the leader, a sentiment echoed by Rambutan and Lichis, who agree to follow him. Then, with a sudden movement, the sweet potato is thrown onto the ground. As it lands, the sweet potato uncovers a small creature that was hiding underneath it. Rambutan looks on, his expression one of surprise at the unexpected discovery. The small creature, with its light fur and dark eyes, appears startled but unharmed. Elsewhere, the prisoner leader's glowing blue eyes suggest he was aware of the sweet potato's secret. Back in the cell, the distressed prisoner, Rambutan, and Lichis look down at the small animal, with Lichis asking what kind of creature it is. The creature looks up, and the distressed prisoner identifies it simply as a cat. The scene abruptly shifts from the prison, opening with a detached observation, stating that some beings are simply animals, like a crow, but with soft fur. This thought then leads to a scene of two children watching a television, fascinated by a puppy, noting its cuteness and how it would come when called, understanding human words if raised by a person. Abruptly, the peaceful scene is replaced by a figure falling from a great height, a sharp and unsettling change. Despite the unsettling imagery, a child's voice expresses a simple desire, wishing to raise a puppy as well. A close-up reveals a figure with an unsettling smile, their face partly hidden by shadow, but their eyes glowing with an electric blue light, as the prisoner leader utters a cryptic phrase, "When I'm outside." A stylized hand reaches out, inviting with the words, "Come here." The figure continues to fall, with impact lines emphasizing the speed, and a measurement is given, 20 centimeters. The vision changes to two large men, one in a prison uniform and the other holding a bag, as a command is issued. "Give it." The figure from before, now with blood on their face, looks down, a thought forming. That guy. The scene shifts to a figure standing on a pile of bodies or rubble in a ruined city, a desolate and powerful image. In the final active panel, a massive, monstrous creature towers over a small figure, and a voice comments, "That's a good kid." As the situation grew more tense, Dante Kong asked the questions everyone was thinking. What was the plan, and how would they escape this prison? When Rambutan suddenly stepped forward, a confident look on his face as he said, "I'll show you." Dante Kong was surprised by his statement, his eyes showing his shock. With a loud shout, Rambutan jumped upwards very fast, his body moving like a powerful object, breaking the ground below him. He hit the strong concrete wall with a powerful crash, and the wall groaned before breaking into many pieces, as he went through it with amazing strength. The other prisoners, Lichis and the worried man, could only watch in complete shock, their faces twisted in disbelief as they saw the impossible happen, wondering what kind of incredible power they were seeing. The large hole in the wall proved Rambutan's amazing ability, a skill now known as his incredible jumping talent, a power that was hard to believe. Still flying through the air, his body aligned against the gray prison sky, Rambutan kept going up. His path became clear. The plan was not to break out, but to jump completely over the tall walls, a bold escape that only someone with his special ability could try. Rambutan leaps into the air, a swift movement against the backdrop of the prison rooftop, initiating the next phase of their escape. His hand makes a quick, soft motion, a tap, that seems to activate his unique ability. A look of concentration appears on his face, a soft shh accompanying the activation of his power. Dante Kang's arm is visible, a faint tap, sound suggesting a connection to the unfolding event. Suddenly, with a powerful impact, the prison wall breaks apart, sending debris flying and creating a large opening. The prisoners look on in amazement, a quiet while heard as they observe the broken wall and Rambutan standing among the debris. Rambutan then explains his ability, stating that he can draw whatever you want from a photograph, and that he had used it to create all of yourselves. He adds a detail about his ability, mentioning that only part of it is recorded, suggesting a specific limitation. Dante Kong considers this new information, asking for clarification. Only part of it, you say? A closer look at the debris reveals something unexpected. It's not just broken pieces, but a collection of many small, intricate figures. He further clarifies the effect of his power, telling the others, so, when I use my ability, you guys will only appear as small figures. Dante Kong and Lychees look closely at the small figures, with Dante Kong noting, you didn't draw this part, indicating a surprising aspect of the power. Within the prison, a new inmate is instructed to put on an orange uniform. Simultaneously, Rambutan's unique ability is at work, as his hand draws stick figures labeled, for vagrants here, on a piece of paper. Lychees observes this with surprise, remarking that the drawn figures cannot be easily removed. Rambutan clarifies that he was marking them with tracker bugs. Dante Kong, holding one of the small figures, asks what other unusual things Rambutan had marked, and what this specific figure represented. A moment of silence passes, as Dante Kong and Lychees look at each other, processing the situation. As their escape nears, Rambutan informs the group they will be leaving soon. The distressed prisoner asks which way they should go, and Rambutan indicates the direction. Without delay, Rambutan takes the lead, calling out, let's go, teacher, as they start their escape, with the others following. With a strong jump, Rambutan dives into a hole in the ground. Lychees exclaims in surprise as he watches him descend into the darkness. The path below leads into a dark, forgotten alleyway, a shadowy passage that suggests the hidden parts of the prison. In this dark underground area, a group of other prisoners huddle together, their faces showing fear and desperation, with the distressed prisoner visible among them. Suddenly, a strong presence appears from the shadows, as the prisoner leader's electric blue eyes glow with an intense light, his gaze cutting through the darkness. His large figure stands over Dante Kong, who looks back at the leader's intense gaze with a mix of carefulness and determination. Despite this new encounter, the entire group, now joined by other prisoners, runs through the dark passage. A new voice wonders about the strange actions of one of them. He remains seated before the prisoner leader, who instructed him to put on the bag. The young man, however, questioned if he was now considered useless, then requested his clothes be turned inside out and a sufficient amount of food be given. The leader's hand moved quickly, placing the sack over his head. With the sack now covering him, the leader reacted with surprise, exclaiming in disbelief at the young man's requests. The leader first dismissed him as a hungry animal, but then hesitated, a new idea forming, and decided to keep him nearby. Leaning closer, he shared a hushed belief, explaining that prisoners say those who eat human flesh gain unusual abilities. The leader continued, his voice revealing a grim hunger, explaining how they consume others and desire any available flesh, a stark reflection of their desperate situation. However, the young man, his face still obscured, rejected the idea, stating he had no need for such practices. His eyes, now visible through the bag, began to glow with a blue light, as he stated that his power was still the same as before. The blue glow grew stronger, and his face twisted into a snarl, showing a powerful energy coming from him. He stood up, his glowing eyes visible through the bag, and an aura of power emanated from him, causing the other prisoners to fall silent. With a sudden crackle, a burst of blue energy shot from him, shocking the prisoner leader and making him stumble back. The leader fell to the ground, completely shocked, his mind struggling to comprehend the power as he whispered a name. Stephen? The force of Dante Kang's power reverberates, and the prisoner leader cries out, clutching his ear as blood splatters, his eardrum having been torn. He stumbles back in pain, a pain sound escaping him, as another prisoner looks on, shocked by the unexpected injury. Recovering from the shock, the prisoner leader raises his gaze, his blue eyes searching the empty prison yard, as if sensing another danger approaching. A monstrous mouth suddenly appears, its sharp teeth visible in the dim light, and he exclaims in fear, realizing it is a large, fully grown hound. The creature attacks, and the prisoner leader quickly runs, realizing this animal must have come from the Round Crime Facility, a place known for dangerous experiments. As he continues to run from the hound, the prisoner leader looks up again, his eyes scanning the area for a way out. Then, a voice breaks through the noise, coming from the figure with the bag over his head, simply stating, "Found you." The prisoner leader's blue eyes widen in recognition, and he growls back, "Baghead." Before the hound can react, a sudden, powerful force hits it, tearing the creature apart in a burst of blood and flesh. The violent attack continues, covering the ground in blood, showing the immense power of Dante Kong. Afterward, the hound is reduced to mangled remains, a clear sign of the quick and brutal power of the man in the bag. The prisoner leader, dressed in his orange jumpsuit, looks up in a plain concrete room. A voice breaks the silence, telling him to put it on, and Dante Kong adds, "You must have noticed." In a ruined street, the prisoner leader now wears a paper bag over his head, and Dante Kong states, "I won," with the other man responding, "I'm sure you did." The prisoner leader holds a small, glowing orb as Dante Kong asks, "You don't believe the teacher's side?" And the prisoner leader replies, I'm not a fool. Looking at the glowing orb on the ground, the prisoner leader says, someone followed me here. One of them followed me here. Dante Kong asks, can over 50 people fight? And the prisoner leader, holding the orb, replies, you can. Dante Kong asks, alliances mean anything, but the prisoner leader firmly states, I'm not a fool. The prisoner leader stands alone in the ruined street, looking at something out of sight. He looks down at the glowing orb on the ground again, realizing, one of them followed me here. Dante Kong asks, which one? And the prisoner leader, holding the orb, answers, the drill head. Dante Kong's questions grow sharper as he looks at the larger, glowing orb. Spying by your lone bone eater's side? Drillhead. The prisoner leader, holding the orb, gives a simple explanation. He's a maniac, that's why. A sudden, disorienting sensation overtakes the prisoner leader, causing him to react with surprise and a quiet, questioning sound. His body gives out, and he falls to the ground, a sense of frustration evident as he murmurs, my body, it's already useless. Before he can recover, a masked figure attacks him, asking with a detached tone, should I have killed you back then? The assailant then states, you are the teacher. The attack persists, each strike pushing him down, causing him to exclaim in frustration, this is so annoying. Held down and unable to move, the prisoner leader struggles, overwhelmed by the masked figure's superior strength. However, a spark of determination appears in his eyes, which begin to glow with an intense blue light, signaling a change. The glow grows stronger, bursting into a bright white aura that surrounds him, a clear sign of his power activating. With a sudden burst of energy, the prisoner leader delivers a powerful upward kick, moving with incredible speed towards the masked figure. The kick lands with great force, creating a shockwave as his foot connects, sending the attacker flying backward at high speed. The masked figure, completely surprised, stumbles backward, letting out a shocked sound and repeating the prisoner leader's title. You are the teacher. Driven by the powerful counterattack, the assailant is thrown through the air, unable to control their movement. Finally, the masked figure crashes into a distant wall with a loud sound, the impact creating a visible mark and sending debris flying. The powerful kick from the prisoner leader continued its trajectory, sending the assailant backward with significant force. As the assailant fell, his tactical mask detached and clattered to the ground. The impact left him writhing in pain, his body squirming on the ground. His face, now fully visible, was contorted in a pained expression, letting out a groan. The prisoner leader looked down, his mind struggling to process the identity of the person before him. A question forms in his mind, wondering if this revealed assailant could be Drillhead. A figure with stark white hair stands silhouetted against a desolate landscape, an exclamation escaping his lips as he surveys the scene. His electric blue eyes narrowed in a grimace of intense focus, a sound of acknowledgement rumbling from deep within him. He stares down, a profound disbelief echoing in his mind, unable to comprehend the reality of his current predicament. Then, his gaze lifts, a single, haunting question forming in his thoughts, wondering if he truly survived. Meanwhile, a somber memorial stands, a tombstone marking the resting place of young Cian, a name now etched into the stone, a stark reminder of a life presumed lost. Back in a stark prison cell, young Cian begins a rhythmic count, his voice a low murmur as he pushes through some unseen ordeal. The count intensifies, each number a testament to his unwavering resolve, his focus absolute. His hands clench, knuckles white, reflecting the immense strain he endures, a silent battle fought within himself. Finally, he collapses, a wry smile gracing his lips as he acknowledges the sheer madness of his situation, a testament to his unyielding spirit. The prisoner leader, still recovering from his last trial, faces a new threat as a large hound attacks. Its handler questions his attempt to use a piece of cloth as a weapon, demanding to know his intentions. However, the beast proves too strong, and the prisoner leader is soon lying injured on the ground, his attacker expressing surprise at his continued resistance. From a short distance, Rambutan, a prisoner with gray hair, gives commands, telling the hound to break the prisoner leader's arms, then his legs, and finally his feet. He remarks that after such injuries, the prisoner leader would be unable to escape. Lichis, another prisoner, observes the situation, noting that Hong Dok-gu, the distressed prisoner, is acting erratically and causing himself trouble. Rambutan persists in his taunts, asking the prisoner leader why he fears Hound, then orders the beast to attack, stating he will bite its fist. Hound, moving swiftly, continues its harsh attack, as the distressed prisoner, observing the scene, wonders if the small figure could actually be frightening. Despite the continuous hits, the prisoner leader looks intently at the deep wound on his hand, showing his remarkable ability to endure. His body, like a well-trained tool, has been pushed to its limits through training, already learning and adjusting to the attacks. Rambutan, still watching, admits the prisoner leader is tough, observing his well-defined physique, then asks why Hound is present, demanding to know the reason for their confinement. However, despite the severe beating, the prisoner leader shows no sign of pain, causing Rambutan to call out to Hound, with a touch of concern in his tone. At the same time, beyond this harsh training, other prisoners should have begun to act, as the surprising news of the training hall's destruction has become known. The muscular prisoner, his head covered by a bag, stands as an unseen voice instructs him to put on the orange uniform, leaving him to silently question the situation. Elsewhere, a man with a shaved head and tattoos considers a past choice, concluding that the act of killing Tower was a mistake. His expression shifts slightly as he confirms the individual he spoke of is still alive. He continues his assessment, realizing that many died in vain and that they now need to gather food. With a determined look, he states that they must find that person. Back in his cell, Dante, now wearing the orange jumpsuit, looks at a can, a quiet sound of surprise escaping him. He thinks to himself, that person would not let them die. He lifts the can, a thought crossing his mind, ancient together. He takes a drink, offering a toast to himself. Cheers for Dante. Suddenly, a system message appears on a screen in his cell, announcing, training hall collapsed, to which he responds with another cheers. The collapse is depicted as a chaotic burst of energy, showing widespread destruction. A system screen displays RIP and a ghostly figure, followed by a question mark, indicating an unknown outcome. Suddenly, a chilling presence makes him recoil, his eyes widening in alarm as he calls out, "What's wrong, Hound?" The menacing figure, with glowing red eyes, leans in close, a low growl escaping his lips as he warns, "Shh, don't make noise." Without hesitation, the creature lunges, a sharp blade glinting in his hand, declaring his hunger. "It's probably already too late to stop my stomach." He holds up a gruesome trophy, a severed limb, his voice dripping with predatory satisfaction. "I'm hungry, since they've already been wounded." The attack sends Dante sprawling to the ground, the Hound standing over him with a chilling ha of triumph. Injured and vulnerable, Dante lies amidst the debris, the grim reality of his situation sinking in. Despite the pain, he glares up, his voice raspy but firm. "I don't know about the others, but you can't fool me, Hound." The creature attacks again, his movements a blur, observing Dante's resilience, repeatedly falling and getting back up again. "You're just like them, huh?" His glowing red eyes narrow, a silent threat hanging in the air. The Hound's grip tightens on his weapon, a hint of frustration in his voice as he mutters, "I'm getting tired." Still on the ground, Dante watches his attacker, his gaze unwavering. With a final, defiant effort, he poses a question that cuts through the brutality. "Are you a soldier?" He and two other prisoners suddenly look up, their faces showing a mixture of shock and understanding. Without hesitation, he begins to run, moving away from the large prison tower, a soft huh escaping him. His eyes open wide, as he suddenly understands. That's the exit. The distant wall confirms his thought, as he realizes the impossible truth. It's really the exit. As he runs forward, a voice from behind calls out his name urgently. "Dante." He looks back at the blue-haired woman, who, despite the danger, tells him, "Wait a moment, and you go ahead, Dante." But his attention is suddenly pulled upward, his eyes fixed on the prison tower, sensing a strong mana coming from it. The strong energy leaves him confused, his thoughts showing his uncertainty. "I don't know." From below, the blue-haired woman and the spiky-haired man insist, their voices firm. "Dante, you have to go, and we'll be fine." He turns back to them, a silent understanding passing between them, his single word acknowledging their choice. "I see." With a final look between the tower and his companions, he makes his choice, a silent question mark showing his resolve. Just as the path forward seemed clear, a horrifying figure emerges from the shadows, its form radiating an unsettling aura that makes one prisoner cry out in sheer terror. The other inmates, including Dante and his companions, stare in stunned disbelief at the monstrous apparition, wondering what new horror has been unleashed. As the ghoulish prisoners stand silently, a voice whispers in terror, questioning if a ghost has appeared. The sheer terror of the situation is etched onto one man's face, his eyes wide with primal fear. Dante, Rambutan, and Lychee's exchange shocked glances, realizing this terrifying figure is the very person who attacked the guard earlier. A nervous sniffle escapes Rambutan, who instinctively urges everyone to step back from the monstrous presence. The ghoulish prisoner remains unmoving, its glowing blue eyes piercing the darkness, a truly ghastly sight. Dante, however, simply lets out a thoughtful humph, his gaze unwavering as he considers the nature of this ghoul. He quickly processes the situation, realizing this formidable being is also a prisoner, a new variable in his escape plan. Without hesitation, Dante makes his move, sprinting forward, leaving the terrified prisoners and the ghoulish figure behind. His determination unwavering, he blazes past a series of orange cones, a blur of motion through the prison corridor. With a powerful kick, he sends one of the cones flying, his escape gaining unstoppable momentum. The prison yard was in a state of disarray, with broken structures and debris spread across the ground. Then, a large figure with glowing blue eyes ran quickly through the broken area, a fast movement of orange and white hair. Close by, a large drill-shaped object was stuck in the ground, stating, "I am Drillhead." The ghoulish prisoner stopped, its bright eyes looking at the drill, and a thought was heard. The man closest to me is the supreme leader. At the same time, Dante, with his glasses shining, reached out his hand, trying to take charge in the messy situation. His voice broke the quiet, giving a clear order, "Come with me." But before he could do more, Dante moved very fast, a quick blur of orange and black, speeding over the broken ground. However, the ghoulish prisoner was quicker, blocking his way with a fierce, clawed attack, a strong hit that made him stumble back, with energy sparking around them. As Dante fought, the ghoulish prisoner's voice sounded with strong resolve, "The teacher is coming with us." The prisoner leader moves with incredible speed, a streak of orange energy following his path, as he rushes to support his companions. He strikes an unseen target, the force of the blow creating a loud thump. Without hesitation, he maintains his rapid movement, a powerful force in motion. His expression becomes resolute, and he states, "The teacher will accompany us." He jumps into the air, delivering another powerful strike, enveloped in a bright orange glow. With his eyes glowing blue, he faces an unseen figure, asking, "What about you?" He turns slightly, his voice resolute, and warns, "Don't interfere." A masked figure appears, holding someone tightly, and declares, "I found this person first." He looks back, a challenge in his glowing eyes, and replies, "You don't even know who he is." The prisoner leader, a blur of orange and white, launches himself forward with incredible speed, his form distorting into a streak of energy, leaving a glowing trail in his wake. He moves through the air like a fast-moving object. Each step creates a small impact, propelling him forward with great force. From the shadows, a masked figure observes, a single word escaping their lips in surprise, "Ballet." Unaware of the observer, or perhaps simply not caring, the prisoner leader continues his fast movement. His body a display of raw power, a streak of orange against the plain, gray environment. The air around him ripples and distorts, a visible shockwave preceding his every move. Then, with a sudden, controlled slowing, he prepares to plant his feet, his muscles tensing with great power, bracing for impact. The ground breaks beneath him, a pattern of cracks spreading from where he lands, sending debris flying as he comes to a complete, powerful stop, the force of his movement leaving a crater in his wake. As the hooded figures perceive him moving slowly, he moves quickly with orange energy, breaking their defenses with many strong hits. His fast movement creates a strong wind, sending a shockwave through the air. One of the hooded attackers steps back in fear, its face changing as the prisoner leader moves quickly past. Finding a gap in their group, he twists his body, creating a strong swirl of power. With one strong stomp, he crushes one of the figures under his foot, breaking the ground. He stands victorious over the defeated, the other hooded figures stepping back in fear from his great power. From far away, a female prisoner watches in shock, her eyes wide as she calls out, "Young, Sion." Another prisoner, Rambutan, looks confused, saying quietly, "Huh? A woman?" Lychees, also confused, confirms the surprising news. "It's a woman. A woman." The ghoulish prisoner moves closer to look, his glowing eyes on the defeated figure, whose hood is now off. As they realize the truth, the ghoulish prisoner shouts, "She's a woman. She's a pig woman," while young Sion watches the surprising discovery. Still holding onto the struggling figure, the prisoner leader maintains his grip, ignoring the ghoulish prisoner's pleas to be released, as Lychees observes the scene in shock. With a firm tug, the leader starts to pull down the orange jumpsuit, as the ghoulish prisoner's voice can be heard saying, "Me. Because of me." As the leader's hand moves towards the bag on the prisoner's head, the ghoulish figure utters a final, pleading word, "St. Stop." But it's too late, as the leader's strong grip pulls back the fabric, showing a delicate, clearly female hand reaching out in a weak attempt to stop him. With her identity now revealed, the prisoner leader pulls the female prisoner away from the shocked group, who look on with surprise. With her face now clearly seen, the female prisoner looks at her captor, a soft please coming from her, while Rambutan and Lychees watch in complete surprise. Standing above the woman he just revealed, the prisoner leader's body is stiff, showing a strong, quiet reaction. Then, with a sudden strong feeling, he lets out a loud cry, and energy spreads out from his body. In the middle of everything, Rambutan laughs and points at the upset female prisoner, while Lychees, still surprised, asks, "What the hell is that guy?" Suddenly, a small device in the leader's hand turns on, its screen showing one important word, Dante. As the leader falls down, looking unconscious, Lychees quickly shakes him, begging, "Wake up." But with the leader unable to move, Rambutan takes his chance, running away from the area with a panicked shout of "Run!" As the newly unmasked female prisoner looks on in distress, Rambutan cannot help but sneer, finding her beauty a source of cruel amusement. However, the prisoner leader's eyes, already glowing with an otherworldly blue, widen in a surge of raw, unbridled fury, his expression twisting into a mask of pure rage. Sensing the imminent danger, Rambutan does not hesitate, bolting away with a desperate scramble, a frantic thud echoing as he flees. He tears through the environment, a blur of motion, desperate to escape the wrath he has provoked. But the leader's fury is a force of nature, his electric blue gaze burning with an almost supernatural intensity, locking onto his fleeing target. In a flash, he closes the impossible distance, launching himself into a devastating flying kick, a whirlwind of retribution descending upon Rambutan. The impact is brutal, sending Rambutan careening backward with a pained cry, debris exploding around him as the force of the blow shatters the ground. He slams into a concrete wall with bone-jarring force, the structure cracking under the sheer power of the leader's assault. But the violence does not quell the leader's inner turmoil. Instead, it erupts into a guttural scream, a single name tearing from his throat: Dante. His body convulses, engulfed in a blinding, screaming aura of orange and yellow energy, a raw, uncontrolled outburst of power and anguish. The scene shifts abruptly, leaving the chaos behind for a moment, focusing on a lone punching bag in a stark, industrial room. Back in the aftermath, the leader lies unconscious, slumped against a wall, while Lichis kneels beside him, concern etched on his face, wondering aloud if this powerful, enigmatic figure is a soldier. Before this desolate place became his reality, his words hinting at a past life of conflict. With a firm command, the masked leader instructs his subordinates to subdue Rambutan, whom he holds tightly by the neck. Rambutan struggles against the strong grip, his face showing clear distress. The leader's voice is stern, instructing them to use every tactic they have, and to give Rambutan no chance to resist. As the situation escalates, a powerful presence is acknowledged, referred to as Hound, appearing as a beast with glowing eyes. Among the prisoners, a muscular, bald man with a "Justice is Blind" tattoo on his chest expresses his anger, while Lichis and another prisoner watch him. Rambutan, now released, confronts the tattooed man, Spot, asking what he plans to do, and questioning his current behavior. The masked leader, watching the interaction, calls Spot's actions unreasonable, and states that Hound has never tried to be a leader. His gaze sharp behind the bag, the leader reflects on opportunity, implying that if resources are plentiful, anyone can succeed. Later, the leader is shown looking at a tablet, which displays a female prisoner, and he finds her very interesting. Turning back to Spot and Lichis, the leader recognizes Spot's potential, observing that he knows how to use his weight well. The prisoner leader, his head still covered by a bag, addresses another inmate, asking for his opinion. Elsewhere, Hound, a powerful new prisoner, considers the recent violence, thinking that the injured man's survival was unexpected. The leader, still wearing the bag, tells the gathered prisoners that the injured man's suffering is a trial, from which he will be reborn, calling this a time for bravery. Rambutan and the other prisoners look confused, not understanding what the leader means by that kind of power. A closer look at Hound shows his muscular body, with a tattoo on his chest that reads, "Justice is blind." The leader, his voice clear, makes a statement, saying he will not share his power with Hound, but the rest of them are safe. The prisoners, including Rambutan, react with surprise, their faces showing their shock. Hound kneels, listening to the leader's words about who he will follow. The scene changes, showing the leader without his bag, lying hurt on the ground, his white hair visible. His eyes, now glowing electric blue, stare intensely, as he asks if someone truly desires something that much. A dark hand holds a glowing blue orb, which shines brightly. His glowing blue eye, surrounded by white hair and a hint of blood, shows his resolve, as he begins to declare his next action. From the depths of a grimy manhole, a figure claws his way out, gasping for air as he emerges into an unknown, subterranean world. His face, now a pale, ghoulish mask with sharp teeth and glowing blue eyes, betrays a terrifying transformation, a stark contrast to his previous self. Looking down at the newly arrived, transformed prisoner, Dante Kong offers a chilling greeting, a single word echoing through the damp tunnels. The words hang heavy in the air, a declaration of ownership over this grim domain, as the brick-lined passage stretches into the oppressive darkness. Dante Kong stands tall, his presence commanding, while the transformed leader lies injured at his feet, surrounded by other prisoners like Lala, Albert, Rambutan, and Lichis, all silently observing the tense standoff. He extends an offer, a proposition of alliance, demanding submission in exchange for a place within his ranks. The offer comes with a tantalizing incentive, a glimpse of the world beyond these walls, as the justice tattoo on his chest serves as a silent testament to his authority. Dante Kong urges him to consider the terms, his gaze unwavering as the transformed leader's electric blue eyes burn with an unsettling intensity. But the leader's response is swift and defiant, a guttural snarl escaping his sharp-toothed maw, rejecting the notion of a second chance. With a chilling, grinding sound, his mouth begins to glow with an ominous blue energy, a clear sign that his patience has run out and a terrifying power is about to be unleashed. The sudden surge of power leaves onlookers questioning what just happened. As a deafening roar erupts, accompanied by a blinding flash of crimson energy, shattering the tense silence and signaling a violent escalation. However, before the prisoner leader's energy could fully take hold, Dante Kong moved with incredible speed, delivering a powerful punch that struck the transformed man's face, causing a burst of blood and leaving his glowing blue eyes wide with surprise. The immense force of the punch snapped his head violently backward, the impact shaking his entire body as he stumbled from the sudden, harsh attack. Suddenly, a torrent of blood erupts, painting the cold, metallic floor in a gruesome splash, signaling an attack of brutal force. From the shadows, a monstrous entity with jagged white scales and piercing red eyes lunges forward, its maw open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth, a terrifying new threat unleashed. The air crackles with malevolence as a drill-like weapon, stained with fresh crimson, slices through the chaos, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Dante Kong collapses to the ground, his orange jumpsuit soaked in his own blood, the monstrous creature looming over his prone form, a chilling tableau of despair. Two other prisoners, one with spiky gray hair and another with a shaved head and glowing eyes, stare in wide-eyed horror at the unfolding brutality. The bald prisoner, his face contorted in disbelief, can only utter a stunned, "What the?" Meanwhile, Dante Kong lets out a pained groan, the impact of the attack leaving him gasping for air, a desperate suck escaping his lips. Rambutan, witnessing the horrific scene, questions aloud, "What the hell happened?" As the bald prisoner adds, "No. What's this, guys?" His words trailing off in shock. The two prisoners exchange horrified glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in as they realize the true danger they face. A close-up reveals Dante Kang's bloodied face, his eyes wide with pain and a hint of desperation, the full force of the attack evident. The bald prisoner's glowing eyes reflect the horror, his expression a mixture of fear and dawning realization as he processes the brutal scene. The monstrous entity continues its brutal assault, leaving Dante Kong severely injured and bleeding on the cold floor, as a voice from nearby wonders if Lichis has managed to escape the unfolding chaos. The creature's grotesque form looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent, a chilling testament to the raw power within these walls. A clawed hand, dripping with blood, prepares to deliver another devastating blow, its scales shimmering ominously in the dim light. Meanwhile, Lichis, having found a narrow vent, pushes through the cramped space, a desperate bid for freedom as he imagines others have already made their escape, some far ahead, others just barely out of reach. Back in his cell, Dante Kong looks up with a haunted expression, the weight of his isolation pressing down on him as he realizes no one had any reason to wait for his survival. In another cell, the ghoulish prisoner, his face obscured by a sack, slumps against the wall, his glowing blue eyes reflecting a profound sense of defeat, whispering that he is finished. The grim reality of the prison settles over the inmates, as one of the generic prisoners questions if they can truly make it out alive, the silence that follows speaking volumes. Nearby, Rambutan and the distressed prisoner exchange hushed words, discussing the teacher, who was supposedly the top killer, hunting for food in the Northic, and how the others ate the food, not above the. Dante Kong, overhearing the fragmented conversation, his brow furrowed in confusion, wonders how such a disturbing rumor could have even started. His expression shifts to one of disbelief and horror as he grapples with the possibility that the chilling tale might actually be true, desperately trying to convince himself that it can't be real. Meanwhile, the ominous figure of the teacher, his drill-like helmet gleaming, looks down with cold disdain, uttering a single, dismissive phrase, "You utterly useless." Dante Kang's mind continues to race, his expression one of shock and distress. Elsewhere in the prison, Rambutan stands over the distressed prisoner, telling him to accept his situation as fate. Rambutan reminds him of his previous confidence, and the distressed prisoner cries out, denying the truth of his situation. The prison monster's voice is heard, expressing its dislike for those who cannot take care of themselves, calling them useless. Dante Kong holds his head, thinking about the monster's words and the idea that if something cannot be killed, it might as well not exist, a thought he considers a superstition. Rambutan, looking terrified, remembers a time when the fog seemed like a trick or a cheat. Suddenly, one day, a mysterious event occurred in the cosmos. The teacher stands, a powerful figure, with a dark, round object floating above his head. Dante Kong denies that it was a natural event, believing it simply appeared from the sky, like a gift from a god. The strangeness of it all makes him question, a confused sound escaping him. It is best described as a mysterious crack in reality itself. Dante Kong, thinking deeply, repeats the phrase, a crack in reality. Within the structure known as the House of Fools, a blue orb emits a soft, pulsating light, illuminating the dark, arched tunnel around it. Elsewhere, the armored figure known as the teacher addresses Dante Kong, stating that Judgment Day is approaching, despite many individuals still being present, suggesting a coming purge. Dante Kong, with a serious expression, concurs with the suggestion, agreeing that the useless ones ought to be eliminated. The teacher then shares an unsettling detail, confessing that the enigmatic fog provides him with a peculiar sense of relief, offering a glimpse into his unusual mindset. Abruptly, a disturbing image appears. A thin, emaciated figure, with pale skin and visible veins, emits a pained sound, its eyes glowing with a blue luminescence. The teacher, momentarily taken aback by the unsettling sight, expresses his surprise, questioning the nature of the strange figure. Upon closer examination, he identifies the creature as an individual who fell off from the fog, suggesting a direct connection to the mysterious phenomenon. Addressing Dante Kong once more, the teacher then asks a crucial question. If they are to remove the useless ones, is it also possible to remove the fog itself? Dante Kong, considering the scientific aspects, finds himself struggling to fully grasp the question, his face showing both confusion and growing apprehension. The teacher elaborates, proposing that the fog might be concentrated or something, a notion that adds to Dante Kang's scientific bewilderment. A look of growing horror crosses Dante Kang's face as he comprehends the unsettling implication. The useless ones are individuals who took a lot of the fog and used it to their benefit. The teacher's concluding question lingers, a disturbing suggestion. But you mean we should squeeze? As he desperately questions the logic of his tormentors, asking, if it's for concentration, wouldn't it be better to open your mouths and try breathing in? Don't just start lying everywhere. A guttural cry escapes him as an unseen force lifts him from the ground, the pain of the process making him scream, a desperate plea for someone to save him from this torment. His face contorted in anguish as he's accused of failing to gather mana, even while he insists, I'm here to supply it. Why are you screaming so much? Through the haze of pain, a fleeting image of salvation appears, a silent promise that someone will save them, with a smile. The scene shifts, revealing a sprawling cityscape under the cold light of a full moon, its tall buildings reaching into the night sky. Then, the same city is seen under the colors of a rising or setting sun, casting long shadows across its industrial center. A closer look reveals the stark, imposing exterior of one of these buildings, a fortress of concrete and steel. Inside, the complex corridors and cold, metallic surfaces suggest a place of confinement and experimentation, its purpose hidden in shadow. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant blue energy pulses into view, a raw power that seems to come from the very core of this hidden facility. Amidst the chaos, a bald prisoner, his eyes wide with determination, declares, it can be done. Yet, the same prisoner, now with a faint, unsettling smile, turns to an unseen figure, asking, are you going to abandon me? A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the blurred city streets. And the distressed prisoner, wearing an orange jumpsuit, spreads his arms wide, calling out, let's have breakfast. However, a mask covers his mouth, and his expression shows confusion or anger, a question mark appearing above his head. The room is a mess, with other prisoners in orange jumpsuits lying on the floor, appearing injured or unconscious amidst scattered debris. His anger grows, and his eyes begin to glow with a bright red light, showing a surge of power. From behind, his body is surrounded by a crackling purple and red aura, a loud quang sound marking the release of his energy. The effort of his outburst makes him scream, a loud wah-wah h-h-h-h-h-h, filling the air. As the energy fades, a hand in an orange jumpsuit reaches out, a soft cha sound suggesting his sudden fall. Overwhelmed, he falls to his knees, holding his head in pain or exhaustion. The scene then changes to a mess hall, where the prisoner, now with a black bag over his head, sits with other similarly bagged individuals, one of them saying, what the? Another bagged figure gives a short command, watch, then adds, stop making a fuss and line up. Despite the harsh setting, the prisoner looks up with a determined expression as another voice asks him, why you can't eat? Isn't IT getting to you? Followed by the advice, give up, man. A hand reaches out, trembling slightly, as if grasping for something just out of reach. While the bagged prisoner struggles to consume the unappetizing meal before him, the metallic clang of the bowl echoing his internal battle. A guttural grunt escapes him as he recoils, the meager rations spilling from the tilted bowl. From above, a stern-faced guard offers a single word, water. The glass contains not just water, but a peculiar, purple root, its presence a mystery. Later, confined to a stark cell, the bagged prisoner stares intently at a small, white square on the wall, his mind racing with possibilities. The guard watches on, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a surge of power ignites within him, his eye glowing with an intense electric blue, a clear sign of his unique abilities activating. A moment of quiet passes, the tension building. Then, blue energy swirls and coalesces, rapidly taking form, culminating in a decisive done, as his creation is complete. Standing tall amidst other bagged prisoners, he proudly presents a glowing blue orb, declaring with conviction, it's fog water. His face, partially revealed, beams with triumph, his eyes still glowing as he exclaims, I'm a genius. I'm saved. He looks on, a fleeting thought passing through his mind, but beneath it, a profound sense of power takes root, affirming that he is now untouchable. However, the reality of the mysterious root, which had been central to his recent change, brings a moment of reflection as he acknowledges that it will not grow, and that he had been mistaken about its properties. This thought, however, quickly brings another figure to mind, a name he utters with a growing intensity, teacher. As his eye begins to glow with a fierce blue light, a resolute declaration leaves his mouth, a clear statement of his intent. I'll kill him. A prisoner, his face showing clear desperation, states that there must be a way to escape this place. His hands clenching in determination as he thinks about what kind of escape might be possible. Holding a shiv firmly in his hand, he decides to act, a single word of agreement leaving his mouth. A loud crash sounds through the small space, as something breaks from his determined attack. But his hope quickly disappears as he looks at the broken wall, understanding that his efforts are useless. No matter how hard he tries, someone is always watching, and in this place, no one can help him against that thing. He looks down, a heavy sigh leaving him as he admits that only one person truly has the power to help. Meanwhile, a female prisoner with light blue hair shares an important piece of information, speaking about Drillhead's hideout. Far above, a large, complex net structure stands against the sky, a silent fog catcher watching over the empty land. Following the mention of Drillhead's hideout, attention shifts to a significant structure, a device specifically designed to produce water from the air. The underlying principle is straightforward. Water vapor in the air condenses into liquid droplets when the temperature falls to the dew point. At dawn, as temperatures decrease, water droplets visibly form on the structure. The collected water then flows down a mesh, guided by gravity into a collection area, preventing any loss. The bottom of the device is curved, forming a collection area. This fog catcher device is highly efficient, sometimes gathering over 100 liters of water daily. The large device stands prominently, its function clear, but a pair of glowing blue eyes, filled with surprise, observe it, understanding that this is far more significant than initially perceived. Next to Dante Kong, the ghoulish prisoner, his face hidden but his blue eyes wide with alarm, asks with a stutter, "What is this thing?" Dante Kong calmly observes the structure, acknowledging its water production, as the ghoulish prisoner remains visibly disturbed, commenting on the large amount of water being collected. The ghoulish prisoner's visible features show a clear expression of disbelief, his scarred skin tightening as he processes the sight. His blue eyes are wide with fear, and he utters a choked sound, unable to fully express his shock. While the ghoulish prisoner remains overwhelmed by the sight of the fog catcher, Dante Kong simply states, "It's big." A prisoner recoils in terror as a thick, glowing orange fog suddenly fills the area, realizing with a gasp that this isn't just a simulation. It's real fog, and a voice echoes, declaring the acquisition of infinite fog. Overwhelmed by the sudden, suffocating reality, the prisoner screams out for the teacher amidst the swirling orange haze. His pleas grow desperate as he collapses to the ground, reaching out into the blinding mist. Falling deeper into the orange abyss, he continues to cry out for the teacher, his voice fading into the oppressive fog. Meanwhile, in a stark, concrete chamber, a single fluorescent light hums overhead, casting long shadows. Within this confined space, a hand clad in an orange jumpsuit carefully examines a small, black device with a delicate antenna. Dante Kong, identified by his name tag, looks down at the device, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he remarks on its destructive efficiency. His expression shifts to one of concern as he glances towards a doll-like head with glowing electric blue eyes, questioning its continued presence among the rebels. Nearby, another prisoner receives new, tailored clothing, while Dante Kong assures them that from this day forward, no one will dare harm them. As he observes the newly outfitted prisoner, Dante Kong stands before a wall bearing a chilling inscription. "Welcome T.O. Hellward in O1 of U.S." The doll-like head of the ghoulish prisoner, its electric blue eyes glowing ominously, warns that they are closest to the teacher and advises to leave him be. Within the prison, a voice resonates, instructing the inmates that to achieve freedom, they must surpass all others in strength. Dante Kong considers this message, his thoughts turning to the meaning of ascension. Elsewhere, the bald prisoner, with a surprising tone of excitement, announces a large food festival, stating that food conservation is no longer necessary. He continues, mentioning the vast amount of food they have collected, suggesting a plentiful meal. Following the announcement, Dante Kang's expression becomes resolute, a clear intention forming in his thoughts, "For my ascension." The term resonates within him, both a query and a statement. Ascension? Abruptly, a large container illuminates, quickly filling with glowing blue particles, while a screen shows Ascension 100% and the unsettling phrase, "Welcome T.O. Hellward in O1 of U.S." A low, continuous sound echoes through the prison, as numerous small shapes start to fall from the ceiling. They fall in large numbers, with some of these descending figures now having glowing red eyes, adding a new, frightening aspect to the already disordered surroundings. Below, the prisoners, including Dante Kong, gaze upwards in quiet astonishment, their faces lit by the unusual, falling light, with some of their own eyes now glowing red. The falling continues, with many sounds and soft voices filling the air, as the blue particles and red-eyed figures descend. In the midst of the confusion, Dante Kang's voice is heard, a single, significant word leaving his mouth, ascension. He watches, a hint of desperation in his gaze, as if trying to convince himself to accept the unbelievable, even while an inner voice suggests it is all a deception. However, the reality is much bolder, as Drillhead, who calls himself the king of the underground, declares his control over his drill soldiers. Standing on a temporary platform, the large figure gets ready to reveal the ultimate truth. His body glowing with a dark orange light, Drillhead announces that using the fog they have eaten and saved, he will attempt ascension today. He asks if they believe in his ascension, and his devoted followers, with glowing red eyes and cone hats, shout back their strong belief. The chant fills the prison, a single shout of ascend, coming from the group of changed prisoners. With a dark smile and glowing red eyes, Drillhead lifts a bright blue orb, telling someone to watch closely as he gets ready to release its energy. At the same time, Dante Kong, who is watching, shows deep shock as the truth of this strange ceremony appears before him. The blue energy, now held in his hand, shines with a strange light. Then, with a sudden release of bright particles, the energy bursts out, filling the area with a brilliant blue light. A loud cry of "Yoo-woo" comes from the prisoners as the strong blue energy covers them, clearly changing their cone-shaped hats. Surrounded by the bright blue energy, his red eyes glowing, Drillhead keeps up his intense chant, bringing the ascension to its frightening peak. The ascension ritual continued, a ghoulish prisoner twisting in extreme pain, his red eyes glowing with torment, but the transformation was not yet finished. Blue energy particles swirled around him as the question was asked, "Any change?" The answer was still not yet, even as his cries of pain filled the air. With a deep retch, the prisoner vomited, the power of the ritual pushing his body to its limits. Drillhead still asked, "Any change?" as the pain continued. Meanwhile, Drillhead put a large hand into a pool of glowing blue fog, drinking the strange substance to help his own rise to power. The prisoner kept shaking, his body struggling, but a voice confirmed he was not dying. This was just the difficult process of changing. Drillhead's body swelled up in a strange way, a temporary effect from all the fog he had consumed. Still, he complained, "I've drunk tons of fog in my life, and still." His goal not yet reached. His determination strong, he stated his plan to continue. "I don't know how much more I need to drink to ascend, but I'll keep going. I'll keep going," ignoring the pain. A curious sound escaped him as he looked at the suffering prisoner, warning, "Don't you dare think about it." Then wondering, "Yes, zombies?" Perhaps thinking about what would happen to his changed followers. Suddenly, the ghoulish prisoner's eyes lit up with a bright blue glow. A voice announced, "It's coming," as the last part of his painful change began. His body twisted with new strength, the prisoner screaming, "This is ascension," along with his cries of agony. Agony, showing the ritual had worked. Drillhead also felt the deep change, a soft "ooh" came from him as he said, "I can feel the universe," his mind growing beyond normal understanding. His face was covered by a strong, bright blue light, his eyes now shining with the pure power of someone who had just ascended, the ritual now finished. The teacher, now transformed, speaks of a place where all consciousness converges. His immense form appearing to merge with a glowing blue planet, his golden boots extending into the void. He then proclaims to perceive all the world's truths, leaving Dante Kong to stare in utter disbelief. The very environment around them begins to bubble and distort, a chaotic, organic mass expanding rapidly. This new, terrifying reality manifests as the blue hell. The prison structures are torn from their foundations, now floating as surreal, blocky islands in a cosmic void, leaving Dante Kong to scream in terror as blue energy engulfs him. Even the sturdy furniture shatters into countless fragments under the immense pressure. The teacher, at the epicenter of this cataclysm, unleashes a devastating burst of blue energy. This power shatters the very shackles that once bound the prisoners. A chilling narration declares this cosmic upheaval nothing less than a fall. And indeed, figures in orange jumpsuits plummet through the endless, starry abyss, their world irrevocably changed. The teacher's transformation, his ascension, was now complete. From the cosmic void, he gazed down, now a colossal, all-seeing eye, his power reshaping reality, a new god observing his creation. The prison, once a concrete cage, shattered into cosmic dust, sending Dante Kong and all its inhabitants plummeting into the abyss, a fall that felt like an eternity. His glasses cracking under the immense pressure of the new reality, Dante Kong could only stare in disbelief, the sheer power of the ascended teacher overwhelming his senses. After he fell through the collapsing dimensions, a new horror began to unfold. A rain of ethereal blue fog poured down from the cosmic expanse, engulfing the plummeting prisoners, its glowing particles hinting at a sinister transformation. As the fog enveloped them, the prisoners, including the distressed man, Rambutan, Lychees, and the female prisoner, began to contort and mutate, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light as they transformed into grotesque, monstrous forms. And with this horrifying spectacle, the true Grand Fog Festival took place, a cosmic carnival of chaos and mutation orchestrated by the ascended entity. Amidst the cacophony of shattering reality and monstrous roars, Dante Kong could only watch, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the terrifying festival, a chilling realization dawning upon him. The scene was nothing short of amazing and crazy, a new, terrifying reality born from the teacher's ascension. Dante Kong's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping him as he processes the bizarre spectacle before him, the word ballet echoing in his mind, while a disembodied voice chants celebration. Celebration. Trapped in his prison jumpsuit, he stares up at the screen, a desperate plea forming on his lips. "Please stop." He whispers, the vibrant, unsettling performance continuing to unfold. Beside him, Lala's voice cuts through the noise, her expression grim as she warns, "It's not the movies. You must believe the lie." His gaze drops, a new wave of despair washing over him as he questions, "You are still here?" "I don't want to." The vast prison hall stretches out, filled with other inmates, all fixated on the colossal screen where the ballet continues, the collective chant rising, "Teacher, grant the teacher." Dante Kang's fear intensifies, his thoughts spiraling into a desperate plea. What will happen to me? I'm going to die here. A chilling realization dawns on him, a silent internal monologue questioning the nature of reality. Sometimes lies are more comforting than the truth. What if already? His face contorts in pure agony, tears streaming down his cheeks as a silent scream escapes him, a raw, visceral reaction to the overwhelming terror. A glowing blue portal materializes before him, its ethereal light illuminating his silhouette as a voice echoes from within. "I told you. I told you." He stands before the shimmering gateway, his back to the viewer, the haunting words repeating, "I told you." The portal glows intensely, its blue light engulfing the scene as the voice delivers a final, chilling command. "Hyung told you go." Dante's thoughts race, a silent cry for help escaping him, only to be met with a cold, dismissive reply. A dark presence questions his actions, its form indistinct. His distress deepens, a thought surfacing about a ridiculous, cowardly mask, followed by a pained groan. His perception shifts, revealing a symbolic, moon-like face in the shadows, a silent witness to his inner struggle. Overwhelmed by the mental pressure, Dante's expression twists into a silent scream, his eyes wide with fear. This deep-seated issue is rooted in selective prosopagnosia, a condition that impairs the ability to recognize faces, requiring reliance on other visual cues like hair or clothes. For Dante, this manifests as a painful reality. He cannot recall his brother's face. Instead of a clear image, his mind provides only a vague impression, a childhood memory of simplified figures, where he could only assume, "I just think it's uncle." Dante gazes downward, his masked face conveying the burden of his fragmented memories, the unsettling truth resonating within him. My brother's face kept changing. A voice, possibly a memory or a tormentor, interrupts his thoughts, a harsh reminder of his situation. "Well, you shouldn't have gotten into the ballet." The image of his brother distorts, transforming into a grotesque, monstrous face as accusations echo. He's a bad person. He's a monster. He's a devil. But the underlying truth persists, a living human. The disturbing mental image continues to change, at times appearing even more unsettling, and sometimes it looked like a corpse. He continues to struggle with recognizing his brother's face, even attempting to draw it, but finds the image constantly shifting and impossible to grasp. A voice abruptly calls out to him, seemingly from a glowing blue, spherical entity, shattering his concentration and pulling him back from the brink of his internal struggle, a jarring interruption. Overwhelmed by the sudden call and the disturbing vision, he lets out a desperate scream, his expression one of profound fear. The intensity of the experience causes him to collapse, his body lying still and unconscious in a dark, sewer-like environment, dressed in an orange jumpsuit. A voice calls his name again, this time sounding more real, and he slowly begins to regain consciousness, his eyes opening with a look of shock. He sees two other prisoners, Rambutan and Lychis, standing over him, both wearing orange jumpsuits, their presence a sudden reality. Still disoriented, he hears them speaking, mentioning that not everyone is with them and asking what happened, as he tries to process his surroundings. They explain that they brought him here, and that the drillhead's hideout was simply a location they passed through, a detail that surprises him. Rambutan and Lychis walk through the sewers, explaining that they found him there, lying unconscious. Dante looks at them, a question in his voice, asking if they came to save him. He lets out a sigh of understanding, realizing their shared goal, and they confirm their plan to escape together. Rambutan and Lychis help him up, apologizing for his condition and urging him to hurry, but Dante responds with a hint of reluctance in his tone. Rambutan, feeling the strain of their journey, suggests he needs to rest, but Lychis points out that they have already traveled a significant distance. Lychis then directs Rambutan's attention forward, stressing the need to keep moving. Their path has taken them through a desolate, uninhabited area, a place seemingly untouched by civilization. In the midst of the barren landscape, a small fire burns, contained within a bucket, providing a source of heat. Rambutan, looking at the burning items, expresses his conviction about their situation. Lychis, in contrast, states that everyone else has returned home, suggesting their current situation is unique. Rambutan, looking distressed, confesses that he has overindulged. Lychis, appearing annoyed, thinks Rambutan is not being serious. In this world, a fundamental rule dictates that consuming more leads to an increase in one's potential. This principle applies universally, affecting every creature regardless of its strength. Lychis, with a somber expression, notes that everyone eventually succumbs. Unexpectedly, a large, scaled monster with glowing red eyes emerges from the darkness, its appearance signaling immediate danger. As the world around him fades into an abstract canvas of deprivation, Dante Kong finds himself adrift in thought, his mind grappling with the essence of existence. He ponders the deprivation of senses and other systems, a brutal process that kills metaphors, leaving behind only a stark truth. From this crucible, a golden truth is forged, a fundamental principle that reshapes reality as Lala looks on. This truth dictates that everyone will follow him and not question him, a chilling prophecy of absolute influence. He is destined to become a support system for others, unlocking hidden potential within himself and those around him. And all this for his second talent. The stakes are high, as everyone is willing to risk their life for such power. The prophecy continues, foretelling a day when a person will be born with an infinite number of talents, a being unbound by the limitations that shackle the rest of the world. This ultimate being, the one who will become the all, represents the pinnacle of evolution and power. Meanwhile, back in the grim reality of their escape, Rambutan, the one they call the Supreme Leader, sets his jaw with fierce resolve. His eyes burn with an unyielding fire, ready to face whatever horrors lurk in the shadows. Lychee's, too, mirrors his determination, his expression hardened by the trials they've endured. With a decisive, grating sound, a foot in an orange jumpsuit steps forward, pushing onward into the unknown. A powerful surge of energy tears through the empty space. As Dante Kong is surrounded by a bright blue light, his shape appearing and disappearing. The space around him seems to twist and turn, pushing him towards a new place. Inside his thoughts, a different power begins to stir, with blue energy appearing around his face. His eye shines with a bright blue light, showing the large, cloudy skies of a new world. Then, with a sudden shock, he finds himself standing high above a large city, saying with a clear voice, "Found you." At the same time, deep inside a large industrial building, the air feels thick with waiting. Lala, standing on a metal path, looks over the area below, her voice confirming, "Here too." Wearing a gas mask, she is prepared for what this new place requires, the quiet sound of its parts working a constant presence. Her hand holds a glowing blue device, its energy beating with a quiet, steady sound. Below, Dante Kong is now on the ground, with Lala and other people in white clothes around him, the whole building lit by a strange blue light as small pieces float in the air. His new jacket, a bright red and black, suggests the change he has gone through, a small detail in the big story. Within a large, dimly lit industrial area, a person wearing a paper bag over their head stands among glowing blue particles, observed by another figure who notes that people are always talking. The observer continues, noting the paper-bagged individual's strong concentration, while the surrounding air glows with a soft blue light. A closer look shows a single, keen eye through a hole in the bag, as the figure thinks about whether the other person is also trying to become pathetic, just before someone calls out, "Hey, tourist." The mechanical eye of the paper-bagged figure shines with a bright blue light, leaving a silent question in the air. Dante Kong, wearing a red and black jacket, looks down with authority, telling the figure not to pick up the trash, and then points to something else, saying, "This." A hand reaches out, offering a shiny, crystal-like object that glows with a bright blue light, with the clear instruction, "Take it." The paper-bagged figure now holds the glowing object, looking at it closely, while Dante Kong watches, sounding pleased as he comments on its excellent quality, the blue light shining on the bag. The paper-bagged figure turns the object in his hands, thinking quickly, asking aloud, "What is this?" And then again, more urgently, "What is this thing?" Dante Kong keeps his eyes on the figure, a slight challenge in his look as he asks, "And that's all you can do?" With a touch of disappointment in his voice as he adds, "Honestly." The paper-bagged figure, now in a different outfit, thinks about the job, a mercenary thought in his mechanical eye as he says, "I think this job is enjoyable." He explains his feelings, saying, "After all, it's an order from foolish and overly emotional people." With a firm no-nonsense, the paper-bagged figure turns, a subordinate in red behind him, giving a cold order. "Process him when he's at his peak." His eyes look up, a final, practical question leaving his lips, "Can you pay me more?" A new figure stands with their back to the viewer, their bright red hair prominent in the dim, high-tech setting. A voice issues a clear demand, "If you bring him to me." The red hair is highlighted in a close-up, drawing attention to the figure's distinctive appearance. Turning slightly, the figure reveals a sinister smile, their eyes glowing with an intense blue light, and offers a generous incentive. "I'll give you as much as you want." Dante Kang's eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as he processes an unbelievable revelation. His gaze then shifts, landing on Lychee's and another figure, his voice filled with confusion and exasperation. "And, you guys, what are you doing here?" As he confronts Lychee's and Rambutan, he asks, "You're not sleeping?" Lychee's, looking tired, replies, "It's a bit difficult, right?" Overwhelmed, Dante Kong covers his face with a hand, a forced calm in his voice as he insists, "Everything's fine." Though the situation is clearly unpleasant. Later, under the harsh light of the prison yard, Dante Kong stands with Lychee's, Rambutan, and other inmates, a stark reminder of their grim reality, surrounded by tall walls and guard towers. In the desolate prison yard, a voice urges the blue-haired man on the ground to hurry up. Meanwhile, a prisoner observes the blood-stained wall, pondering the strange markings and his personal disbelief in a higher power, with no solace from thoughts of home. Approaching the spiky-haired man, the prisoner with glasses offers assistance, a quiet question in his tone. The spiky-haired man, appearing preoccupied, simply asks for a bag to be held, his reply almost an afterthought. With a serious expression, the spiky-haired man reveals something important. The spiky-haired man, with a glimmer of hope, then asks if it's possible to make a wish. The prisoner with glasses, firm in his convictions, states again that he does not believe in God. Undeterred, he grabs the blue-haired man's arm, stating that such beliefs do not matter in their current situation. He explains that in such a desperate situation, everyone prays for a chance to be released. Turning to the blue-haired man, he asks if he can pray, mentioning that he only knows his father. With a satisfied expression, the spiky-haired man extends a hand to the blue-haired man, inviting him to come closer. Dante Kong, with a determined expression, announces his intention to leave this place. And a soft blue light begins to emanate from his hand, causing the ground to crack. He reacts with a small sound of surprise as the energy intensifies, then starts to recite a prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven. His eyes glow with a bright blue light as he counts. 1. Your kingdom come. The ground beneath his glowing hand breaks further. 2. On earth as it is in heaven. He continues his prayer, and lead us not into temptation. The effort of channeling the power strains his face, a visible grimace of concentration. And a quiet, Amen, Hallelujah, escapes him as the blue energy around his arm grows stronger. He concludes his prayer, but deliver us from evil. A powerful burst of blue energy then explodes from him, causing the prison wall to shatter into pieces. As he maintains the force, pushing through the collapsing structure, sending debris flying. With the wall finally broken, he falls to the ground, exhausted, letting out a weak cough. Barely conscious after his desperate escape, he struggles to understand the words of the figure standing above him, a disoriented whisper escaping his lips. The other prisoner, his face contorted in anger, accuses him of losing his mind, asking why he would risk everything to be a hero, but Dante can only manage a weak, confused response. As the dust from the collapsed wall begins to settle, a new, ominous presence emerges from the swirling haze. With eyes that glow an unnatural electric blue and hair that defies gravity, this figure stands tall, radiating an intense, almost palpable energy. The sheer force of his aura causes the remaining dust to swirl around him, creating a vortex of power that leaves onlookers stunned. Dante, still recovering from his efforts, can only stare in disbelief as the blue-haired man asks how he managed to escape. The newly revealed Hept, his face a mask of anger, accuses Dante of betrayal, his glowing eyes burning with an unsettling intensity as he questions what's wrong with himself. Without warning, Hept lunges forward, a chilling command to die on his lips, leaving Dante barely enough time to utter a desperate plea before the attack connects. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts as Hept's foot connects with Dante's body, sending him skidding across the grimy floor with brutal force. Hept's eyes glow with an even fiercer intensity, his power surging as he prepares for the next devastating blow. Before Dante can even recover, Hept delivers another lightning-fast kick, launching the exhausted protagonist through the air. Standing over the battered Dante, Hept demands to know the secret behind his attack, his voice laced with a dangerous curiosity. Still recovering from the previous attack, Dante Kang's thoughts were clear that if he resisted, he would be thrown against the wall. He attempts to keep moving, to escape the chase, but his attacker is too quick, an unstoppable force. In desperation, he wonders if this speed is a talent, a thought that makes him mentally beg for the attack to stop. He tells himself he isn't running, just very tired from everything that has happened. However, his denial is interrupted as a strong, unseen kick lands, throwing him through the air with great force. The hit causes him to slide across the cold, hard floor, leaving a trail of dust behind him. A deep cry of pain leaves his mouth, as the pain of landing echoes through his injured body. He tries hard to get up, his vision blurry from the strong hit. Lying defeated, he can only admit how strong his opponent is, his mind quickly searching for a way out of this difficult situation. The red-haired figure's voice cuts through the air, sharp and blaming, asking why Dante is still alive after all the advice he had given him. Hept's frustration is clear as he continues, reminding Dante of his past efforts and even the sunlight he had offered, but it still wasn't enough. Dante Kong looks up, his face showing deep sadness, the impact of Hept's words pushing him further down. Still recovering from the attack, he lay injured on the ground, realizing that only one day had passed since his struggle began. Above him, Hept, the red-haired figure, his face bruised, looked down with disappointment, wondering how the situation had become so bad and stating that he was wasting his time. Hept's voice broke the silence, promising more pain, as he told the man on the ground that he was next, making him wonder what he was supposed to do. The red-haired figure's frustration grew, his voice becoming a shout, saying that the other needed several more months, not just one day. Turning away, Hept dismissed him, his words full of bitter meaning, reminding him that he was told to survive and asking if he thought he no longer needed help. As Hept walked away, the injured man's thoughts were a quiet whisper, a cold understanding that he would die. Suddenly, Hept turned back and grabbed him by the collar, asking what he was thinking, but the man only begged not to be touched. Held up by his collar, the injured man's eyes looked at something out of sight, his voice tight as he said he wanted to live and asked to be let go. Hep's bruised face twisted with strong emotion, his bright blue eyes glowing as he listened. The injured man, his glasses crooked but his looks steady, began to speak with new determination, reminding Hept of something he had said. Still held, he finished his bold statement, saying that because of that promise, he was ready to die. With a sudden burst of raw power, his eyes glowing red, he let out a deep, defiant shout, ending the argument. A deep sense of unease settles over him, as Hep's voice breaks the quiet, thanking the two for their efforts before asking what happened to cause such severe injuries. Hep's voice, firm and commanding, tells Dante to approach, a request that makes him feel even more uneasy. Hep then asks if Dante is afraid of him, stating that this is only the start, and repeatedly questions his fear. The other prisoners cry out in fear, begging for Hep to wait as they watch the scene unfold. Hep, ignoring the others, tells Dante to pray faster, or asks if he has lost his will to continue. Dante, sweating, confirms that he does want to continue, but then states that it is too late. Without warning, an unseen force grabs Dante, lifting him into the air as blood sprays from him, showing Hep's raw power. He hangs in the air, a strong, golden light surrounding him, as he fights against the unseen hold. The unseen grip lets go, and Dante falls back to the ground, his blood again splashing onto the floor. As he lies injured and bleeding, Hep's voice can be heard once more, calling him Master Dante as the ordeal continues. Held firmly by the other prisoners, Dante Kong confronts the red-haired figure, who calmly states that the teacher is with them, prompting a confused ballet from Dante. The red-haired figure then calmly asks, "Should I kill him?" He then turns his attention to the other prisoners, stating, "I like them. We decided to go together." His thoughts drift to a disturbing conviction that they care about him. Without warning, an invisible force violently twists Dante's arm, a loud cracking sound indicating severe injury. Dante's face shows immense pain, his arm now bandaged, as a captor calls out, "Master Dante." Despite his injuries, Dante is lifted into the air, declaring, "I'm a human." His defiance is met with a violent act, as he is suddenly thrown downwards, a rushing sound accompanying his fall. He hits the ground, blood splattering, but still cries out, "FWHAT." The red-haired figure's voice, coming from behind, gives a clear order, "Hold them back." Dante's arm is twisted again by the invisible force, another cracking sound indicating further injury. The perspective shifts to the ground, revealing the depth of his fall, with a narration stating, "Today, 30 centimeters." Within the confines of the desolate prison, two inmates observe a strange phenomenon, one noting that an unseen object has moved 30 centimeters. Their gaze is directed towards the distant, ruined cityscape, a vast and broken expanse under a bleak sky. The mysterious object then disappears entirely, prompting a chilling thought. Someone is attempting to escape again. From a dark, liquid surface, a hand reaches out, clutching a sharp, glowing piece of metal. Dante Kong is abruptly lifted into the air, his body racked with pain as blue energy envelopes him, the metallic fragments now forming a cage around his screaming figure, with a giant, skull-like face appearing behind him. The walls around him are splattered with blood, a stark testament to the continued ordeal of Dante Kong. A monstrous, skeletal maw looms in the oppressive darkness, its cavernous depths echoing with a chilling declaration that no escape will be permitted, for it is utterly impossible. Below, a lone figure in an orange jumpsuit gazes up at the terrifying abyss, a mere speck against its overwhelming scale. This colossal entity, a true nightmare made flesh, is known only as the gargoyle. Dante Kong, trapped and terrified, stares into the void, his mind racing with desperate questions. Is this creature even human, and can he truly be alive after all this? A wave of despair washes over him as he realizes the grim truth. He's going to be devoured for daring to escape, a fate he curses with a guttural "damn it." Meanwhile, the female prisoner, her expression calm amidst the chaos, speaks of a mysterious fog, a protective measure designed to prevent its own leakage. Rambutan, standing nearby, ponders the strangeness of it all, the fog clinging to human bodies, the very air they breathe, encompassing everything. The female prisoner confirms their suspicions, stating that they actively block the fog's dissipation, desperate to keep it contained. The monstrous maw of the gargoyle seems to affirm this grim reality, its silent presence a testament to the danger. Together, the two prisoners conclude that any breach could instantly unleash a devastating biofog, and as long as it persists, their grim reality remains unchanged. Her face showing clear despair, the female prisoner states that they will never be able to escape this place. Her eyes wide with fear as she realizes that the more they try to escape, the more they will be punished. But a hand reaches out, firm and reassuring, as Rambutan insists there must be a way out for them. He turns to her, his voice unwavering, reminding her that he already promised to get her out. Looking up at him, her resolve hardens, and she states, the more they pursue freedom, the more she realizes she can do anything if it's for him. Elsewhere, a bandaged foot slams down with crushing force, as Dante Kong delivers a powerful strike. But a moment later, his eyes widen in terror, a primal fear gripping him. He stands before a colossal, skeletal monster, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, a terrifying adversary in the dark depths. With a resounding crack, the monster's head explodes into a shower of brilliant blue fragments, shattered by an unseen force. And through the chaos, Dante Kang's hand shoots out, snatching something from the air, as he exclaims, "Got you." A triumphant smirk plays on his lips. As he thinks, it worked. The fog is gone, and they're not coming back. He then scoffs. The gargoyle thinks it's the only one who escaped with the fog. His resolve hardening, he declares, "This is the moment." Standing atop a towering structure, he gazes down at the vast, desolate landscape below, a faint sound echoing as something massive impacts the distant ground. The intricate, almost mechanical patterns of the earth stretch out beneath him. A colossal, dark mass, the very entity he called the gargoyle, plummets through the air, kicking up a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Above, a brilliant sun shines down on an endless, sandy expanse. Now on the ground, he walks away from the structure, his footsteps leaving clear marks in the soft, sandy terrain. A dawning realization washes over him, his thoughts racing. Raylight. No, wait, so this is... His eyes widen in shock, the full implication of his actions settling in with a chilling clarity. Though his face is now streaked with blood, a fierce, determined glint remains in his eyes. Dante Kang's face, still bloodied, contorts in an expression of intense strain, his eyes wide. His eye, in an extreme close-up, shows a spreading red color within the iris. A snapping sound accompanies a dark, blurry energy that pulses around him. Elsewhere, Lychee stands enveloped in a crackling white aura, his eyes glowing blue, accompanied by a snapping sound. He walks away across the vast, sandy expanse, the white energy still present around him, with another snapping sound. Returning to Dante Kang, his bloodied face is now illuminated by the blue glow of his eyes, a white energy aura erupting around him. The intensity of his transformation deepens, his eyes glowing even brighter. His mouth twists, revealing bloodied teeth, as the white energy crackles around him with a sharp sound. Suddenly, Lychee shouts a declaration, his form wreathed in a vibrant blue energy. With a booming sound, he unleashes a powerful attack, blue energy surging from his arm. The impact reverberates, and Dante Kang's eye flares with an even more intense blue light, the white energy around him mirroring the explosive force with another booming sound. His power continues to surge, his eyes burning with a potent blue light. As the raw power surges through him, Dante Kang unleashes a devastating wave of white, icy energy, engulfing everything in its path. The frigid blast expands rapidly, freezing the monstrous entity solid in a brilliant flash of blue light. Trapped within the crystalline prison, the creature's form contorts in silent agony, its glowing eyes still visible through the ice. With a final, resounding crack, the frozen behemoth begins to shatter, its immense body breaking into countless fragments. Standing amidst the icy debris, Dante Kang surveys the destruction, a quiet intensity in his posture as he hears a voice declare, "You idiot, I told you we can't leave this place." Meanwhile, Lychee's, his face etched with fierce resolve, clenches his fist, a vibrant blue energy crackling around it, ready to strike. He lunges forward, delivering a powerful blow that sends another grotesque monster reeling backward through the air, leaving a trail of shattered rock and debris. The impact sends the creature crashing down, its body twisting unnaturally as it collides with the desolate ground. A massive purple shockwave erupts from the point of impact, creating a deep crater as the monster is utterly annihilated. In the distance, other prisoners watch the display of raw power, their faces a mixture of awe and terror. The monster's head, now a shattered mess, glows with an eerie blue light, its essence dispersing into the air. A final, lingering blue energy pulse fades into the desolate landscape, marking the end of the brutal encounter. As the previous monster was obliterated, Dante Kang unleashes his ice powers, a torrent of blue energy swirling around the reptilian monster and encasing it in solid ice. A dismissive sound escapes him as he surveys his frozen prey, its monstrous form now a statue of ice. With a fierce command, he channels more power, causing the ice to crack and splinter with explosive force, tearing the creature apart. The monster's frozen remains explode outwards, a shower of sharp shards flying through the air as he ensures its complete destruction. The last parts of the beast disintegrate into nothingness, leaving only a lingering chill in the air and the echo of his power. He watches the final fragments vanish, his expression unreadable as the dust settles. The threat seemingly neutralized, he stands amidst the remnants of his icy destruction. But a chilling thought, or perhaps a distant plea, pierces the silence, a desperate voice crying out, "Help me, I'm scared," making him flinch. His gaze snaps upwards, drawn to a mysterious, glowing orb hanging in the dark sky above. Suddenly, a colossal, shadowy figure with glowing blue eyes descends, its immense bulk eclipsing the light, a new, terrifying monster emerging. Before he can react, the monstrous entity strikes with brutal force, sending him reeling with a pained grunt. Still reeling from the previous battle, Dante Kang lies immobilized on the ground, his body unresponsive as a new, formidable entity appears before him. A sense of dread settles in. He was instructed to proceed, yet now he faces an insurmountable problem. A somber expression crosses his features as he recognizes the undeniable reality of his predicament. Escape is not an option. Without warning, the entity known as Drillhead attacks, its large frame moving with surprising swiftness, overwhelming Dante with its immense force. The force of the blow propels him backward, his body colliding with the hard surface as he cries out in pain. Attempting to process the sudden assault, Dante's thoughts are consumed by the urge to flee from this formidable creature. However, escape proves impossible as Drillhead grasps him firmly, pulling his injured body across the uneven ground. Drillhead's voice resonates with a cold certainty, stating its continued presence and cautioning Dante against venturing so deep. The creature's words serve as a harsh challenge, insisting he reiterate a specific request if he desires to live through this encounter. A strange sound escapes him as Dante exerts himself, his hand scraping against the earth in a vain effort to escape. Yet, Drillhead retains its firm hold, unyieldingly pulling him deeper into the darkness. The creature's statement is repeated, a stark assurance that it will not depart from this location again. However, as hopelessness begins to set in, a strong determination awakens within Dante, his eyes illuminating with a vibrant blue light, indicating an imminent surge of power. Still recovering from the recent confrontation, his thoughts turn to the other prisoners, Rambutan and Lychees, wondering about their fate. He looks down at the small, dark creature beside him, a silent presence in the grim environment. The strange, monstrous entity that had just attacked him has vanished, leaving him to ponder if it was merely an illusion. The number 182 comes to mind, recalling the couple he had encountered, and a grim understanding begins to form. He utters the stark truth: they died. A voice interrupts his thoughts, dismissing his experience as an illusion, challenging his perception of reality. The voice delivers a chilling warning, stating that anyone attempting to escape this place will perish. His hand, stained with blood, serves as a tangible reminder of the violence he has endured. Turning from a glowing yellow orb, he hears the voice proclaim that no one can defeat this yellow one. He continues to walk, leaving the mysterious, glowing object behind him. Yet, the prison holds deeper, more terrifying secrets. A new, formidable threat emerges from the darkness, a cannibalistic entity known as the Bone Eater. Still within the prison, Dante Kong, his head covered by a paper bag, remarks that the name he has been given is terrible. He then considers whether it is merely a name given to some individuals, or if it holds more meaning. The large, armored figure of the Bone Eater appears, its voice suggesting, "If you want to know, let's just try it." Dante Kong gasps and recoils, understanding that he is completely on his own. He reacts with a start, as a voice judges him a coward by his looks, then tells him to be quiet. The voice then changes its subject, asking about the other prisoners, specifically those who were brave. The Bone Eater, now fully visible, points at Dante Kong, indicating him as the person in question. A small, crumpled paper confirms that prisoner number 246 is missing, his sleepy face no longer present. A hand, clad in an orange sleeve, reaches out. The Bone Eater's helmeted head tilts as it observes Dante Kong, then states, "Looks delicious. Can I eat him?" Dante Kong, still with the paper bag, responds, "If you are hungry, you can eat me," but then questions his own statement, reacting with confusion. The Bone Eater hums again, then states cryptically, "I'm the same as you," leaving Dante Kong in confusion, surrounded by other silent figures with paper bags. The Bone Eater's voice resonates, observing Dante Kang's unusual demeanor. It states that it has never met anyone quite like him, then dismisses this as a sign of his inexperience, calling him a village kid who has not yet encountered the broader world. Dante Kong, however, silently refutes the Bone Eater's assessment, asserting to himself that he is a senior, having lived in a region where only the strong are able to survive. A massive, pale, golem-like creature stands over a desolate landscape, with a small human figure on its shoulder. Its old, cracked surface revealing a chilling truth: the winged golem is back, its presence a sign of trouble. Among the frightened prisoners, the distressed man wonders if this time, the creature will not spare Moon alive, while the bearded science teacher shouts in alarm, telling everyone to look at the terrible sight. As they look at the golem's skull-like face, a chilling question is asked: are its teeth broken, or is this a new, more scary form? The distressed man says a single, desperate name: Hept, while the bearded science teacher corrects him with a grim understanding. On the contrary, he says, the situation is much worse than they thought. Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked figure watches the cracked, empty ground, their voice calm and strange, saying that what is happening is a clear omen. As a gloved hand reaches out, the figure says a name with a chilling meaning: Baba Yaga, a name that suggests old, dark power. A dark laugh comes from the cloaked figure, their words filled with grim amusement, as they repeat the prophecy, a scary statement about what is to come. The figure's voice grows stronger, saying this is a huge omen, a break in reality itself, a crack that has shown up on the chair, suggesting a change in power. With other prisoners now visible, reacting with fear and confusion, the cloaked figure repeats the word prophecy with strong belief, asking someone to write it down quickly as the dark name Baba Yaga is said again, confirming their grim message. The bird has taken flight, its ominous presence now a stark reality. Among a group of prisoners, including Rambutan and Dante Kong, a collective gasp of apprehension ripples through the air. The skeletal head of the winged golem looms into view, its damaged form a chilling testament to its destructive power. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure observes the unfolding chaos, holding small, colorful objects, their thoughts drifting to the deep abyss and pondering if this new threat is a hollow one, or if it won't be another. Back among the prisoners, Rambutan turns to Dante Kong, questioning if the monstrous entity they've encountered was the one known as Rambutan, to which he confirms it was not, adding that it won't be another hollow one. Both men recoil in horror, realizing the true nature of the threat, as the white-haired prisoner exclaims about the terrifying entity that hunts those who try to escape and kills them. Rambutan's face contorts in disbelief, denying the claims and convinced that the others are liars. Dante Kong, his eyes wide with alarm, wonders if this new, unheard-of phenomenon is a new prophecy or a new rift opening. The white-haired prisoner then reveals a chilling detail, stating that someone had claimed one of the prisoners was a traitor, leaving Dante Kong stunned. A look of utter despair washes over Dante Kong's face, as he realizes there is no way out. A sharp, tearing sound echoes, signaling a rupture. Staring at the ground, his mind struggles to process, and Dante Kong murmurs, "That's a lie," his voice filled with disbelief at the situation. His eyes widen in shock, and he exclaims, "That can't be," as the truth begins to sink in. Before he can react, a sharp blow lands on his face as Rambutan punches him, a clear act of frustration. Meanwhile, the damaged winged golem stands in the distance, a silent reminder of the ongoing conflict. While a meager meal sits untouched in a prison cell, a stark contrast to the larger events. From a hidden vantage point, the unnamed red-haired figure watches the prisoners, remarking with a detached tone, "I'm sorry, but I'm a bit busy," showing little concern for their situation. Back in his cell, Dante Kong's thoughts turn to their captors, concluding that whatever it is, it must be a system strong enough to trap these abnormal inmates, a grim realization. A humanoid form made of glowing blue and white energy appears, possibly a symbolic representation of the system he considers. He recoils, a mental jolt accompanying the thought, "I was Cloy Boy," and a realization, "That was a close one," referring to a past mistake. His gaze falls upon the adjacent cell, and he reflects on his past actions, how to get revenge, everything I've done, was fueled by his obsession with escaping. The weight of his past mistakes settles upon him, and he admits, "I didn't think clearly," acknowledging his poor judgment. He questions why this individual would offer him something, pondering their true intentions. He realizes this gesture isn't motivated by a simple offering like a sweet potato, nor by any physical interaction. The reason remains elusive. Elsewhere, a voice instructs the prisoners, "Eat." Dante Kong finds himself questioning the individual's character, wondering if he might genuinely be a good person. This thought persists, despite the cruel words he had previously directed at them. His attention then shifts to the offered hand, which is visibly trembling and severely swollen. Despite the obvious injury, the distressed prisoner reassures him, claiming to be fine and feeling no pain. Dante Kong inquires about the injury, observing the prisoner's trembling hand. A narration box confirms the hand is fractured. Dante Kong notes the abnormal swelling, questioning the prisoner about the pain. The prisoner repeats, almost as a question to himself, that it truly doesn't hurt. Dante Kong observes the prisoner, understanding that he is simply enduring the pain. The heavily bandaged arm shows the extent of the injury. The prisoner refuses to remove the bandage, even when Dante suggests he needs to eat. Dante insists that the bandage must come off, reminding him that he needs to eat and should go to the infirmary. The prisoner explains that he cannot remove the bandage, even if it means he will die from not eating. He asks Dante if he thinks he can survive in this place with only his legs. The injured arm remains bandaged. Dante reminds the prisoner that they are both human, and that simply surviving is not enough. They need to live. Dante grimly states that if they encounter a strong enemy, they are already dead, understanding the severity of their situation. The prisoner's face, still covered, shows no visible reaction. A sudden statement from the prisoner makes Dante react with surprise, asking about the hospital. The prisoner, still talking about a hospital, states he is clean and reveals that he is a doctor. He continues to question the prisoner, but the man with the paper bag over his head simply states, "I don't know," then asks if the person Dante is looking for truly exists. The prisoner then shares a new piece of information, mentioning that he once studied with a doctor and thinks he met someone in Zone Z. This information gives Dante a moment of thought, as he considers that if there is a hospital in Zone Z, the prisoner's medical knowledge could be useful for his arm. His face shows a serious expression as he starts to think of a plan. Then, his eyes land on something he didn't expect, a small, crumpled item that makes him ask, "A map?" The discovery creates a pause, a quiet moment before what comes next. On the dirty floor, the paper bag and rope that covered the prisoner's face are now just trash. With a quick movement, Dante reaches down, cleaning off the dust to see the hidden item, saying, "Dust it off." His eyes grow wide with surprise, as he understands what he has found. The map is detailed, glowing with blue lines and points, showing a hidden network. Holding the glowing item, Dante says, "Here it is," his voice showing both success and wonder. However, his first excitement soon turns to deep confusion as he looks at the map, wondering about its origin with a puzzled, "Who is the map?" "I don't believe in God," he thinks, remembering his mother's stoic and logical words. That not everything happens for a reason. Despite his disbelief, he finds himself agreeing with her, a quiet understanding dawning. He knows that if one can stand up after falling, then every challenge holds potential. Every adversity simply becomes a great legacy, a golden rule, and there's more to it than that, a deeper truth waiting to be revealed. As he gazes at the glowing map, he realizes there's also all kinds of information contained within it, a wealth of knowledge to be understood. He kneels, examining the intricate blue lines that illuminate the floor around him, his attention fully absorbed. He realizes the entire prison is depicted as a single, interconnected place, almost like a pizza, and with this knowledge, he resolves to discover its true nature, a new resolve hardening his expression. His eyes trace the glowing patterns, identifying the map's central point, a key feature in the intricate design. A small sound of surprise escapes him as he notices something unexpected, a subtle anomaly in the map's structure. He leans closer, wondering if the map is actually folded, a possibility that opens up new avenues of thought. His expression shifts to one of bewildered curiosity as he gazes at the mysterious object, pondering its true purpose and the implications of its design. The glowing map, previously a source of interest, now reveals a concerning truth, its intricate lines detailing the entire prison complex. As if reaching for a hidden layer, a hand extends, suggesting secrets yet to be uncovered within its depths. The map's true nature is unveiled, revealing the ominous command center of Fog HQ, a central hub of control. His eyes widen in disbelief, realizing this command center is not some distant fortress, but lies right in the middle of the prison itself. A grim determination settles on his face as he declares, a profound danger now threatens the very heart of the headquarters. Turning to a fellow inmate, he urgently calls out, revealing a desperate plan to confront the looming threat. But the other prisoner's reaction is one of utter shock and despair, his face contorted in disbelief at the audacity of such a scheme. Meanwhile, the prison's exterior looms, a sprawling, dilapidated complex shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere, its secrets hidden within its crumbling walls. Within its shadowy confines, a cloaked figure stands before a sign proclaiming, the information broker, a shadowy dealer in secrets, while another prisoner lurks in the background. A hand clutches a wad of cash, a testament to the broker's success, as he muses on his recent prosperity. The red-haired figure, adorned with tattoos and piercings, takes a refreshing sip from a pouch, a vibrant splash of color in the grim prison landscape. He looks up, a cunning glint in his electric blue eyes, contemplating his next move, hoping to quickly locate a specific target amidst the chaotic, jungle-like atmosphere of the prison. Qasim, known as the information broker, sits in his prison cell. When a smaller, cloaked figure announces visitors, and the red-haired man instructs them to be admitted. However, the atmosphere abruptly changes as a figure looks up with apprehension, revealing a monstrous, distorted figure that looms ominously from the shadows. A hand reaches out, possibly attempting to grasp the powerful, muscular leg of the terrifying entity. The information broker's face shows wide-eyed shock and fear. A guttural roar or scream then echoes through the confined space. The monstrous figure stands over something unseen, its true, horrifying nature becoming clearer. Its immense, muscular body, described as controlling its own gluttony, is a testament to its raw power. Back in his cell, Qasim reveals the identity of this terrifying entity, confirming that the most dangerous prisoner in the tower is the one they just witnessed, and the red-haired man already knew, leading him to ask about his true purpose. A hand, possibly the red-haired man's, is shown in the foreground, while the shadowy form of the dangerous prisoner lurks in the background. The monstrous prisoner's eyes glow a malevolent red in the oppressive darkness. He observes the man before him, an information broker known throughout the tower, who, despite his reputation, questions his purpose, asking if he is searching for something. The red-haired figure states that he has already investigated the broker, a fact that appears to unsettle the man, who promptly redirects the conversation to finances, inquiring about the offered payment. However, the red-haired figure finds the conversation tiresome, concluding that he has heard enough. With a sudden movement, he dismisses Qasim's question, his attention drawn to the broker's ear. A chilling request is uttered, expressing a desire to taste the information broker as he moves to bite him. The surroundings blur into a chaotic display of pain and energy. As Qasim's senses are overcome by the sudden, violent attack, the red-haired figure then calmly takes a card from the disoriented Qasim, asserting his control. Qasim cries out in pain, his eyes glowing red as the red-haired figure reveals his true purpose, to absorb mana and the essence of his soul. With a chilling smile, he threatens to resume his gruesome act, beginning again with the broker's ear. The path ahead is difficult, a prison that requires permission from the central headquarters to enter. A place so difficult that even Lychee couldn't get this far. This is the wing, the main part of the prison, where the real trouble starts. Dante Kong, looking serious, thinks about his difficult situation. Trapped in his cell, thinking about the man he had to face, a real psychopath. Meanwhile, Lala, with a fake smile, says goodbye to someone she calls a two-timing rat, her words showing she's upset and wondering why he is acting this way. Dante Kong, still in his cell, thinks about the past, remembering that she was a science teacher, not a fighter, and wonders how she got into this bad situation. He decides that her being here probably just means more pain. The harsh truth of this place is shown as Lala's lower body is seen. Her back covered in severe, fresh wounds, a clear sign of the pain she has gone through. Lala endures the taunts of other prisoners, their words echoing through her cell, her face marked with Joker-like makeup and despair. Her hands clench on the cold floor, as the mocking laughter of Harley and Joker echoes around her. A choked sob escapes her, her painted face contorting in agony, tears streaking through the makeup. Gazing out at the figures beyond her cell, Lala's thoughts drift to Dante, realizing her path had always been different from his, right from the start. Her mind rewinds to that moment, when she was first guided by a tall agent. A younger Lala, in her school uniform, stands before the tall figure, who sternly tells her there's no backing out now, making her wonder about her future. Her expression shifts to confusion, unable to grasp the full meaning of his words. The agent, a silhouette of authority, leads her towards a waiting vehicle, marking the beginning of her new life. Inside the vehicle, she still hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind as the agent simply tells her to get in. Looking back, she realizes the profound significance of that moment. A simple instruction that she now understands was a turning point she misjudged. Her younger self, now thoughtful, begins to sense that something was wrong with the situation. Yet, when the agent confirms her identity as the gorgeous teacher, a bright smile spreads across her face, accepting the compliment. As the dark agent's hand firmly grasps her arm, pulling her closer, Lala's expression shifts to one of profound fear, her thoughts fixated on the word ballet. The agent's voice, devoid of warmth, dismisses her fear, referring to her as a little baby bird, reducing her to a helpless creature. Maintaining his firm hold, he states their destination: "We're going together." Her wide, fearful eye reflects the dark silhouette of her captor, a stark image of her impending fate. The surroundings blur into a chaotic vision of fire and monstrous faces, a terrifying representation of the end of this world she is being forced to confront. Her scream is swallowed by the fiery chaos, as the monstrous face dominates her vision, a symbol of her overwhelming despair. Her face remains contorted in horror, her screams continuing, as she is pulled further into the terrifying unknown. The terrifying journey concludes, and she finds herself transported to a desolate location, a place called Shadowtown. The harsh reality of her new environment becomes clear, as an assailant taunts her, commenting on her sagging but before delivering another painful blow. Lying injured on the ground, surrounded by other prisoners, she remembers her earlier thoughts, how she had told the teachers, "Let's talk after," wanting to make an impression and remain vigilant, unaware of the true danger. This place is indeed dangerous, a fact she now fully comprehends, but even the teachers, who were involved in her recruitment, could not have anticipated such suffering. Returning to the present, she sits in her cell, stripped and defeated, a single word escaping her, a quiet plea for an end to her suffering. Enough. Her once vibrant spirit is now completely broken. Lala, restrained and unable to move, is secured in a chair, with various implements of torment arranged nearby, as Dante Kong stands over her, preparing to inflict pain. With a tone of contempt, he questions her tears, asking if she is crying once more, but Lala, though clearly upset, attempts to deny it, a small sniffle escaping her. Holding a threatening tool, Dante Kong states that her tears are spoiling the taste of the blood, a loud, guttural sound accompanying his words. Forced onto the cold floor, Lala is called a fool, her tormentor stating that she spends all her time crouched in a corner, crying. Despite her desperate situation, Lala looks up with a hint of defiance, asking if he is certain he can truly defeat her spirit. Her expression shifts to a disturbing, wide smile, her eyes open wide with a strange determination as she challenges him to prove any success, confident he cannot. Disregarding her challenge, Dante Kong starts to cut her blonde hair with sharp scissors, a harsh and degrading action. While her hair is being cut, he continues his harsh task, speaking about making her look foolish and stating that he never had faith in someone like her from the start. With her hair now unevenly cut and blood on her face, Lala still wears a disturbing smile, making a grim promise that he will eventually suffer for what he has done. Falling to the ground, the heavy reality of her circumstances becomes clear. All hope is gone, leaving only the painful consequence of having trusted others. However, the suffering continues, as Dante Kong uses a tool that emits a sinister red glow, leaving additional, painful marks on her body. Now entirely bald, her eyes wide and vacant, Lala's damaged state is watched by other prisoners, her change into an empty version of herself now finished, serving as a stark reminder of the terrible conditions in Shadowtown. A furious roar escapes Rambutan as he, surrounded by a blazing orange aura, launches a powerful attack directly at Dante Kong. But with a chilling calm, Dante Kong effortlessly intercepts the assault, leaving Rambutan crumpled on the ground, defeated. He looks down at the defeated prisoner, acknowledging that he has gone too far. Still holding the defeated Rambutan by his hair, Dante Kang's cold gaze shifts, asking what the prisoner thought he was doing, his grip unwavering. Before turning his full attention to Lala, who lies broken on the ground, a small, ominous flame flickering beside her, as he speaks of his baby bird and the nature of godhood. Lala's eyes widen in horror, a desperate cry of "No!" tearing from her throat as Dante Kang's hand descends, brutally cutting away her golden hair, a profound violation. Leaving her bald and bloodied, yet a chilling, manic grin spreads across her face, her voice rising in defiant challenge, refusing to fall for his tricks and daring him to do his worst, a terrifying transformation. Her broken mind fixated on his words, repeating "my baby bird" with a terrifying intensity, a small, desperate flame still flickering beside her. Dante Kang holds her, now completely bald, and with her jumpsuit torn, her manic expression a testament to his brutal work, a puppet in his cruel game. He turns away with a dismissive tch, annoyed by her continued, albeit broken, defiance, as she screams "kill you!" from the ground, her spirit shattered but not extinguished. Dante Kang looks down at her, contemplating his next move, while Rambutan watches the unfolding horror from a distance, wondering what more he shall do. Lala's face, now bald and smeared with what looks like clown makeup or blood, repeats "my baby bird" with a chilling, vacant stare, her sanity completely gone. As other prisoners watch from the desolate yard, Dante Kang stands over the broken Lala, delivering a final, cruel taunt. "My baby bird. Even if I leave you alone for a bit, you get bullied." His words echoing the absolute power he wields in this harsh place. Dante Kang sits, observing a screen, his thoughts focused on the prisoner he has been tormenting. He hears her muttering to herself, "I can't make it. I don't have enough time to do this." His eyes glow with an unsettling intensity as he recalls her reputation, a Tendon sorcerer, known for her unique abilities. They say she can apply pressure to any part she grabs, and normally, she keeps her neck tensed, a constant defense against sudden attacks. But more than her power, he remembers her defiance, the one who dared to threaten him. Meanwhile, Lala's face contorts in anguish, her mind racing, questioning if the TDS research is truly going well, a desperate plea escaping her lips. Her voice cracks as she calls out, "F4," and demands to know, "Even if you looked at me that way last time, what else do you want?" Dante Kang's gaze is cold, his words cutting, "Don't tell me, like now bad. You really can't make it." Lala's despair deepens, a realization dawning on her. No, it's already time. I don't have enough time to do this. Now won't leave me alone." But then, a flicker of defiance ignites in her eyes, her voice firm. "There's no way I can't make it. I just bragging things out with excuses like this and that." Before she can finish, Dante Kang's hand shoots out, grabbing her hair with brutal force, a scream of "ang," tearing from her throat as he yanks her head back. He lifts her by her hair, her body dangling helplessly as he taunts her. "All for keeping it a secret? But it's not you who did it." Other prisoners watch, frozen in fear. With a final, sickening rip, her blonde hair is gone, leaving her bald and broken on the ground, a single, desperate cry of "NOX," echoing in the silent prison. She struggles with her thoughts, knowing that if she makes a decision, it will only cause more problems, and she worries about being seen as a tattletale. However, a heavy, rhythmic thumping sound breaks the silence, suggesting something bad is about to happen. As a soft creak is heard, she turns, asking with a shaky voice, "Did you tell her?" The masked man's eyes glow yellow as he gives his answer, a clear "yeah," and states he will not protect anyone weak again. Filled with panic, she cries out, her voice full of fear, "If you tell Knox, my Falter will." She then asks for confirmation. "It's true, isn't it, Knox?" Before she can finish speaking, a hand quickly grabs her hair, making her gasp sharply as the pain starts. With wide eyes and tears running down her face, she screams, calling out "NOX," then quickly corrects herself. "No, I mean." With a loud crunch, her hair is violently pulled from her head, with blood spraying as the masked man cruelly repeats her earlier words. That's what she said. Now bald and completely shocked, still crying, she looks up, hearing the masked man's cold words. "You've got plenty of time, right?" The masked man holds up the bloody hair, a single drop of blood falling from it, a dark symbol of his harshness. He looks down at her defeated form, his voice sounding falsely kind as he asks, "You don't need anything else, right?" As she lies crying on the cold floor, completely defeated, the masked man shouts, "Wow," then says with cruel joy, "The fun is finally beginning." Lala's face is a mask of raw anguish, her eyes wide with terror as tears and blood mix on her bruised skin. Her once golden hair is now brutally torn and disheveled, a chilling declaration hanging in the air, going to be made. Within the stark confines of the prison, Dante Kang, dressed in an orange jumpsuit, faces a mysterious figure. This individual, cloaked in a dark, sleek suit and a full-face mask with glowing red eyes, declares, "You're not a prisoner." Dante Kang, taken aback, can only utter, "Ballet?" The masked figure's voice, devoid of emotion, clarifies his situation. "You're a trainee." The masked figure stands over him, a monstrous entity visible in the distance. As he lies on the ground, hearing the figure state, "I'm not like a prisoner." With a look of distress, Dante Kong asks, "What you want from me?" The masked figure repeats, "I'm not a prisoner," causing Dante Kong to struggle with the meaning, saying, "But, you're not. I don't get it." The masked figure then explains, "Obviously. A broken bird can't fly, can it? Please. There are too many who keep watching." A determined expression crosses Dante Kang's face as he states, "If you're going to keep me alive, at least give me a reason. The time to live amongst things like this is over." The masked figure's eye, visible through the mask, seems to recall a past injury, mentioning, "Ever since your arm got wrecked." The voice continues, emphasizing his current inability, "Fight anymore. And you can't stop either." The masked figure offers a final, unsettling confirmation, "That's right." The masked figure's words linger, presenting a manipulative challenge to Dante Kang's resolve. "Unless you can find a reason to do nothing but fight. We have." He examines the documents spread across his cell, a single word indicating the direction he must take. These documents are the prisoner registry, a comprehensive record created by the Kingdom of all information brokers, and he carefully examines its constantly updated entries. Each prisoner is assigned a number following the Foliant system, a method that has been continuously updated, reflecting the ongoing nature of this record-keeping. However, as he reviews the list, a significant detail catches his eye. The final record for number 101 indicates death. Later, while speaking with a bald prisoner, he finds the man's behavior unusual, but perceives a genuine sincerity in what he says. The bald man clarifies that many prisoners hide their true identities, but Dante Kong stands out, as he appears to possess no special skills or abilities. A thought crosses Dante Kang's mind as he processes this observation, wondering if his apparent lack of skills could actually be a strength. His eyes glow with a subtle light, his bandaged arm a clear sign of his injury, as his mind returns to the specific prisoner number he found. The bald prisoner, unaware of Dante Kang's thoughts, merely shrugs, remarking that no one in this facility is truly normal. He stares intently at the screen, a chilling realization dawning on him. The system's records are incomplete, a deliberate omission. The red-haired figure, ever the cynic, remarks that such a glaring oversight could only mean one thing. The Kingdom of all information brokers hasn't yet updated their masterpiece. He then adds, with a knowing smirk, that only those who possess the power to hide information could orchestrate such a deception. The red-haired figure's words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the hidden forces at play, as he continues to explain that the administrators themselves must be behind this manipulation. Turning his attention back to the glowing interface, Dante Kong navigates through the complex data, his gaze fixed on a particular entry, the village with the hospital. He scrolls further, revealing more cryptic locations, the village with the hospital and the village with the school. The interface displays a map-like structure, highlighting various villages within the system, including the village with the hospital and the village with the school. A voice from the system, or perhaps his own internal monologue, questions the nature of these places. "Just a village. Do you really think you have any chance?" He responds with a firm denial, his resolve unwavering as he dismisses the notion of it being just a village. His thoughts race, connecting the dots. "As your enemy, it's why you run away from me." He concludes, with a chilling certainty, that the deeper he delves, the more suspicious things become. The scene shifts, revealing a weathered sign in the night, its Korean characters illuminated, proclaiming the name of this mysterious place, Mandu Village. Mandu Village, a name previously encountered, now appears as a sprawling, makeshift settlement. Its narrow alleys are filled with individuals wearing orange jumpsuits. Activity fills every corner, creating a chaotic marketplace where prisoners engage in trade and interaction, their expressions reflecting the harsh realities of their lives. As he observes the scene, Dante Kang's eyes narrow, a single thought forming in his mind. Now what is this? The village he had previously encountered through the system interface had undergone a complete transformation, becoming something far more intricate and disturbing. Shops are visible along the streets, yet the absence of electricity indicates this is not a typical settlement. Instead, these prisoners have established a functional black market, an independent economic system operating within the prison. He observes the large population and the stark reality that in this environment, the concept of honor among thieves is absent, replaced by a harsh struggle for survival. Upon analyzing the map, a concerning truth becomes clear. Mandu Village, the tower, and other significant areas are entirely controlled by the prisoners. Even locations such as the church and the foreboding drill head are designated as prisoner territory, though for an unexplained reason, the map highlights a peculiar anomaly in their vicinity. The medical center is also under their influence, and despite the comprehensive information, he understands that he cannot afford to relax. The more active and developed the territory, the greater the need for caution. With a focused expression, he decides, Let's investigate an alley first, seeking a less obvious entry into the village's core." Without hesitation, he advances, a silent command urging him onward. "Let's go." The true nature of this black market is clearly demonstrated by the value assigned to a single, simple dumpling, which, despite being worth only 0.20 grams, represents a valuable commodity within this severe economic system. As he ventured deeper into the shadowy alleyways of Mandu Village, a chilling question echoed in the oppressive air. Have any The bustling market, once a distant hum, now surrounded him with an ominous ONG as a crowd of prisoners materialized from the shadows, their eyes fixed on the newcomer. A hulking figure, bald and imposing, stepped forward with a menacing OHH, his voice a low growl as he assessed the masked man, uttering, well, so you're a runner, huh? The surrounding prisoners exchanged nervous glances, their whispers confirming the danger. It's a trap. They're crazy. A collective fear rippling through the crowd. A sudden realization struck Dante Kong, his eyes widening behind the mask as he processed the accusation. They're accusing us of being thieves. No, that's not it, he thought, a sense of urgency rising within him. The large prisoner's demand cut through the tension, his voice booming. Hand over the dumplings. Dante Kong, still trying to grasp the situation, responded, so you're saying? The bald prisoner's face, etched with grim determination, offered no room for negotiation, his gaze unwavering. The masked man's voice held a hint of disbelief as he clarified, you mean the dumplings you just bought are a lie? Before he could finish, the large prisoner lunged, a powerful qualm, echoing as his hand clamped down on Dante Kang's arm, intending to overpower him. But in a flash, the tables turned. The prisoner recoiled, blood spraying from his mouth as he cried out, I'm sorry. It's impossible. It's my fault. Dante Kang's counterattack had been swift and decisive. Now injured and enraged, the large prisoner brandished a knife, his eyes burning with a new question. Who are you? Are you a? The distressed prisoner, still agitated, denies the accusation, stating that his younger brother is mentally ill. Despite the prisoner's outburst, Dante Kong calmly asks if he is being accused of theft. The other prisoners, including Rambutan and Lychees, become more agitated, with Rambutan demanding that the intruders be executed. Watching the escalating situation, Dante Kong internally dismisses it as normal trouble. As the tension rises, a voice commands everyone to stop. The prisoners, including the distressed one, immediately become quiet, looking down in submission. Dante Kang's attention is caught by the mention of Elder Mong's dumpling. Elder Mong appears, a small, elderly woman wearing a dumpling-shaped headpiece. The cracked ground of the alley shows the aftermath of the earlier confrontation. With the situation calmed, Dante Kong turns to the distressed prisoner, asking if his brother is sick. The prisoner, now sitting, clarifies that his brother is not sick, but just a little weird, and apologizes for the trouble. With the conflict settled, Elder Mong turns to Dante Kong and tells him to follow her. Elder Mong questions Dante Kong about his dangerous occupation and his current attire, to which he responds that it was an unexpected, temporary situation. Continuing to eat, Elder Mong remarks that perhaps the dumplings he prepares are not authentic, a statement followed by the sound of her chewing. Dante Kong and Rambutan sit opposite Elder Mong, quietly eating their dumplings. Elder Mong then shares a more profound insight, explaining that people do not visit Mandu village solely for the dumplings, and that the dangerous combination of factors present should not be underestimated. Dante Kong, continuing to eat, inquires about the taste of the dumplings and expresses his surprise at finding such food in this location. Elder Mong calmly states that the dumplings are merely leftovers from the cafeteria, her explanation accompanied by the sound of her chewing. Dante Kang's expression shifts to one of discomfort, as he confesses that while the taste is acceptable, he has lost his appetite. Elder Mong repeats her earlier statement, stressing that individuals do not come to Mandu village for the dumplings, but for different, more important purposes. She affirms this with a simple of course, then clarifies that some individuals do arrive for those alternative motives. Dante Kong and Rambutan appear surprised as Elder Mong discloses the actual purpose of their visit, to locate the hospital. She then directs her attention towards them, inquiring if they also arrived seeking the hospital, to which Dante Kong offers a tentative well. With a sudden, firm instruction, Elder Mong tells them to halt immediately if their purpose is indeed the hospital, leaving both Dante Kong and Rambutan visibly stunned. The elder's voice drops, revealing a chilling truth. The place they seek is no longer a hospital, not in any sense of the word. Instead, she continues, it has become the Demon King's castle, a name that causes Dante to narrow his eyes in apprehension. His gaze sharpens, realizing the full weight of her words. A desolate, barbed wire-encircled structure, bathed in the eerie glow of lightning, appears as she concludes, that is what they now call it. The image of blood-stained barbed wire, twisted and menacing, underscores the sheer horror and danger awaiting them. Dante Kong listens as Rambutan explains that a monster is present in this place, which is why there are so many prisoners. The conversation then turns to the story of Uruk and its wall, as an elderly, bald prisoner starts to tell a story, his words sounding important. Rambutan repeats his warning about the monster, and Dante Kong reacts with surprise, then clarifies that he's not talking about the old man. The bald prisoner speaks with a clear warning, stating that it's impossible to even get close to that place. Dante Kang's face shows his concern, as he thinks about what the old man just said. Rambutan, still confused, asks why they are being told to find someone who isn't there, and the bald prisoner says that person needs a doctor, implying they are not thinking clearly. Rambutan then expresses hope that they will receive amnesty by morning, and promises to arrange for them to one-shot that place so they can go back. The view changes to show the outside of the Decoro Hotel, a large building with a distinct look. Inside, Dante Kong looks thoughtful, trying to understand what Rambutan meant by his words. A new sight makes Rambutan exclaim in shock, asking what happened here and if a demon killed all the doctors. Then, a new prisoner with white, spiky hair appears, asking when the doctor was last seen. He begins to recount the events from exactly 1 year ago, a period that feels both distant and terrifyingly fresh, as Dante Kong asks for more details. A shiver runs down his spine as he remembers the prison hospital, a place Dante Kong asks about, sensing the dread in his voice. The very thought of that place causes him to shudder. In a chilling flashback, he sees himself, battered and broken, his arm visibly missing. The world spins around him, a dizzying haze of pain and confusion. He remembers waking up in the hospital, his body in agony, a desperate plea for help forming on his lips. Amidst the chaos, a doctor was present, a figure of unsettling calm in his memory. The doctor, however, was not alone, as the chilling image of another prisoner, shrouded in a bag with glowing blue eyes, appears in his recollection. Back in the present, Dante Kong listens intently as the prisoner reveals his desperate plea to the doctor to heal his severed arm. He then asks what the doctor said in response. The memory clearly torments him, his face contorted in a silent scream of past agony. He struggles to articulate the horror, confirming it was indeed his arm, as Dante Kong probes further, asking if he wanted it reattached immediately. The prisoner's eyes widen in terror, recalling the doctor's chilling words, a statement so utterly monstrous it was almost unbearable. With a shuddering breath, he finally reveals the doctor's horrific act, repeating the words, "He cut him," as if trying to convince himself of the impossible truth. The distressed prisoner remains on the ground, his eyes glowing with a faint light, as Dante Kong questions if the punishment inflicted was only moderate. The prisoner, however, maintains that guy is still present. A moment of silence passes, as both men look at each other, their expressions unreadable. The view widens to show the prisoner lying on the blood-splattered floor, a clear sign of the violence he experienced, with Dante Kong standing nearby. The prisoner then indicates a wound on his arm, stating that he even hit me once, right there, as he remembers the incident. The prisoner looks up, asking if he will now be able to leave, but Dante Kong firmly states, "I have to go get him," his determination clear. Rambutan then speaks up, noting that they do not know what the person looks like and suggesting he is likely dead. A sound of frustration comes from the distressed prisoner, his expression showing annoyance. Dante Kong reacts with a surprised "huh," his eyes widening slightly. The prisoner's thoughts return to a specific memory, the sound of the doctor's voice. A sharp blade is shown, its edge reflecting light. A clawed hand then appears, its dark skin and visible veins suggesting a monstrous presence. With a sharp tack sound, the hand makes a quick cutting motion. The grim reality of the prison hospital unfolds, revealing a blood-splattered exterior, a chilling testament to the horrors within, as a lone figure in an orange jumpsuit approaches. The sign above confirms its identity, Daehan Hospital, a name now synonymous with dread. Inside, the scene is even more grotesque, with corpses strewn everywhere, a truly horrible sight. From prisons lacking proper systems, the dead frequently rise, adding to the overwhelming horror. Undeterred by the carnage, Dante Kong moves with purpose, his steps quick and determined. He presses the distressed prisoner, known as number 347, about a potential problem, the prisoner insisting he heard a voice. As the conversation continues, Dante realizes another terrifying ability possessed by number 347. The entity is described as seriously scary, able to run with incredible celerity, almost like a ghost. Rambutan questions the source of the sound, wondering if it was the doctor's voice the prisoner heard. The distressed prisoner's eyes widen in terror, a single word escaping his lips, an echo of the unseen. As he repeats the chilling phrase, Dante Kong presses him. Realizing the prisoner's earlier claims of hearing something were more literal than he'd imagined, the man insisting he'd heard it again. A flicker of understanding crosses Dante's face, as he considers the possibility of an abnormally sensitive hearing, a power that could redefine their understanding of the hospital's horrors. The prisoner, still shaken, confirms his unique affliction, able to perceive sounds others cannot, a constant, unsettling symphony of the unseen. This revelation clicks into place for Dante, the pieces of the puzzle aligning to explain the hospital's grim reality, the dead rising frequently, a direct consequence of this hidden ability. His fingers twitch with a nervous energy, the weight of this new information settling heavily upon him, a silent acknowledgement of the terrifying implications. As the prisoner speaks, his eyes begin to glow with an eerie blue light, a visual manifestation of the power he now wields, a chilling confirmation of his words. The blue glow intensifies, reflecting Dante's concerned face in his pupil, a silent, profound moment of realization for both men. Dante, now holding a small, glowing orange orb, attempts to lighten the mood with a jest, though his expression betrays the true gravity of the situation. But the prisoner remains earnest, explaining that he can hear the dead's voices with startling clarity, as if they are right beside him, a constant, spectral presence. Dante's expression hardens, his earlier attempt at humor fading as he acknowledges the profound seriousness of the prisoner's ability. understanding its potential to unravel the mysteries of the hospital. With this new, terrifying insight, the path forward becomes clear. There's no other option but to confront the horrors of the Daehan Hospital directly, to witness its grim truths with their own eyes. The entrance to Daehan Medical Center appears, with bloodstains visible on the ground, hinting at recent violence. From a concealed position, the distressed prisoner murmurs, "This way." Hopefully, as he begins to advance, his orange jumpsuit standing out against the muted environment. He peeks around a corner, his eyes showing a blend of apprehension and resolve, asking, "Do you see it there?" The sign confirms their destination. That must be the main entrance of the hospital. A thought confirms, then a question arises. "Do you hear someone talking?" A moment of confusion shows on his face as he replies, "Huh, say it again, what's the plan?" The strategy is straightforward. Knock on the door and run away as planned. If the one who comes out is a monster, then that a weapon may run away. With renewed determination, the prisoner holds a small object, his eyes firm as he states, "Then let's go." The plan is simple. Plan name, ring the bell, and run. Standing in front of the hospital, he is well suited for this dangerous task, as he possesses very sharp hearing and can run almost as fast as Rambutan. He peeks again, thinking, if he goes up there, we can safely check the situation inside the hospital. A quiet thump accompanying his careful step. His hand moves carefully, a clink sound indicating his small tool is ready. Then, with a quick burst of speed, he runs forward, a whoosh sound accompanying his rapid movement towards the hospital. The grim exterior of Daehan Medical Center lay before him, its entrance marred by fresh bloodstains and scattered construction debris. As he looked down, his gaze sweeping over the gruesome scene. The building remained eerily silent, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. No one was coming out. A flicker of concern crossed his masked face as he recalled the giant monster he had seen earlier, realizing he would have to make a much stronger impression to draw it out, a more forceful knock. With a determined grunt, he launched a powerful kick, his foot connecting with the door with a resounding thud. The blood-splattered ground and scattered rubble outside the medical center seemed to mock his efforts, the silence persisting. The dark entrance of Daehan Medical Center looming, still unresponsive to his initial attempt. He resolved to kick even harder, then quickly corrected himself, remembering the plan was to simply ring the bell and run. Gathering his strength, he delivered another forceful kick, his body twisting with the impact. His foot slammed against the door, the sound echoing sharply. But instead of yielding, the door violently repelled him, sending him flying backward amidst a shower of debris. His glasses askew, a look of profound shock etched on his face. He finally understood. This was the monster the old man had spoken of. The prisoner, known as number 867, is violently repelled from the medical center's entrance, thrown backward through the air. His thoughts are a blur as he considers, looking to me. But you act quickly, while the unseen force continues to push him back. He continues his rapid descent, his body twisting as he falls towards the ground. He hits the pavement with a loud impact, a cloud of dust rising as he exclaims, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Stunned on the ground, a chilling thought crosses his mind, as he murmurs, "The Demon King?" The ground where he landed shows clear signs of impact, cracked and damaged, revealing the strength of the force that had thrown him. Still lying among the debris, he tries to recover, his body sore from the harsh landing. His eyes widen as he grasps the truth, a new understanding replacing his initial surprise. It's not. A frustrated curse leaves his lips, followed by a desperate word, "Shit, rupee." Meanwhile, inside the medical center, a man with dark hair and facial stitches watches a screen, his expression serious as he says, "He is." His frustration is clear as he clenches his jaw, annoyed by the ongoing disturbances. "These bastards are bothering me way too much." He looks down, and a question confirms his identity. The doctor? Within the stark confines of the prison, a silent plea for support seems to hang in the air, a constant reminder of the prisoner's plight. As another figure with white, spiky hair moves through the desolate corridors, the grim reality of their existence is palpable. But for Dante Kong, the shock of his new circumstances is still fresh, his eyes wide behind his glasses and mask as he processes a bizarre request. Ballet? He wonders, utterly bewildered. A scoff escapes him, his gaze dropping in sheer frustration as he curses his fate. Now clad in a pristine white lab coat, the former corporate man glares at his surroundings. These people are trying to make him work. His footsteps echo down the sterile hall, the question following him, is he the doctor? A bandaged arm, still healing from recent trauma, is thrust forward, a desperate demand to fix it. Another hand grasps his injured limb, the voice confirming, he is indeed a doctor. The stitches across his cheek are a stark reminder of his own recent ordeal, his expression a mix of weariness and grim resolve. As he walks, a bald prisoner in an orange jumpsuit approaches, asking if he came to see the doctor, to which the prisoner replies with a simple, affirmative yes. The injured arm is presented once more, the silent plea reiterated, "Fix this arm." Still adjusting to his new, unwanted role as a doctor, Dante Kang's frustration becomes evident as he vocally refuses the orders given to him. However, a brief moment of contemplation crosses his features as he considers the potential repercussions of his refusal. His refusal is met with immediate physical intervention, an imposing figure seizing him by the collar, their words a direct challenge to his role as a doctor. Despite the immense pressure, he meets the figure's gaze with unwavering determination, refusing to yield. He questions the rationale behind his current predicament, struggling to understand the connection between his past and this imposed medical duty. His contemplation is abruptly cut short as he is forcefully thrown, his body hitting the ground with a surprised exclamation. As he lies on the cold floor, the command to continue his medical work is issued, the figure's tone allowing no further debate. Resigned to his fate, he sits up, the lab coat now a symbol of his unwilling service, expressing his disapproval of the uncivilized conduct he observes. A frown deepens on his face as he mentally criticizes his captors for their lack of manners. With a sigh, he lowers his gaze, accepting the harsh reality of his current situation. The harsh reality of his new prison life immediately confronts Dante Kong, as a white-haired assailant in a green and orange uniform seizes him with considerable force. His body twisting under the sudden assault, Dante can only utter a disbelieving sound as the attack persists. A strong blow lands, causing him to stumble from the force. The assailant's face twists into a sneer, his words sharp and commanding, insisting on obedience. With a violent push, Dante is thrown through the air, his body limp against the concrete. He falls to the ground, his glasses sliding away, leaving him disoriented. The assailant then retrieves the fallen glasses, a cruel question implied as he handles the frames. Still lying on the cold floor, Dante can only observe, completely defeated. A menacing grin appears on the attacker's face, his disdain for the fallen doctor clear in his mocking tone. Without hesitation, he delivers a harsh kick to the man lying on the ground, emphasizing his control. Looking up from his painful position, Dante can only gaze, a silent question lingering between them. But the only response is another harsh kick, a final, painful blow to his already injured body. The white-haired assailant's hand closed around Dante Kang's arm, exerting immense pressure. A painful crunch echoed, as the assailant twisted the arm with significant force. The assailant's focus was precise, targeting the thumb flexor muscle to inflict maximum pain. With glowing blue eyes, the assailant found Dante Kang's suffering interesting. Immediately after, a strong kick struck Dante Kang's side, causing him to stumble. Another quick, hard blow followed, delivered with cold efficiency. His leg moved swiftly through the air, preparing for another strong hit. The kick landed with significant force, and Dante Kang gasped in pain. The relentless attack sent him flying, and his glasses broke from the impact. Dante Kang fell to the ground, his body aching and his breath short. The assailant looked at the fallen man, mentally noting the internal oblique, lumbar, and peroneus longus muscles, planning his next move. Dante Kang remained on the ground, his body aching from the previous assault, as a new form of torment began. He could only react with a pained gasp, questioning the nature of his suffering. A white-haired figure in medical scrubs, with a chilling smile, stated that some things have to be cut like this, his tone unsettling. A gloved hand, holding a scalpel, made a precise cut, causing blood to spray. The scalpel cut deeply into Dante Kang's hand, and his assailant remarked that he should have left when he had the opportunity. The white-haired figure stood over his victim, the scalpel still held firmly in his hand. Suddenly, Lala rushed into the area, shouting for the assailant to stop. She continued to plead, her voice filled with anguish, while Albert, close behind, protested that this was not what they had agreed to, stating they came for her to. Before his sentence ended abruptly, Albert struggled to restrain Lala, who, in her distress, revealed that the assailant had threatened to kill her, a threat similar to one made against Dante Kang. Dante Kang, injured and confused, looked up, asking why he was being treated in a manner reminiscent of a hospital, only to be told to just live your ordinary life and drop dead. The white-haired figure's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light as he dismissed Dante Kang's words, claiming he wouldn't have naturally survived, and revealing a strong dislike for teachers. He then asked a cryptic question, wondering, what if I'm not a prisoner? Before dismissing the thought as nonsense. Through his now broken glasses, Dante Kang stared back, his eye wide with fear and defiance, stating that he had never even used fog. Still recovering from the recent attack, he stares in disbelief, his thoughts asserting that he is a normal person, not someone deserving of such treatment. However, a thought occurs to him, a person who might have answers, someone who can explain the situation, a teacher. In desperation, he kneels, requesting assistance, his plea for help resonating in the quiet space. The mention of a prisoner rehabilitation program causes him to react with surprise, a realization that brings a sense of embarrassment and disbelief. He attempts to state his honesty, affirming he is telling the truth, but the situation is worsening, and he recognizes the irony of his earlier statement about a teacher. The white-haired doctor, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquires about the nature of his request for help. Holding his damaged glasses, he calls out for Chow, and then, as an additional request, asks the doctor to also treat the other individual. A vivid memory, possibly of a past injury, crosses his mind, as he questions with a serious expression whether this person is also a teacher. His expression becomes resolute, the impact of his experience is visible on his face, as the question remains unanswered. The answer is revealed as a distinctive figure with vibrant red hair stands among the cherry blossoms, confirming his identity as a teacher. With a calm demeanor, the red-haired teacher turns and departs, his presence leaving a notable impact. From inside their cell, Dante Kong and the other prisoners observe his departure, a new, mysterious figure now part of their difficult circumstances. The red-haired teacher finally arrives, his presence a stark contrast to the grim prison, though his true nature remains a mystery. He stands there, a silent challenge to the oppressive atmosphere, while the question of his identity echoes through the facility. His piercing blue eyes seem to hold a universe of secrets, a silent promise of the chaos he might unleash. Meanwhile, Dante Kong, masked and confined, can only watch, his mind reeling at the thought of a witness in Tofu Village, a name that sparks a desperate, almost comical, reaction from him. The heavy prison door, a symbol of their captivity, looms large, emphasizing the impenetrable barrier between them and the outside world. The stark, cold corridors of the facility stretch endlessly, a labyrinth designed to contain and control. Elsewhere, the distressed prisoner faces the white-haired doctor, who assures him this is merely routine questioning. But the prisoner's defiant glare suggests he knows better, warning them not to touch a little finger of the teacher. His words carry a chilling weight, implying that any harm to the teacher would provoke a furious response from powerful allies, a threat that hangs heavy in the air. He reiterates his warning with grim certainty, declaring that anyone who dares to harm the teacher will face deadly consequences. The distressed prisoner emphasizes his deep connections to the big shots and the management, a clear message that the teacher is not to be trifled with. Yet, the red-haired teacher remains unfazed by these power plays, his gaze fixed on something beyond the prison walls, seemingly indifferent to the threats and warnings. A dark, industrial environment is overrun by numerous shadowy figures with mask-like faces and orange accents. At their core, a large, monstrous creature with multiple teeth glows with an unsettling blue light. Amidst this growing threat, Dante Kang's hand clenches, and sharp, glowing shards of green and blue energy erupt around it, signaling a powerful activation. A masked figure, wearing glasses, looks around with a focused expression, the quiet room showing signs of decay, like a spiderweb on old equipment. He notes that the place looks very old, like it has been here for a long time. It feels like an abandoned house or maybe a lab, he thinks. His gaze then falls upon the injured man lying on the medical bed, and he wonders aloud. He adjusts his medical gloves, making a soft sound. He then asks himself, hoping for the best, that wound isn't too serious, is it? When the injured man begins to stir, Dante Kong greets him calmly. I'm glad to see you're awake. He then says, my name is Dante Kong. The man who just woke up, still a bit confused, manages to say, I'm Hept. Dante Kong acknowledges the introduction, saying, nice to meet you, Mr. Hept. Just call me Dante. No need to be so formal. Hept, still feeling confused, looks at his bandaged arm and asks, and what is happening? My head feels hot. As the injured man struggles to understand his situation, Dante Kong calmly introduces himself. Still disoriented, Hept questions his injuries and the unfamiliar medical facility, but Dante Kong assures him that his wounds are not from a monster, but from something else entirely. He explains that Hept's body was in a critical state, and that he was the one who performed the necessary medical procedures. Dante Kong clarifies that he is not a doctor by profession, but rather acted upon a request. He further explains that Hept's injuries were a result of his time in the administrative office, a place that caused him significant harm. Dante Kong then reveals the name of their current location, the Zambo Medical Facility. The exterior of the Zambo facility is shown, a desolate and imposing structure. Hept, still processing the information, asks if he is now a patient, but Dante Kong replies with a cryptic, not yet. A close-up on surgical tools highlights the medical context, as Dante Kong clarifies that Hept is misunderstanding the situation. He reveals that he was also once confined here, years ago, a detail that adds a layer of personal experience to his explanation. Dante Kong explains that many people came to Zambo to practice their skills during that time, implying a period of intense and possibly unethical activity. A flashback shows a group of medical personnel, but this period of apparent normalcy did not last long. He continues, his voice low, revealing the grim fate of those who came before. All of them died. His gaze drops, a heavy silence hanging in the air as he adds, because of a lack of mana, they lost control. But that happened after. Didn't they try to escape? The man in the orange jumpsuit turns to his companion, a bitter laugh escaping him as he challenges. If they had enough mana, do you think I would have been trapped here for 4 years? He looks away, the weight of his words palpable. A lack of mana became the reason for their deaths. A question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. Because of the fog. Dante's expression hardens, his voice laced with a grim truth. We were people. He clarifies, the weight of his past evident. These guys weren't monsters. They were just like us, trying to get stronger. His eyes suddenly blaze with an intense, golden light, a chilling realization dawning as he states. It's not that they couldn't find us. The scene shifts, revealing the desolate aftermath of the Zambo facility, a landscape of shattered concrete and twisted metal, where countless bodies lie scattered amidst the ruins. a stark testament to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. Among the debris, a broken sign for the operating room stands as a grim reminder of the facility's original purpose, now a silent witness to its destruction. The entrance to the operating room, once a place of healing, now gapes open, revealing only darkness and decay within. Back in the present, Dante sits alone outside the ruined facility, his shoulders slumped, the weight of his memories pressing down on him, a solitary figure amidst the echoes of a tragic past. Indeed, the Zambo facility was not merely a medical institution, but a place where individuals sought to enhance their capabilities. Despite this, he possessed no protective equipment, nor was there anyone present to offer him protection. A thought occurs to him. He had never encountered any of the old masks previously mentioned. Perhaps they had no need for protective equipment, already possessing sufficient strength to ensure their own safety. Yet, if that were the case, why did they perish? And for what reason was he brought here? The grim remnants of those who succumbed suggest a brutal end, raising the question of whether even formidable combat skills were insufficient for survival. A silent understanding settles upon him, the possibility that even such power proved inadequate for their protection. Seated alone in the stark cell, he contemplates these unsettling inquiries, the grim history of the Zambo facility weighing heavily on his mind. A missing teacher had been mentioned, a detail he now recognizes as significant. They required an individual of genuine competence, someone capable of adapting to any given situation. This leads to the introduction of William Cox, whose identification card indicates his association with the International Mental Agency for Criminal Rehabilitation. He is not merely an agent, but the leader of their official Team 1. Dante Kong sits in a formal meeting, facing a man who has arrived with a clear purpose. William Cox, the man before him, states he cannot permit a visit without advance notice, but then explains he is there to provide information from the International Committee. Cox repeats his refusal for an unscheduled visit, maintaining a firm stance. His tone changes as Cox reveals he is aware of Dante's identity as the son of the former founder, Kong Byung-woo, acknowledging his family's long history in the business, but insists that this does not grant unauthorized entry. Dante's expression shows surprise as he hears the question. Does he know who he is, the one referred to as the devil? Cox dismisses the title, stating that the devil has no power and is simply a prisoner. With a slight smile, Cox states his true purpose. The International Committee has dispatched him to escort Dante, a revelation Dante meets with a sarcastic remark. Dante's expression becomes more serious, his sarcasm hinting at discomfort, as he repeats, "That really is nice." Cox, seemingly unaffected, muses about Dante's exceptional genetic data, suggesting a deeper motive for their attention. He then presents a document, bearing the emblem of the International Committee for Criminal Rehabilitation, stating that Dante is the final piece they have been seeking. Dante's expression becomes stern, and he asks if Cox perceives his words as a threat. Unperturbed, Cox points to another document, outlining the International Law Enforcement Agency for Criminal Rehabilitation's Prisoners Education Project, and begins to explain further, mentioning the chief of the International Alliance of the Penitentiary System. Still processing the information, Dante Kong listens as William Cox continues his explanation, inviting him to join a long-term educational program, which Dante quickly identifies as a prison. With a hint of skepticism, he asks if Cox is referring to a jail, and the older man confirms it directly. Cox leans in, a slight smile on his face, explaining that a prison is the only place where a criminal can truly survive, and that they require extraordinary people, often those overlooked, like him. Dante looks down, a hint of discomfort on his face, questioning why he is receiving so much praise, and if it's for reasons beyond his past. Cox's smile broadens, his eyes bright, as he strongly agrees, stating that Dante's particular quality is what they consider most valuable. A worried look crosses Dante's face, as he considers if this is truly the end of his past, while Cox reassures him that he is an extraordinary individual possessing a sparkle of hope. The true nature of this Prisoners Education Project remains unclear, prompting the question of whether such a place is a paradise or a living hell. The scene abruptly changes to a medical setting, where a hand administers an injection into a patient's arm, a voice calling out to David, reminding him that he is part of the hope. David is shown severely injured on a medical table, while medical personnel in green scrubs attend to him, noting his ability to convert it, and assuring him that everything is fine. His face is contorted in pain, blood visible on his features, as the medical professional continues their task, a thought about the injured and the exchange implied. The medical team works carefully, their instruments moving over David's head with a focused intensity. A voice states with resolve, "I'll treat them completely in one go." David's eyes, visible behind his mask and glasses, widen in profound shock, a single word escaping his lips in utter disbelief. Suddenly, a sharp, white blade of pure energy emerges from the darkness, cutting through the empty space with great speed. His gaze, now sharp and determined, fixes on an unseen target, the initial surprise replaced by an intense focus. The monster's grotesque, fleshy body is instantly torn apart, blue energy lines cutting through its muscle and bone as it is violently shredded. A glowing, blue eye-like symbol, surrounded by white energy, strikes the creature's body, its impact sending shockwaves through the damaged flesh. The glowing eye continues its powerful attack, intricate energy patterns tearing deeper into the monster's center, leaving only destruction. Blood, bone fragments, and torn tissue burst outwards, a gruesome sign of the immense force unleashed. A blood-covered, white blade-like limb cuts through the remaining body, its edge incredibly sharp, its movement very fast. Surrounded by swirling white and green energy, David stands victorious, his arm transformed into a deadly blade, ready over the destroyed remains of the creature. More blood-covered white blades appear, each one hitting the monster's remains with brutal accuracy. The attack continues, a rapid series of red and blue energy strikes, making sure the creature is completely destroyed. As the final strike hits, a metallic shine appears, a bullet-like object flying past the blood-covered blade, indicating a new, unexpected danger. A scalpel gleams in the sterile environment, signaling the continuation of a medical procedure. The procedure continues, focusing on the abdominal and pectoral muscles of the patient. The attention then shifts to the calf muscles, indicating a thorough and extensive process. The white-haired doctor, holding a bloody, circular saw-like instrument, inquires if all connections have been made. David, still in a state of shock and confusion, cries out from the operating table, questioning his situation. With David lying on the table, seemingly repaired, the doctor expresses a sense of completion. However, the doctor's attention is drawn to David's swollen arm, which he notes was previously broken. An X-ray confirms the damage, showing bone issues down to the arm. Without hesitation, the doctor suggests a direct examination, proposing to open it up and check directly. Holding a scalpel, he instructs David to open your arm, preparing for the next step. David's eyes widen in alarm as the scalpel approaches his arm. The scalpel then violently cuts into David's arm, causing blood to splatter. The invasive procedure continues, a sharp sound accompanying the doctor's blade as it cuts deeper, causing blood to spray from David's body. With an intense gaze, the doctor speaks. "What the hell did you do to end up like this?" Another cutting sound breaks the silence as the surgical tools continue their work, tearing through tissue. The doctor's eyes, wide and focused, show a cold detachment as he continues his work. Through the pain and blurred vision, David's thoughts are clear as he struggles to understand the many fragments being removed from his body. The doctor scoffs, his disdain clear as he calls David's state pathetic. With a final, sharp sound, the doctor finishes another part of the painful procedure. Time passes, and the sign for the operating room is visible, a clear reminder of what David has gone through. David gasps as he wakes up, his body now heavily bandaged, wondering if the surgery is finished. His eyes, wide with shock, focus on his bandaged arm, while the white-haired doctor stands silently in the background. Before he can fully understand his situation, the doctor grabs him, asking sharply, "Are you trying to leave already?" Despite his weakness, David's determination grows as he thinks, "How dare you treat me with having no free will?" A sharp voice breaks the silence, asking if this is a ballet, his eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of fear, as Lychee's, his face marked by stitches, glares back with intense anger. As Dante looks down at the blue-haired prisoner, held by his collar, Lychee's can only make a strained sound, his eyes fixed on the man holding him. Suddenly, Lychee snarls, his voice full of threat, asking if Dante wants to die. Dante replies with defiance, saying Lychee's has a lot of nerve to treat a prisoner like this. Dante's accusation fills the air, his face showing both anger and resolve as he holds his position. But before he can react, a sudden, desperate cry of "wait" leaves him, as Lychee's, moving quickly, lunges forward. Lychee's, his eyes burning with a strange look, says he will throw Dante into the hole first, his words showing a cold belief, even as he quietly says that his victim cannot even move. With a strong grip, Lychee starts to drag Dante down the hallway, who fights against the sudden attack, asking what he is doing, while Lychee's, deep in thought, asks what he said. Dante keeps fighting, his mind trying to understand what is happening, speaking about the teacher as Lychee's pulls him without stopping. As they reach a doorway, Lychee's turns, his gaze sharp, and asks, with a calm voice, if it has been just a few years, a question that seems to have a deeper, darker meaning. His mind races, a single thought repeating with confusion. How could he have been so wrong about this man? The truth becomes clear to him with frightening clarity, as he thinks about the huge size of the tumor he now faces, a problem much bigger than he first thought. The firm grip on his arm persists, a constant physical reminder of the volatile situation he finds himself in. Lychee's pulls him closer, his voice laced with suspicion, asking how long it has been since their last encounter and doubting his current identity. His grip tightens, his words echoing a past trauma, as he accuses Dante of creating the hole and claims to have been searching for him for a long time. A menacing shadow crosses his face, his eyes burning with an unsettling intensity as he refers to Dante as a tumor that must be eliminated. Dante's expression shows a mix of confusion and alarm as the gravity of the accusation settles upon him. Still holding him captive, Lychee's continues his relentless interrogation, pressing for information about what Dante truly knows. He then shifts his focus, gesturing towards the other prisoners, and warns Dante that if he fails to cooperate, these innocent lives will be sacrificed. Unseen by his captor, Dante's fingers deftly manipulate a small device, a subtle act of defiance amidst the escalating tension. With a newfound resolve in his gaze, Dante asserts that he was already planning to take action. He then clarifies his position, expressing his profound distrust of the guards and all those in authority. Lichis listens intently, his expression unreadable, as Dante continues to speak. Dante then offers a proposition, suggesting that if Lichis permits him to remain, he will personally guarantee the safety of the other prisoners, with the exception of the one Lichis was previously tormenting. A muscular, white-haired figure rests in a stark, barren environment, embodying a quiet strength. Meanwhile, Dante, dressed in an orange jumpsuit, looks away, his face thoughtful as he considers his situation. A dead bird rests on a branch, its lifeless form highlighted by a pointing finger, a somber symbol of death. A brief image shows two people on a bicycle, accompanied by the advice to use your head and think logically, and to lower your head to avoid the falling leaves. The words "Here Limbo" are displayed, marking a new section of the story, titled Pogo, 21 HRUN 2. Dante struggles to climb a steep, rocky wall, a large black bag on his back, his heavy breathing indicating the great effort. His hand, in the orange jumpsuit, grasps the bloody rock, the red stains showing the difficult climb he is making. Later, his face shows pain and frustration, with tears in his eyes, as he asks, "Can't you just stay still while you're being treated?" He looks down at a small device in his hand and says, "I just did nothing," then asks, "What is it?" appearing confused by the item. He struggles to understand the words, his body racked with pain as he lies injured on the ground, unable to process the harsh reality of his circumstances. However, there is no time to think, as a strong hand grabs his leg, pulling him roughly across the ground, his shouts of pain filling the empty area. The attack does not stop, and he is forcefully thrown, hitting the blood-covered ground with a hard impact, his body limp from the force. Lying there, hurt and broken, he can only feel anger at his own weakness, the thought, "I can't move," repeating in his head. He attempts to get up, to crawl, to move in any way, but his arms and legs do not respond, falling back to the ground with a dull sound, completely beaten. His frustration grows, a desperate sound leaving him as he wonders why he cannot work with his body, why it has failed him now. Standing above him, the spiky-haired prisoner, Rambutan, smiles unkindly, saying that he is not cooperating and making things hard, unaware of the struggle happening inside Dante Kong. But then, a spark of resistance appears in Dante's eyes, and with a quick, powerful move, he strikes out, landing a hard punch on Rambutan's face. The hit makes Rambutan stumble back, giving Dante the time he needs to stand up, his eyes now focused and steady. He does not wait, following with a quick, strong kick that makes the spiky-haired man fall back even more, as the fight quickly changes. With one last, harsh move, Dante lands another heavy hit, the sound of it loud as Rambutan's head jerks back, blood spraying from his face. As Rambutan falls, beaten, Dante stands over him, breathing heavily, while the bald prisoner in the distance watches the harsh scene, a quiet observer of the strength that just appeared. As Dante Kong lay recovering from his brutal victory, a small, bald prisoner tended to his wounds, while the large, bald prisoner looked on, asking, "Sock dumplings?" Meanwhile, the sign for the Mongol Hotel stood prominently, a landmark in the area. Back in the grim confines, Dante stirred, a soft, "huh," escaping his lips as he began to regain his bearings. The large prisoner, his face etched with concern, reiterated his warning. "Sorry, I told you already. I warned you not to come back near this place again." Dante's mind drifted, recalling a chilling memory, a time when this prisoner was really dangerous, even as he tried to dismiss the thought with a casual, "Just looking around." The large prisoner's expression remained grim, his concern evident. A close-up revealed Dante's bandaged hand, a clear sign of his recent injuries. The large prisoner, still worried, urged them, "You guys should get treated." Dante, still on the ground, pondered the words, a haunting question echoing in his mind. Would he have been treated? His thoughts deepened, a grim realization settling in, and that doctor was the only one who could treat him. But he's dead. As Dante walked away, now clad in a long blue coat, his mind continued to churn, the fate of that doctor, and what happened to Kim, weighing heavily upon him. His new attire signaled a shift, a departure from the prison's confines, as he moved forward, carrying the burdens of his past and the mysteries of his future. He understood that this was merely a setup, a game intended to demoralize them, yet the realization continued to trouble him. Meanwhile, the distressed prisoner, speaking with concern, stated that Dr. Haizen would never consent to treat prisoners, particularly those from the Demon King's castle. Dante, with a keen look, confirmed that he was familiar with the doctor, a subtle implication in his voice. The distressed prisoner, taken aback, questioned him further, inquiring how he could know about a doctor who had been absent for such a long time. Dante's mind wandered to the past, to the period when they were all misled, a memory of treachery resonating through the austere prison corridors. The distressed prisoner went on, clarifying that they had not been deceived, but instead, the doctor had merely disappeared a long time ago, leaving behind a location still inhabited by benevolent individuals. Dante pondered the notion of a kind person within this harsh world, a concept that seemed like a bitter jest. The distressed prisoner then highlighted the immense luxury of having a medical center established in such a location, describing it as an exorbitant indulgence. His words evoked a clear memory, taking Dante to a tall medical building, its grand appearance a sharp difference from the barren prison. Inside, the white-haired doctor and his staff carefully treated the prisoners, a moment of unexpected kindness appearing as the distressed prisoner's voice repeated. These were genuinely kind individuals. The doctor, with a soft touch, cared for David's serious wounds, providing treatment without any demands, a rare act of compassion in a world lacking it. However, even during that moment of kindness, the prisoners gazed upward with looks of scorn, their faces showing how completely despicable they considered themselves. In the past, the prisoners, hardened by their circumstances, began to see the value of life through the doctor's actions. Their sincerity, a rare sight, slowly began to change the prisoners' personalities, little by little. Dr. Hizen, calm and compassionate, continued his work, as David, a patient, asked, "Hey, you're bringing dumplings again?" The doctor simply replied that he had just brought them, and David playfully said, "Psyche, not potatoes. I'm sorry. Come on, give me some." Back in the present, the unexpected nature of this memory made Dante exclaim, "Oh my." In the flashback, Hizen gently reminded David that he was already receiving 3 meals a day, even though he needed surgery. David earnestly promised, "But I haven't even paid you yet. I'll pay you back. I'm studying to be a doctor, just like the doctor." A hopeful smile spread across David's face as he added, "I just need surgery. Even a little bit of mana is fine." His hand trembled slightly, a faint, glowing orb of energy forming in his palm as he whispered, I feel it. A little bit of mana." Dante's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation, while the narration asked, "How are you these days? Are you moving more freely now?" Hizen knelt before David, both sharing a moment of quiet understanding, each saying, "I'm glad." A gentle smile graced Hizen's face as he reassured David, "There's plenty of food in the hospital, too. Look at all the things I have brought for you, David." As a small, vibrant orb of mana pulsed in the doctor's hand, the narration ominously concluded, "Back then, Dante Kong reflects on the past, acknowledging that the doctor was truly a human being as he observes the prisoners. He recalls how some people brought food to share and how the doctor's kindness didn't just treat them, but brought them to him. As a result, more prisoners began to accumulate at the facility. However, that was the beginning of the disaster. A gruesome scene unfolds, with blood splattered across the floor and a severed arm lying amidst the carnage. A bloody massacre took place because of the people who wanted to use them. By the time the guards found out, it was already too late, as a voice calls out, "Dr. Hizen," asking if there were any survivors, and wondering about the intense mana. The report comes back. "The word is empty, sir, as all the prisoners have disappeared." Dante Kong realizes it must have been the prisoners who were being treated there, calling them those animals, and desperately urging everyone to help look for survivors. His hand clenches in despair, as he thinks, and in the end, the thought trails off. Amidst the bodies, they eventually found Hizen, covered in blood. He was more dead than alive, just like everyone else. Dante Kong laments, wondering, if we had arrived a few minutes earlier, maybe he could have saved at least a few people. His thoughts return to a past moment, a desperate plea replaying in his mind. I just wanted to make it up to him. But even then, a chilling realization came to him, a sudden, terrifying question mark hanging over his bloodied hands. He remembers the raw fear, the desperate shouts of "Get out of my sight, you demon," as he was held back, his own terror reflecting the accusations. Even as his mind broke under the pressure, the memory of that moment, locked away in a desolate cell, remains clear. A chilling echo of "Don't get close" sounds, as he pulls away from an outstretched hand, the reason for his fear clear, because he touched me. He never truly understood the monstrous power he possessed, a terrifying ability that, in the end, brought nothing but ruin upon the very person he sought to protect. They called him a monster, but back then, he was just a boy, standing before a tall building, unaware of the tragedy he would cause. The memory fades, replaced by the simple reality of a meal, a stark contrast to his past horrors. Back in the present, Dante Kong stands among his belongings, the weight of those old wounds still heavy on him, even as he tries to move forward. A grotesque, sack-like entity, with a small, dark figure dangling beneath it, serves as a chilling reminder of the grim reality, as the chilling truth echoes. They say the ones who don't get their heads cut off are the lucky ones, but... Meanwhile, in a sterile medical bay, a heated discussion erupts among the white-coated staff, one exclaiming, "What do you mean, teacher? He wasn't a teacher. He was a psychopath who kidnapped over 100 students. It's already good he's picked up only one of them." Albert, ever the pragmatist, cautions Dante Kong, urging him to be careful with his words, in case the patients feel bad. But Dante Kong, his frustration boiling over, retorts that it's the truth, and these aren't just patients, they're bad. He insists, demanding to know what they want him and his brothers to do. Later, sitting with Lala, Dante Kong reiterates his confusion and anger, questioning, "What do they want us to do? They don't even know what they're doing. They just want us to be their toys." Lala, her own face etched with despair, echoes his sentiment. They don't know what they're doing. They just want us to be their toys, before admitting, I don't know what to do. The weight of their predicament settles heavily between them, as Dante Kong stares blankly ahead, and Lala, equally lost, confesses once more, I don't know what to do. Later, alone and overwhelmed, Dante Kong lets out a heavy, drawn-out sigh, the sound of his profound distress filling the empty room. Back in the lab, Lala confronts Albert, her voice tinged with weariness. Do we really have to know this much? Everyone is looking for a reason. Albert, with a knowing, almost resigned expression, acknowledges her point. I'm sure everyone has their own reason, but Albert, his face showing concern, stands with Dante Kong as they both react to the unexpected arrival of an emergency patient in the office. Without hesitation, he runs through the hallway, calling out, There's an emergency patient. The gurney rolls quickly down the hallway, leaving a trail of blood, while a voice urgently asks, And the pulse? In the office, Albert, clearly frustrated, tells Dante Kong, Why haven't you checked the pulse yet? What are you doing? Check the patient's condition. Dante Kong, now over the gurney, his hands already bloody, tries to follow the order, asking, Check the pupillary response. But the terrible sight quickly shocks him, his eyes wide as he says, he doesn't have eyeballs. Albert, however, does not give up, his face showing strong will as he yells, What are you saying? In front of a wounded man who is still breathing. We must keep him alive until the very end. Pushing the gurney forward, Albert orders, You get in too, Harrian, making Dante Kong join the effort. Dante Kang's face still shows shock, as Albert's voice declares, You'll be my assistant surgeon. They finally enter the operating room, pushing the gurney, but even then, Dante Kong notices his hands shaking, showing how scared he is. As the intense surgery progressed, the lead surgeon urgently called for more suction, struggling to maintain visibility of the wound. Growing increasingly frustrated, Albert expressed his annoyance with the staff and the inadequate equipment available in the hospital, letting out a small sound of irritation. Dante Kang's gloved hands continued their work with careful precision, his thoughts consumed by the disturbing sight of the patient's facial artery. With the operation continuing, he cautiously asked Albert if the patient was still alive. The grim reality of the situation was evident on his face, his eyes reflecting deep shock and disgust. Despite the difficulties, Albert, with unwavering determination, stated they would have to perform the procedure manually and instructed them to start. Sometime later, the medical monitor continued to show the patient's vital signs, indicating their ongoing struggle for survival. The operating room, previously bustling with activity, was now quiet and dimly lit. With the patient covered by a sheet, the surgery concluded. Later, as evening approached and he gazed out a window, Dante Kong sighed, contemplating the significant surgery he had just experienced, a procedure unlike any he had seen since coming here. Albert then joined him on a bench, offering praise for Dante Kang's competent performance during the difficult surgery. He voiced his satisfaction at having saved the patient, then reflected on his identity as a plain surgeon, suggesting there was more to his past before his current medical work. Still absorbing the day's events, Dante Kong could only manage a quiet exclamation, deeply affected by the experience. As the difficult operation finally concludes, Albert turns to his assistant, acknowledging the sheer difficulty of what they have just accomplished. He emphasizes that in an emergency, there is no room for hesitation, and today, Dante Kong proved himself a true surgeon, bringing the patient back from the brink of death. The memory of the procedure, the blood, the precision required, still lingers in the air, a testament to the life or death stakes they faced. Albert then offers a prediction, assuring Dante Kong that in the future, he will become a great doctor, a statement that carries a heavy weight. Above the sterile operating theater, the fluorescent lights hum, casting a cold, clinical glow over the scene. Suddenly, a hand emerges from beneath the sheet covering the patient, a sign of life as a voice declares, It's done. Albert, ever composed, observes the patient with a calm expression. But the patient's foot begins to twitch violently, a frantic, rhythmic thumping against the operating table, signaling profound distress. Dante Kang's eyes widen in horror, the raw fear of the patient's reaction mirroring his own internal turmoil. The full horror of the situation is laid bare as David, covered in blood, lies on the table, his eyes wide open, staring into the void. Albert looks down at the blood-soaked floor, a silent acknowledgement of the brutal reality of their work. Then, with a voice filled with terror and dawning realization, David utters the chilling words, So it was you. His gaze fixed on an unseen horror. A bloodstained shirt, held by an unseen hand, confirms the terrifying realization that it was indeed the accused party. Overwhelmed by traumatic memories, David's face contorts in terror, his voice breaking as he recalls that his tormentor was the one who had captured him, the one who had imprisoned him. The word prison echoes in his mind, transforming into the chilling realization that the place was referred to as a body, a disturbing form of imprisonment. His fragmented memories show him trapped in a stark, cell-like room, another patient nearby, both wearing the same green gowns, a silent witness to their shared experience. A disembodied hand reaches out from the darkness, its presence a terrifying prelude to the next thought that crosses his mind, a chilling justification for his suffering. The hand grips his head, forcing him to confront the twisted logic of his captor, who believed he had to experience the torment himself to truly understand it. Abstract, jagged red and black forms flash before his eyes, a visceral representation of the prison itself, a place designed for destruction. It was a place not just of confinement, but of systematic psychological and physical torture, designed to break a man. The memory shifts, showing a figure falling from a high window, hitting the ground with a sickening thud, a desperate escape, or a tragic end. Back in the present, David sits hunched on the floor, his mind reeling from the vivid flashbacks, a single, desperate curse escaping his lips, the weight of his trauma crushing him. His face, now clearly showing the fresh stitches on his temple, is etched with silent agony, the physical scars mirroring the deep wounds within. The final, haunting image is a black trash bag, discarded and leaking a dark fluid, a grim symbol of the disposable nature of life within that horrific prison. The city lights blurred into the night as several figures, clad in orange jumpsuits, moved through the streets. Inside, a frail, white-haired man stirred, his voice a weak rasp, barely able to utter a single word, "Eat." Dante Kong sat beside him, listening as the elderly man expressed concern about where they would get food, before responding with a cryptic, "We, me, done, plan," as a system message briefly appeared in the corner, hinting at their strange reality. A realization dawned on Dante as he connected the pieces, murmuring, "Grandpa Dumpling. That explains everything," as the nature of their confinement became clearer. The gravity of the situation settled in, the narration questioning how he could not have left in 2 whole years. Dante's thoughts drifted to the larger responsibility, realizing that he still had to protect the people of the village, a mission that transcended his own confinement. Later, looking at a bowl of food, Dante acknowledged the effort, but a grim thought followed. It is probably impossible to reform, suggesting a deeper, more sinister purpose behind their imprisonment. He questioned the very nature of Grandpa Dumpling's situation, wondering if he truly needed to change his mind, or if the definition of prisoner was more complex than it seemed. Despite the ambiguity, the stark reality remained. He was still a prisoner, regardless of his actions or intentions. Facing a stoic robotic figure, Dante made a decision, declaring, "Just let him do whatever he wants." As another system message appeared, underscoring the artificiality of their world. His expression darkened as he pondered the true cost of their situation, questioning if this was a punishment for them, or for those who had already lost their lives. He had planned to die, yet he was still alive, unable to understand the strange reality of his situation. No matter the situation, he knew he had to find a way to escape. What was the purpose of staying here and complaining? Observing the ghoulish prisoner, he thought the man couldn't possibly help him escape death, yet he seemed to know more than he was saying. That person held a complete grudge, a deep resentment. Perhaps he was the type of person who was naturally difficult to get along with. The ghoulish prisoner then pointed directly at him, confirming his unique status, declaring, "I'm the one who cannot leave this place." A flicker of confusion crossed Dante's face, a simple "uh-huh" escaped his lips. He asked for more information, questioning how the prisoner knew he couldn't leave, his gaze sharp with curiosity. The ghoulish prisoner's response was chillingly simple, identifying himself as a patient. Dante's mind raced, processing this new, unsettling piece of information. But as he looked closer, he realized this was the first time he'd seen an emotion different from anger in the man, a subtle change in his tough demeanor. It wasn't actually anger that defined him, not completely. Lying in his own bed, Dante concluded with a heavy heart that the ghoulish prisoner was truly, deeply hurt. Dante Kong, still confined, reflects on the ghoulish prisoner, understanding that his initial perception of anger was incomplete. Underneath that anger, its true feelings were concealed. The ghoulish prisoner violently struck another inmate, a display of raw power and aggression. He considered how such actions might be dismissed as typical rebellious behavior, but sensed a more profound depth to the ghoulish prisoner's anger and obstinacy. It was a familiar pattern, like a common person who believed they understood the world, but in truth, remained unaware of deeper realities. Inside the anger, its true feelings were hidden. The ghoulish prisoner continued to attack, and Dante perceived a deep sense of loss within him. Observing the creature, he also sensed shame. Beneath the sack covering its head, he imagined a flicker of worry. Even deeper, a more profound emotion stirred. As Dante knelt, reflecting on these insights, he finally recognized the ultimate truth, guilt. It was a crushing, all-consuming guilt that defined the creature's existence. He struggles with an unfamiliar emotion, a feeling he has never experienced before, understanding that merely naming it might help him resolve his current situation. A glass of water rests on a surface, and the idea persists in his thoughts. Simply knowing the name of that emotion could be the answer. Elsewhere, the outside world carries on, with a view of a busy street and a sign for a dumpling master restaurant, offering a sharp contrast to his inner struggles. A faint, almost mocking, ha-ha sound echoes as the view changes to a bright, open street beneath a clear sky. Inside, the ghoulish prisoner, his scarred face partly hidden, speaks, asking, "Shall we eat dumplings with a drink?" Dante, however, thinks to himself, asterisk for someone who has lost everything. What kind of feeling is that? No, actually, asterisk. The ghoulish prisoner turns his back, a question mark appearing, a cigarette in his mouth as he considers the refusal. He then turns to face Dante once more, his bright blue eyes intense, asking again, "Is that right? What kind of feeling?" A heavy silence follows, marked by a soft kung sound, as the importance of the question lingers in the air. The setting suddenly changes to a busy prison yard, filled with many prisoners in orange uniforms and masked faces, where the ghoulish prisoner stands, still looking at Dante among the others. Grandpa Dumpling announces his plan to open a restaurant, intending to sell his grandmother's famous dumplings, which leads the younger man next to him to ask if he will be selling them for free. The younger man scoffs, thinking about the old man's hunger, and notes that it has been a long time since Grandpa Dumpling had a proper meal, while the old man, misunderstanding, assumes his companion is hungry and offers him food. The younger man explains that the old man is just a hungry, homeless person, a comment that makes his companion respond with a sympathetic, "Oh, Grandpa." The younger man gestures, telling the old man to take this as he gives him a small, block-shaped item. The mood suddenly changes as the younger man's expression becomes serious, and he reveals that something serious happened in their village. His voice lowers to a chilling whisper as he names the threat. "It's Bone Eater. The Bone Eater appeared in our village." Grandpa Dumpling's eyes widen in shock, asking who? And the younger man clarifies, referring to the big guy, Grandpa. The younger man's face twists into a grimace as he recalls what people say about the terrifying entity. Despite the serious news, Grandpa Dumpling's thoughts return to his cooking dream as he reaffirms his desire to open a restaurant and sell his grandmother's dumplings, a thought the younger man seems to consider with some frustration. The younger man, however, firmly states that Grandpa Dumpling will only make dumplings and concludes that it is best to refuse the old man's larger plans as politely as possible. A low groan escapes the elderly man as he stirs from a deep sleep, barely recalling the last time he had rested so peacefully. His eyes flutter open, and he realizes he has been unconscious for some time, his first clear thought being the strong, unpleasant smell on his body. Feeling disgusted, he states that he is stinking to death and must take a shower today, a simple wish despite his circumstances. Meanwhile, a younger man watches him from outside the cell with complete confusion, wondering aloud, "What the hell?" at the old man's strange behavior. He had been watching the elder's unusually peaceful sleep for a while, thinking he had never seen anyone sleep so soundly, and now he wonders if the man is still alive. The elder, now fully awake and standing, looks towards his observer, his dirty hands clearly showing the reason for his earlier complaint. A closer look at his dirty fingers shows how unkempt he is, causing the younger man to express his worry. "Don't tell me he's already dead?" The sound of his own dirty hand rubbing against itself echoes in the small space, showing how much he wants to wash away the deep-seated dirt. Dante Kong lets out a quiet sigh, observing the older man with a look of mild surprise. He looks down at the man's arm, understanding that the elder is indeed human. Elsewhere, the sound of footsteps can be heard, moving steadily closer. Grandpa Dumpling wakes up, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, and asks if he has been brought to a bathroom to take a shower. Dante Kang's eyes show surprise and worry at the old man's strange behavior. The large prison camp is visible under a clear sky, showing the harsh environment they are in. Inside their cell, Dante Kong and Grandpa Dumpling are seated at a table, with only the faint sounds of the prison breaking the quiet. Without warning, a loud crash startles Dante Kong, causing him to react with shock. He looks at what caused the noise, surprised, and understands that someone dangerous has suddenly arrived. Lychees and Rambutan are there, but the most noticeable figure is the dangerous prisoner, whose red eyes glow with a strange light. The dangerous prisoner speaks, stating that he can smell the old man on Dante Kong, and that he followed him to hunt him. The word ballet hangs in the air, startling Dante Kong, whose eyes widen in surprise as he looks at a small, framed picture of Grandpa Dumpling. His eyes still on the picture, he appears confused by the unexpected question. The dangerous prisoner, with a deep voice, asks again, "Have you ever seen ballet?" He holds up the small picture of Grandpa Dumpling, his red eyes focused, while the elder prisoner observes the scene from a distance. Grandpa Dumpling responds with a humph, his face showing no clear emotion as he looks at the armored figure. Dante Kang's expression tightens as he notices the number 132 on the picture, understanding the significance of the dangerous prisoner's words. Still confused, Grandpa Dumpling asks the armored figure, "Who are you?" Dante Kong feels a sudden panic, calling out urgently, "Wait, Grandpa." With new determination, he starts running, thinking, "I have to get number 132 out of here right now." Grandpa Dumpling, however, stands firm, telling the dangerous prisoner, "I've never seen you before." Even with his denial, a hint of worry appears on Grandpa Dumpling's face. Dante Kong, watching everything unfold, feels a growing sense of worry, realizing the situation has become much more serious. Dante Kang's eyes widen in horror, his thoughts consumed by the implications of the prisoner's words. The dangerous prisoner, his voice low and menacing, continues to question Grandpa Dumpling, asking if he truly believes he can escape his past. He warns the old man that if he does not reveal the truth, he will be forced to extract it himself. The prisoner's words suggest a dark history, implying he has something devastating to use against the elderly man, a secret to break his will. The dangerous prisoner's hand looms over Grandpa Dumpling's head, increasing the tension in the prison yard. His voice drops to a sinister whisper, asking the old man, "Who should I eat?" The chilling question echoes through the yard, causing fear among the other prisoners, who watch the confrontation with terrified eyes. The dangerous prisoner stands tall and imposing over Grandpa Dumpling, his presence radiating menace as the other inmates shrink back. Dante Kang's face contorts in shock and fury, his mind reeling from the horrifying implication of the prisoner's words, "Eat people?" Just as the situation seems to worsen, Grandpa Dumpling, with an unexpected surge of defiance, raises his hand and shouts, "Wait." His expression surprisingly calm, he offers a bizarre solution to the escalating threat, asking, "Do you want some dumplings?" The dangerous prisoner pauses, momentarily surprised by the unexpected offer, his red eyes fixed on the old man as he considers the proposal. He repeats his unusual suggestion, emphasizing that he will be the one consumed. The dangerous prisoner stands over him, a quiet, formidable presence, as other prisoners observe the strange conversation. Grandpa Dumpling then questions the prisoner's confused look, asking why he appears so taken aback, and jokingly implies his age makes him a tasty meal. With a dramatic gesture, he finally clarifies his actual offering, displaying a plate of what he declares are the world's most renowned dumplings. Meanwhile, Dante Kang's face shows a mix of shock and disbelief, his eyes wide behind his glasses as he tries to understand the strange events unfolding. Confined within a cell, he looks out at the disordered prison, his thoughts racing from the insanity that appears to have affected everyone nearby. He ponders the disturbing calmness of the other prisoners, asking himself why they behave so oddly in the midst of such chaos. His thoughts turn to his own difficult situation, understanding that he has been jailed simply to hide an unknown person. The cell door remains slightly open, a quiet sign of either poor security or the general disorder of the prison. Inside, Rambutan addresses Dante Kong, his tone filled with fear as he states they are in a terrible situation. Close by, Lychees expresses dissatisfaction with their dirty living conditions, complaining about having to sleep like farm animals. A bright electric blue glow shines from an eye in the darkness, showing an unsettling energy beneath the surface. While Grandpa Dumpling lies on the cold prison floor, a heavy thud sounding through the cell. He looks up, confused, with lines around him showing a sudden, strange force. Nearby, Dante Kang's face shows disbelief. As the dangerous prisoner's face appears, his spiky white hair and freckles around eyes that glow with the same blue light. Inside their cell, Lychees and Rambutan watch as the dangerous prisoner suddenly jumps up and falls back down. Lychees says he suddenly jumped out of nowhere, and Rambutan claims, "I didn't do anything." The dangerous prisoner keeps twitching on the floor, a strange shaking moving through his body. Dante Kong watches, saying it's nothing, and that he's not hurt at all, then asks, "Can you walk then?" The dangerous prisoner's glowing blue eyes look at Dante Kong, challenging him as he asks, "Do you want to try standing up?" He stands up, still twitching, and Dante Kong makes an annoyed sound, saying, "How annoying." Dante Kong rubs his wrist, losing his patience, before finally asking, "Can you stop twitching on your own?" The transformed prisoner, with his spiky white hair and glowing blue eyes, informs Dante Kong that the rice guy has left them, implying they have been abandoned. The prisoner insists they must go find the missing man, but Dante Kong firmly refuses. The prisoner then instructs him to wait at the village entrance and deal with anyone who tries to stop them, further frustrating Dante Kong. A strange, guttural sound emanates from the prisoner, his eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. Dante Kong, his frustration evident, asks the prisoner if he plans to abandon him again. The prisoner denies the accusation, then threatens to make Dante Kong pay. Confused, the prisoner then asks what he did wrong, insisting he did nothing. He then reminds Dante Kong of a promise to repay a favor, adding to the confusion. Overwhelmed by the prisoner's erratic behavior, Dante Kong asks him to speak clearly, then states he will remain where he is. Meanwhile, Grandpa Dumpling, the elderly cook, calls for premium crow meat and instructs someone to fire up the cooking. He then asks about the vegetables that arrived yesterday, confirming they were onions and carrots. A foot descends with a heavy thud, likely crushing a vegetable, as the kitchen preparations continue. He pushes himself, scrambling up the treacherous incline, a voice echoing in his mind, warning him that he alone cannot defeat the formidable foe ahead. His face contorts in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips, as the bizarre reality of the situation crashes down on him. Meanwhile, the transformed prisoner's face twists into a grotesque mask, his features stretched and distorted by the raw power coursing through him. The chilling warning echoes once more, a stark reminder of the impossible odds, as the desolate landscape stretches out beneath the imposing prison walls. Still running, Dante Kong glances back, a desperate plea for his name, Hiron, piercing the air as he continues his relentless sprint. From within the confines of a stark room, a window offers a glimpse of the outside world, a silent observer to the unfolding chaos. The white-haired prisoner stands by the pane, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, a figure of unsettling calm amidst the turmoil. His hand, now glowing with an ethereal light, begins to reach out, a silent, powerful gesture of intent. The energy intensifies, swirling around his fingers as he commands, a raw display of his formidable, yet unstable, power. Moments later, the prisoner sits on the floor, his glowing hand still outstretched, as if contemplating the residual power or the consequences of his actions. His fingers clench around an unseen object, the energy still faintly visible, a tangible connection to the power he wields. The dangerous prisoner's arm begins to visibly distort, muscles coiling and veins bulging, as his unstable abilities surge to the surface. With a guttural sound, he stands fully revealed, his white hair disheveled, eyes glowing with red energy, and a sharp blade held firmly, presenting a menacing figure. A masked figure, known as the teacher, confronts Hept, asking what he did to his father, a question that seems to confuse Hept. With a look of disbelief, Hept struggles to understand the accusation, stating that he must fight to survive. Before he can react, the teacher delivers a swift and powerful blow to Hept's face. Rambutan then steps forward, interrupting the teacher's attack, stating that he is the one who should kill Hept, which surprises the teacher. The teacher asks why Rambutan doesn't help, but the prisoner refuses, stating he is not interested and has remembered something else. Hept, now facing the teacher, repeats the same sentiment, stating he is not interested in helping and is only there to watch the teacher die. Angered by the response, the teacher taunts Hept, questioning his strength and mocking his father. Without hesitation, the teacher lands another hard punch, causing Hept to recoil. Rambutan and Lychees observe the violence, their frustration growing as they realize their expectations for a fight will not be met. Meanwhile, from a hidden location, the white-haired doctor watches the entire brutal scene unfold, his presence a mystery. From his prison cell, a man with a tattoo on his cheek lets out a scoff, questioning if his captors believe they have uncovered all his secrets. A bald prisoner nearby looks confused, pondering the meaning of the taste of a warm beach, which refers to the information the other prisoner has collected. Kasim, the tattooed man, closes his eyes, recalling the warm beach, a memory tied to the information he possesses. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure with glowing blue eyes stands in a cold, dark place, recalling a difficult experience in Central America. The true talent of the prisoner, Kasim, is hinted at, as a hand appears to extract a glowing substance from a dark liquid. This essence takes the form of a glowing red apple, surrounded by blue energy, representing his unique ability. The glowing apple signifies Kasim's unique ability to gather information by tasting with great accuracy. However, Kasim's abilities extend further. Dr. William Cox, the cloaked figure, watches a monitor showing complex data, understanding that Kasim can also duplicate the information he gathers. In the cell, the bald prisoner expresses his amazement, impressed that Mr. Kasim had planned everything so thoroughly. Dr. Cox, holding a glowing blue orb, states his intention that Kasim will serve as proof of his plan, marking the beginning of a new era for black market information. With cold determination, Dr. William Cox vows to torture the man until he breaks, making him reveal all his secrets. His hand crushes the glowing blue orb, symbolizing his plan to destroy Kasim after extracting all information. Dante Kong, his face partially obscured by a mask, reacts with surprise to an unexpected development, while calmly stating to an unseen companion, "Don't worry about that, Hound." With a determined expression, he makes a solemn promise to rescue someone from their current predicament. Elsewhere in the prison, Grandpa Dumpling, an older prisoner, mentions that he has already sent an invitation to a person located in the basement, referring to them as a biter. A cloaked figure, the dangerous prisoner, observes from the darkness, contemplating the concept of information, noting that its value lies not in its content, but in its potential as a commodity. Dante Kong, still navigating the prison, acknowledges the high level of threat posed by their adversaries, comparing them to an armed assault unit. From a hidden vantage point, the masked teacher silently observes, his presence a quiet, watchful force in the background. A large pile of dumplings is shown, a simple yet evocative image. Grandpa Dumpling, now alongside another prisoner, identifies the man as Kasim, the prisoner who collects information, and repeats that he's a biter. Dante Kong proceeds through the dark, empty corridors, his movements cautious and deliberate. In a dark, confined space, a monstrous creature with glowing yellow eyes and sharp teeth drools, its presence a clear danger. He stands before Grandpa Dumpling, who presents a humble offering of food, as other prisoners observe. However, a sleek, high-heeled foot descends with a quiet sound, its appearance contrasting sharply with the prison setting. The focus shifts to the small pile of dumplings, the meal that is the subject of this interaction. A look of deep distress crosses his face, his eyes wide with disappointment and fear. The food itself appears as a grotesque, growling face, its glowing blue eyes and sharp teeth showing the disgust it causes. Grandpa Dumpling, with a grim expression, declares the offering to be absolute trash, his words reflecting the harsh judgment. He questions the verdict, protesting that it was crow meat caught yesterday, but the judgment remains. In short, it's trash. The high-heeled foot descends again, now glowing with blue energy, destroying the crow meat caught yesterday with a firm step. His distress grows as he lists the few ingredients, mentioning carrots and chicken from the supply box, and implying other poor components. Grandpa Dumpling, with other prisoners around him, gives the final, harsh review. It tastes exactly like a bucket of cafeteria leftovers. Overwhelmed, he admits, I don't even want to eat it myself, a feeling summarized by the simple truth. In short, it's trash. Finally, a single, discarded dumpling falls to the ground, a symbol of the rejected meal and the difficult realities of prison life. A monstrous voice echoes, asking if he understands the meaning of ballet. The chilling question lingers, as the creature states its life has been a relentless dance. Dante Kang's thoughts turn to a past of hunger, a 10-year period where his stomach was often empty, and survival was a constant struggle. He recalls the harsh winter, and how stealing food from others became normal for him. Back in the present, a sudden thought strikes him, a desperate question about whether this is truly the end. Then, a familiar face appears, as Grandpa Dumpling offers him more food, telling him to eat. He takes a bite, but the taste is not good, reminding him of his harsh situation. The food is incredibly hot, burning his tongue. Suddenly, the unnamed red-haired figure stands over him, his presence a silent judgment on the small meal. The thought of such food brings to mind a grotesque image, a monstrous prison creature with red eyes, showing how bad the meal is. Grandpa Dumpling, seeing the harsh truth, collapses in despair, holding the empty bag that once held their food. Dante lies defeated on the cold floor, his body hurting, as the heavy burden of his situation makes him wonder if he can keep going. Still reeling from the crushing weight of his circumstances, he lies defeated on the cold floor, a small, pathetic bag of food before him, a grim reminder of his desperate past. He remembers the grotesque dumplings served by the prison monster, a meal so vile it could turn stomachs, a stark contrast to the simple, stolen food that once sustained him. The mere thought of its repulsive texture and appearance, like a bulging, bloodshot eye, makes him gag, a visceral reaction to the prison's cruel sustenance. Overwhelmed by the relentless cycle of hunger and despair, he resigns himself to his fate, believing this to be the bitter end. A wave of self-reproach washes over him, the thought of disappointing Grandpa Dumpling once more a heavier burden than his own suffering, his eyes welling with unshed tears. He whispers an apology to the doctor, a silent plea for forgiveness for his perceived weakness, his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a jarring sound rips through the oppressive silence, drawing his gaze upward to a gaping hole in the ceiling, a voice echoing the question of who dares to enter this desolate place. Before he can fully process the intrusion, a figure plummets from the opening, their frantic cry of "This is a total disaster," piercing the air, followed by an urgent shout that Grandpa Dumpling is in grave danger. The new arrival, a young man with sharp eyes and spiky black hair, lands with a jarring impact, his voice laced with desperation as he demands to know if Grandpa is hurt. He stands poised, a formidable drill-like weapon clutched in his hand, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, while Dante Kong watches the unexpected turn of events unfold. The sight of the weapon, or perhaps the sheer audacity of the situation, elicits a disbelieving thought from Dante. You can't be serious. Dante Kong stands in the prison corridor, his attention drawn to a distant door, a thought forming in his mind, like this. He considers the harshness of his environment, always questioning how someone could survive here for a decade. A memory comes to mind. Wasn't it because of Grandpa Dumpling? The memory shifts to a past event, showing the distressed prisoner holding Grandpa Dumpling, an incident that occurred near the hospital. The distressed prisoner was carrying something, a bag held in his hand. Later, the prisoner sat alone, looking at the bag, and Dante wondered what was inside it. The terrible truth dawns on Dante, his eyes widening as he recalls. That man ate. No, he devoured Grandpa Dumpling. He was your helper, don't you understand? He ate his own brother's body. The empty prison yard seems to confirm his memory, a clear sign that he witnessed it himself. His internal conflict ends with a firm agreement, a quiet yes, confirming the terrible truth he saw. As his feet step on the cracked prison floor, his belief solidifies. In my opinion, the traitor. He keeps walking, his determination growing. It's not those villagers, it's you. With each step, Dante Kong moves away, his thoughts now focused on the real cause of his past pain. He stares ahead, a question escaping him as he tries to understand the situation. The world around him seems to blur, a disorienting rush of motion, leaving him to consider his situation. His expression hardens, a serious look settling over his face as he understands the situation, the weight of his past thoughts now meeting a current danger. Suddenly, a loud cry echoes through the air, telling the villagers of Dumpling to catch them. Before he can react, many figures rush towards him, their hands grabbing him and pulling him into the fight. He struggles, shouting a warning to the angry crowd, asking them to stop before anyone gets hurt. But his pleas are ignored as he is violently pulled forward, one of the attackers giving orders to the others, telling them to get Dante first. The world becomes a dizzying blur of motion as he is dragged across the rough ground. His body twists and turns, a desperate struggle against the strong force, but the grip of his captors stays firm. Through the chaotic motion, glimpses of debris and unclear shapes pass by, showing how violent his capture is. He is pulled further, his body twisted in a desperate attempt to escape, but the crowd's force is too strong. The constant dragging continues, a scary journey into the unknown, as the villagers disappear with their captive into the chaos. Dante Kong lies on the ground, subjected to a brutal beating by Ballet, who questions his resilience, wondering why he refuses to yield, while the ghoulish prisoner observes the scene. Ballet's face shows his frustration, sweat forming on his skin, as he continues to hit Dante, insisting that he stop resisting and threatening to continue the beating. With a look of anger and disbelief, Ballet questions if his efforts are still not enough to break Dante. Later, in a prison cell, Dante sees a hand reaching through the bars and hears a voice giving him advice. If you want to survive, all you have to do is. Back during the questioning, Ballet's face appears close, his patience running out, as he gives a final warning, asking about the location of the unknown item or person. With a calm expression, Ballet simply says, "Here," his words sounding threatening. The ghoulish prisoner, still hidden, reacts with surprise, making a sound as he hears what Ballet said. Ballet stands alone in a dark hallway, his presence strong as he states, "Here I am," showing his control. Meanwhile, Dante Kong is left hanging by his wrists in a lonely cell, his body hurt and his will challenged, showing the difficult experience he is going through. A heavy thud reverberates through the confined space. As Dante Kang's eyes widen, his face reflecting surprise at the situation. He gazes intently at something out of view, the pressure in the air almost visible as cracks appear on the surrounding walls. The distressed prisoner, still on the ground, challenges him with a firm voice, stating his plan to make him fight and get him out, then adding, "No, you are staying here. You are going." Dante's surprise grows, as he realizes the old man with the tough dumplings has gone crazy. The prisoner's eyes show a dangerous look, his voice firm as he tells Dante not to tell him what he cannot do, adding that even if he dies, the other will not. Dante, looking down, tries to reason with the man, reminding him that if the old man dies, he will be next, and asking for help. He repeats his warning, asking if the prisoner understands what will happen if the old man dies. A look of deep regret crosses Dante's face, as he thinks about what he regrets most in his life. His expression becomes stern, as he admits his biggest regret is not having killed the prisoner back then. Still consumed by past grievances, the distressed prisoner expresses his anger, claiming Dante forced him to kill his own comrades. However, Dante Kong dismisses the accusations with a cold lack of concern. He considers the lives of common prisoners to be nothing more than worthless. Elsewhere in the prison, the distressed prisoner, confined to his cell, makes his presence known with a loud declaration. Suddenly, the teacher attacks, his drill-like head moving towards Elder Mong, who reacts with surprise. From the darkness, the ghoulish prisoner, identified as number 82, appears, his blue eyes glowing as he observes the scene and speaks. Seeing the attack, the distressed prisoner identifies Elder Mong and another young person, understanding the danger. A powerful energy surges through him, his hair turning white and his eyes glowing blue, as he makes a fierce threat. "If you harm Elder Mong, I will kill you." Elder Mong, caught in the middle, urgently tells everyone to run, identifying the attacker as a dangerous prisoner from C1. Before anyone can respond, the teacher grabs Elder Mong's head with great force. A monstrous entity, dark and imposing, lunges forward, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey, as a chilling voice echoes, "Coming, coming." Its sharp teeth glinting menacingly, the creature snarls, "The meal is served, damn it." But the transformed prisoner, his white hair bristling and electric blue eyes blazing, reacts with a furious, guttural cry of disbelief. He stares at the approaching horror, the name escaping his lips in a shocked whisper, "B.A. Ballet." Nearby, a small, cat-like prisoner watches the scene unfold with wide, terrified eyes. Even the masked figures in the distance are caught off guard, one letting out a pained gasp. Ballet's red eyes glow with sinister intent, its voice echoing with a chilling declaration, "He is already perfect him." Another masked figure, observing the chaos, questions aloud, "How does he know my name?" before challenging an unseen associate. "Show me your analyzing skill." Suddenly, with a sharp, crackling sound, Ballet's monstrous eyes shift from a malevolent red to an intense, glowing blue, its sharp teeth bared in a silent roar. Then, with a deafening blast, a wave of raw, blue energy erupts, tearing through the air. The distressed prisoner, now fully enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, channels his fury into a devastating attack, striking the teacher who still clutches Elder Mong. The teacher's arm, caught in the searing blue energy, begins to tear and dissolve with a violent, explosive sound. With his arm still dissolving from the blue energy, the teacher reacts with shock, while his subordinates express concern, wondering if he knew the prisoner and fearing the consequences should the prisoner escape. The teacher, still processing the attack, looks at the distressed prisoner, wondering about the source of his intense anger. Elsewhere, several masked figures check on Elder Mong, confirming that she has only passed out. Holding Elder Mong firmly, the teacher, with a determined expression, states the necessity of capturing the prisoner quickly, mentioning the impending arrival of the Moon Order and commanding his subordinates to follow him. Ballet observes the scene from a distance, a smirk on its face as it considers testing the teacher's team, its glowing eyes fixed on the chaos. The teacher issues a command, ordering his guards to catch the prisoner and reminding them that failure would lead to their downfall. A guard identifies the distressed prisoner as Young 182, who stands ready for confrontation, his face set with determination. He moves swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to an approaching guard. Following up, he delivers a devastating punch, causing a significant amount of blood to splatter from the impact. The impact is severe, leaving the guard's face disfigured amidst a spray of blood, as the distressed prisoner's eyes glow with blue energy. The force of the attack sends the guard flying, his body propelled through the air. The distressed prisoner stands over the incapacitated guard, his gaze fixed on the other masked figures who are now approaching him. The prisoner, now a blur of motion, unleashes a savage assault, his orange-clad form striking out at the surrounding figures, blood erupting with each impact. He moves with terrifying speed, a relentless force tearing through the ranks of his opponents. Another figure crumples under his brutal efficiency, the sheer power of his blows undeniable. From a distance, the teacher watches in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide behind his glasses, unable to comprehend the ferocity of the one he had underestimated, muttering about the kid. The prisoner continues his rampage, a primal scream tearing from his throat as he batters another foe, while Ballet, the monstrous observer, watches with an unnerving, silent intensity. A glint of steel flashes as the prisoner produces a makeshift blade, plunging it into another guard, the crimson spray painting the air. Standing over his fallen victim, the prisoner holds the bloodied weapon, his voice cold and menacing as he declares the fight over, asserting that his opponent's brain was a valuable weapon. He raises the blade, poised to deliver a final, fatal strike, demanding a life in exchange for his own. The sharp edge slices through flesh, a sickening sound accompanying the gush of blood. With a grunt of effort, he violently hurls another guard through the air. The impact leaves the guard impaled and bleeding profusely, the ground quickly becoming slick with crimson. The prisoner stands victorious amidst the carnage, his foot resting on a defeated foe, the scene reflected in a pool of blood, as Ballet continues to observe, seemingly unsurprised by the brutal display. The distressed prisoner stood among the fallen guards, a makeshift blade held in his hand, surveying the scene. His face was splattered with blood, and his electric blue eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity, reflecting the power he had just used. The knife technique he employed was remarkably effective. From a hidden location, the teacher observed, thinking that the prisoner's talent was impressive and he wished to acquire it. The prisoner, however, was not finished, moving with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he continued forward. He stopped, his glowing eyes fixed on an unseen point, asking why they would not listen to him. Then, a monstrous figure appeared, its glowing white eyes visible in the dim light, stating that it only accepted the Bone Eater as a partner. Ballet extended a hand, offering to take the prisoner along. The prisoner's eyes narrowed, their blue glow intensifying, as he considered the unexpected offer. Ballet tilted his head, a slight smile on his face, implying that the prisoner needed guidance to fully comprehend his abilities. A sharp blade was presented, suggesting that following was the smarter option. This was the opportune moment to escape, if he desired to leave. The distressed prisoner, injured and on the ground, looks up at the imposing figure standing over him. Ballet's glowing eye focuses, as he speaks, asserting his power and the prisoner's inability to resist. Yet, the prisoner's thoughts drift to a past encounter, recalling a fight with the Bone Eater, a powerful opponent he once faced. He remembers his determination in that battle, a resolve that remains strong within him, ready to face new challenges. Ballet, unaware of the prisoner's inner thoughts, continues to speak, his powerful arm visible as he asserts his control. He warns the prisoner against resisting, confident in his own strength and the prisoner's inability to escape. Ballet's large hand grips the prisoner, drawing blood, a painful reminder of his physical disadvantage, but the prisoner does not yield. A determined look crosses his face, a silent promise that he will not give up easily, that his will remain strong. As his hand begins to glow with energy, he feels his body straining, pushing beyond its normal limits, risking injury in his fight for freedom. His mind recalls his past, remembering his time in the Distorted Blade Assault Unit, a group known for its strong members. He accesses a deep, inner strength, a core part of him that cannot be broken, refusing to give up. His eyes now glow with a blue light, and a menacing smile appears as he states his true strength, implying he is more powerful than Ballet realizes. Ballet's cold voice states that the lives of the other prisoners mean nothing to him. The distressed prisoner clenches his fist, acknowledging the strength of his opponent, and thinks that this person is stronger than he first thought. Ballet continues his verbal attack, saying that from the moment he first saw the prisoner, he felt no compassion. He then challenges the prisoner, asking if he lives for other people's business, or if he just interferes. The prisoner, his face showing frustration, asks what this has to do with him, then falls silent. With new conviction, he states the truth, that their situation is because of all of them. He defends the other prisoners, saying they were good, and did not speak badly of them until the end. Ballet dismisses his words, repeating that prisoners are trash, and that the defiant man still hasn't learned his lesson, even though he is a murderer. The prisoner's eyes widen in anger, as he replies that Ballet's brain does not learn. Calling him a bastard, the prisoner says he isn't blind, having seen everything, and that normal people would not do that to others. Ballet, still calm, questions the prisoner's intelligence, asking if it is smart to reject those who try to help and protect him, even here. With a final, sharp comment, Ballet reminds him that he is not the one trapped by his own actions, then asks if the prisoner will say he is alone, before telling him to leave. He strongly denies any weakness, his eyes fixed as he rejects the idea of being called an idiot. A clear understanding comes to him, or perhaps a difficult truth he holds onto, that his survival is not a sign of power, but a heavy responsibility as the only one remaining. The feeling of being alone is strong, as he stands among many simple crosses, each one a quiet reminder of the people he lost. In another place, a deep feeling of worry comes over Dante Kong, his face showing a mix of surprise and growing understanding. The distressed prisoner's voice breaks the quiet, making a direct accusation, stating that this feeling of guilt is the cause of his behavior. From the armed assault unit of the prisoners of District D, a figure steps forward, announcing his operation code name as Multi-Tiger. His mechanical arm, a powerful weapon, is ready for action. He dismisses any idea of weakness, stating he never considered himself inferior to anyone. Suddenly, his drill arm moves with great force, striking an unseen target and causing blood to splatter. He spins, his mechanical arm moving rapidly, striking with powerful force. He muses that a soldier's weapon serves a dual purpose, acting as both a spear for attack and a shield for defense. Turning his back on the immediate conflict, he reflects on the misguided beliefs of those who consider themselves strong, but fail to understand that weakness ultimately leads to ruin. He launches himself forward again, his drill arm glowing with energy, preparing for another powerful attack. A determined expression crosses his face as he continues his assault, resolved to defeat at least one of his adversaries. His resolve hardens, and with a deep breath, he declares his intention to defeat both opponents. Unleashing his mechanical drill arm with a powerful motion, he attacks the first of his opponents, moving with destructive force. With his glowing eyes focused on the unfolding battle, Multi-Tiger states, "Before I was chosen, we had no option but to be weak. But now, it's my job to show the weak that they have no right to exist." His face contorts with fierce determination as he rejects any idea of weakness, a single, guttural "no" leaving his mouth. He moves through the shadowy figures, his drill arm a deadly extension of his will, believing, "I can only grow up by stepping on the weak. That's the only way I can become the strongest." With a loud impact, his attack hits, creating a strong force. Without pause, he continues his brutal fight, his body a blur in the desperate struggle. The result of his power is gruesome, flesh and bone ripped apart with brutal efficiency. As he continues his attack, he speaks to his victims, "But you have to be the stairs for me to become strong." His drill arm glows with a dark energy, delivering another powerful blow that cuts through the air. Then, with a sudden turn, he calls out, "Hey, no, this way." Multi-Tiger descends into the conflict, his mechanical drill arm extended as he announces his intent to overcome all obstacles and grow stronger. With a loud crack, his attack lands, causing debris to scatter from the impact. Landing gracefully, he looks down at Dante Kong, who is struggling. He scoffs, "Is that all you've got?" Dante Kong lets out a pained ugh, while Multi-Tiger stands above him, stating, "Ruse. I can think of a few at the same time too." His face shows a cruel satisfaction, and his power is clearly felt. His yellow-green eyes glow brighter, showing his strong determination. Still standing over his opponent, he gives a slight compliment, "Not bad. You've got skill," then gets ready for another attack. His drill arm glows with a dark energy, pointed at Dante Kang's glowing core. He says, "If you just throw out this only one, you're nothing like that without something." Without pausing, Multi-Tiger hits Dante Kong with his drill arm, causing the ground to shake. A loud crack sounds as he pulls Dante Kong across the broken ground, leaving behind blood and energy. With a final, hard KWM, Multi-Tiger throws his opponent through the air, with blood spraying behind him. Dante Kong spins without control, his body hurt and broken, showing Multi-Tiger's great power. The brutal assault continues as Multi-Tiger unleashes a flurry of attacks, mocking Dante Kang's evasive maneuvers, stating that the one who kept running is finally getting serious. With a loud cry, Multi-Tiger presses his advantage, a whirlwind of devastating blows forcing Dante Kong to desperately defend himself. A powerful kick connects, Multi-Tiger sneering that with such a loser face, all he knows how to do is run away desperately. The sheer force of the impact shatters the ground beneath Dante Kong, sending cracks across the concrete. Then, a devastating punch lands, directly striking Dante Kang's chest, where his glowing core pulses with energy. Having sent his opponent flying, Multi-Tiger pauses, a question mark hanging in the air as he observes the aftermath. He stands over the fallen Dante Kong, taunting him about his persistent refusal to give up on that power. Dante Kang's face is a mask of pain and defiance, his eyes glowing with an intense light amidst the blood and bruising. Even as he struggles to breathe, Multi-Tiger's voice echoes, a chilling prophecy that he is going to die. Ignoring his opponent's suffering, Multi-Tiger winds up for yet another brutal kick, intent on finishing the job. The kick connects with sickening force, sending a fresh spray of blood from Dante Kang's already battered body. The impact continues, each blow driving him further into the ground, his life force draining away with every splash of blood. Despite fighting with all his strength, holding nothing back, Multi-Tiger expresses frustration, unable to deliver a killing blow. Damn it, I can't kill him. Nevertheless, with a sharp impact, he delivers another series of strikes, causing blood to splatter across the ground. Dante Kang's injured hand recoils from the impact, his face twisting in pain. A powerful kick sends him flying, leaving a trail of blood as he hits the wall. He collapses onto the ground, his orange jumpsuit stained with blood, the air around him still vibrating from the impact. Multi-Tiger stands over him, his glowing eyes observing the injured man on the ground. Dante Kang, struggling to remain conscious, looks at his bloodied hand, a question escaping his lips. What is this? His eyes, still glowing faintly, widen as he understands. A purely defensive strategy will prevent him from ever attacking. Injured and bleeding, he tries to move, the understanding overwhelming him. I can't. Damn it. What is this? Multi-Tiger, without mercy, delivers another powerful strike, calling out the man's prison number. Number 182. Dante Kang's eyes open wide in fear, his hand reaching out, a desperate plea escaping him. Don't hit. However, the blow lands with a loud crash, causing more blood to spray as the attack persists. Despite being severely injured and on the ground, Dante Kang maintains his defiance, verbally challenging his attacker and calling him a goldfish born to die. Meanwhile, Multi-Tiger, holding a small, broken object, expresses his frustration with a "damn it," and then aggressively questions unseen individuals, asking if they want to die, idiots? With a menacing expression, he raises his leg to deliver another blow, reminding Dante Kang that his job is to drag you back alive. Got it? The force of the attack leaves a deep, bleeding wound on Dante Kang's torso, causing him to reflect on his previous actions and regret that he didn't cut you deep enough for it to end up like this. Multi-Tiger's hand then grips the fresh wound on Dante Kang's chest, causing more blood to splatter. The man named Multi-Tiger, described as a monster without a sense of justice, looks down with a cold, merciless expression. He then questions Dante Kang's condition, asking, "Were you already so injured from the start?" A sound like "TOK" is heard as Dante Kang's eyes widen in shock, realizing that his opponent he's gone crazy. A wave of frustration and determination washes over him, causing his eyes to glow electric blue, as he mutters, damn it, unable to accept being pushed around so easily. Even as his body begins to glow with a blue aura, he feels a heavy sensation, his body lacking any means of resistance, and a terrible ache shoots through him. As the blue glow in his eyes intensifies, a memory surfaces, a familiar, unpleasant sensation he recognizes. This taste. I've had it before. Multi-Tiger's hand remains on his head, while Dante Kang's eyes continue to glow with the electric blue light. He experiences a sensation that feels familiar, a taste he recognizes, as faint blue particles shimmer around him. His eyes, now glowing with an intense blue light, reflect the power stirring within him, a defiant spark in the face of his pain. Meanwhile, Multi-Tiger, with a sinister expression, holds up a large, red fruit, announcing it as the day's lunch menu. He then forces the fruit towards his captive's mouth, insisting he take even a single bite, despite the captive's clear reluctance. With a firm grip, he threatens to tear his victim's body apart, leaving the other man to wonder what will happen next. The tormentor sneers, his glowing eyes fixed on his captive, calling him a pathetic little pup. Dragging his victim towards a dark, cell-like opening, Multi-Tiger explains that the guards forgot to lock him up, so he'll just get him tasted like food for a while, despite the desperate cries. He produces a small, glowing blue object, intending to use it to tempt whatever is inside the cell. The purple-haired man states his harsh philosophy. If you're not strong enough to get out, you're just food. Dante Kang is then shoved into the dark opening, and a red, clawed limb immediately reaches out from the depths with a zap sound. Within the darkness, a monstrous entity with glowing red eyes and sharp claws is revealed, its form covered in blood, a terrifying sight. A scream tears through the air as the creature's voice echoes, muttering about finding the purest taste from its new prey. As the darkness of the cell gives way to a horrifying revelation, Dante Kang is confronted by the monstrous ballet, its glowing white eyes burning with malevolent intent, a guttural roar echoing through the confined space. The air itself seems to thicken with dread, as the chilling essence of the fog permeates the metallic floor, a silent promise of the terror to come. A chilling realization washes over Dante, his eyes widening in terror as a name escapes his lips. Ballet. The memory of that horrific encounter, where only he managed to survive, still haunts him, whispering, "You feel guilty." His guilt isn't born from some petty, trivial greed. The monstrous face of Ballet, scarred and twisted, flashes in his mind, a terrifying reminder of his past. Meanwhile, outside the grim confines of his current reality, an unseen voice at the Asian Medical Center confirms, "Thank you. I'll take that as a yes." Back in his cell, Dante, now clad in a prison jumpsuit, speaks with a knowing certainty, "I know who sent you. It's the same guy who sent the others, right?" The unseen figure confirms, "Yes, that's right." His gaze drops, heavy with self-reproach, as he confesses, "It's my own fault. My colleagues died because of my fault." The message, delivered to him because he managed to survive, echoes in his mind, culminating in a silent, agonizing scream. Dante Kong slumps in a pool of blood, overwhelmed by the burden of his past, his thoughts consumed by self-blame. A chilling vision of a figure being dragged away, their desperate pleas for help barely audible, flashes before his eyes, a haunting reminder of the suffering he feels he deserves. The tormented cries continue, another figure pleading for rescue, their agony a mirror to his own internal torment. As the bloodied fabric of a shirt fills his sight, the grim thought takes hold. He should scream in agony like the day he was born, for life itself is nothing but a relentless circle of hell. The vision continues, a close-up of a lacerated back, the raw wounds a testament to the brutal suffering that permeates his memories. Suddenly, a dark-skinned man with piercing, glowing red eyes appears, his voice dripping with cold judgment, declaring this a torture chamber perfect for confession, where sinners who refuse their punishment will be judged, and no bastards will be allowed to interfere. The terrifying vision intensifies, a chaotic maelstrom of figures, some with eyes burning red, locked in a brutal struggle, their forms distorted by pain and aggression. A sudden, heavy impact reverberates, snapping him back to the harsh reality of his confinement. His hand, clad in the orange of a prison uniform, grips the cold metal bars, the sound of his desperate hold echoing in the silence of his cell. Facing a calm, bespectacled man in a suit, Dante confesses his profound guilt, believing everything that happened was his fault, trapped in a personal hell where he can neither die nor truly live. Dante Kong, his face marked by stitches, reflects on a past decision, stating that he once thought it would be better to die with his friends. However, his body fought to survive, acting like a beast in the mountains or a bat that flees the light. In a desperate attempt to live, he underwent a transformation, his body covered in bandages and surrounded by a glowing blue substance. Using his talent, he performed the surgery on himself. With his eyes glowing blue, he started stealing FOS from the monsters that appeared. Through this process, he used their blood and flesh to rebuild his whole body. This was how he survived, a testament to his will to live. It was a pathetic and revolting way to survive, until he became something else, now possessing everyone's power, making him wonder why he should feel guilty. This new appearance makes him feel trapped in a place of limbo, and he decides to keep going until he is done using those powers to the fullest. His stitched face and glowing blue eyes show a sinister resolve, with a chilling smile on his lips as he accepts his transformed self. A glowing orb appears, and he questions if this is the fate he chose. The scene fades to black, leaving the question, what kind of fate is that? A younger Dante Kong, with a determined expression, studies a book titled How to Grow Your Own Monster, considering its contents elementary. His ambition went beyond simple monster cultivation, as he imagined a future focused on training and education for your own life, even considering becoming an elementary school teacher. However, a voice from off-panel interrupted his thoughts, mocking his aspirations. Don't tell me you seriously want to be an elementary school teacher. A hand reached for his book, and the young Dante Kong exclaimed, "Give it back to me. Why are you going through my stuff?" His face showed distress, as he heard the dismissive question, "Are you seriously?" His older brother, young Cian, sat with his back to him, speaking sharply, "Now, you're an adult, aren't you?" The young Dante Kong worried. "Dad will explode if he finds out." Young Cian then asked, "And what if he does? Do you care about what I do?" Young Cian continued, his voice showing resentment. "What I do is my own business. I already took responsibility for my own life. What right do you have to interfere in all my business?" He held up a document, his tone dismissive, "Because we're worried. So you'd rather all that just to be a simple babysitter? Isn't being a teacher way too pathetic?" With tears in his eyes, the young Dante Kong looked up at his older brother, young Cian, pleading, "Brother." Young Cian's dangerous perfectionist. "You look so much like Dad, Hyung." Young Cian's gaze was cold, his words cutting, "Piece of trash. You're all the same as him." Turning away, young Cian declared his resolve, "I will not be like him. My life. I will choose my own path." The memory fades to a document detailing education levels and teacher licenses, a silent testament to the path he once envisioned, concluding with a somber reflection, "But in the end, the path I chose myself." A memory surfaces, showing Dante's childhood ambition to become an elementary school teacher, a dream he once wholeheartedly embraced. However, the present is different, his eyes glowing blue as chains bind him, and he admits, "I'm tired of my own life." The glowing chains around him suggest a life he feels was not his true self, a path that was never me from the beginning. His thoughts turn to the past, remembering the teacher who raised me as nothing but a mere monster, as blue chains of memory wrap around an unseen figure. These glowing chains descend into darkness, drawing him further into his past. A spark of defiance appears in his eyes, as he firmly states, "You're wrong," his expression resolute. His blue eyes widen in surprise and denial, as he rejects the idea that his past shaped him, stating, "That didn't happen to me." Then, the scarred face of Dante's father emerges, his yellow eyes glowing, as he claims Dante's fate was the karma that damn prisoner forced onto you long ago. The blue chains keep falling, as the father's voice dismissively states, Someone like you shouldn't even dream like that. Dante's father, the old man who lives in this village, looks down with a strange affection, saying, "Look at this dumping village. Here in this hell, I'm the only one who cares about you, my son." His yellow eyes burn with anger as he recalls a past conversation. "But why do you grab? I just told me to stay away from the old man, isn't it? But is it not the same thing if you don't care about? You said that." His gaze hardens, recalling one who taught everything to the old man, and he states, "You taught me all this shitty dump," before adding, "Life still has great value." In a flashback, a young Dante, his eyes glowing blue, confronts a figure, accusing them of teaching his father that the world was filled with corrupt individuals. His eyes narrow as he identifies this person as his father's teacher. The scarred teacher, his eyes glowing blue, confirms the accusation, stating, "It is you." The scene shifts to a younger Dante, huddled in a cell, as his father's voice speaks with a possessive tone, calling him Dr. Heron and promising to make their prison a heaven for him, despite his wishes. Young Dante, filled with determination, makes a solemn vow, an oath for the innocent people in their village who live without hope. His father's voice continues, offering a manipulative comfort among the other prisoners, claiming to be the only one who cares for his son, even as thanks from outside arrive, hinting at hidden exchanges. A terrifying memory flashes through Dante's mind, a monstrous creature named Ballet roaring, a reminder of the brutal fights and near-death experiences in the prison. His father's scarred arm is visible, as his voice questions the value of healing if it's wasted on small conflicts, a twisted idea that influences young Dante's view of strength. Back in the cell, Dante's father continues to speak to his son, Heron, with an update, telling him they now have electricity. He then reveals another gift for Heron and the other prisoners, a batch of dumplings that arrived today. The father's voice becomes more insistent, offering false hope to Heron, claiming the village door has been opened, promising freedom and the chance to see the outside. Yet, despite the news, young Dante, still called Heron, refuses the food, his quiet plea showing he understands his father's manipulative actions. Young Dante Kong stood by a window, observing the distant city lights of Seoul, a question beginning to form in his thoughts. The vast city spread out before him. This was the outside world, the vibrant center of Seoul, a place he could only imagine. Abruptly, a pair of glowing electric blue eyes, belonging to the teacher, appeared in the shadows, his voice resonating with a disturbing statement about something that had been exerting control. Dante's expression shifted to one of shock and confusion, the incomplete question, "Who is your?" lingering in his mind. The origin of the teacher's unsettling words appeared as a glowing, complex blue orb, emitting crackling sounds of intense energy. From its center, spectral chains emerged, seemingly tethering the surrounding space as it continued to emit sparks of power. The teacher's voice echoed again, finishing his unsettling declaration, "That has been controlling your very existence." In another location, a bald man wearing glasses cast his gaze downward, his brow creased, as though processing a significant understanding. He posed a question, "Is it that?" as another man next to him displayed a comparable expression of worry, both appearing affected by the seriousness of the circumstances. A disturbing image of a monstrous, stitched face dominated the view, its rough seams suggesting a terrifying creation. A solitary, sharp blue line then traversed the darkness, serving as a final, mysterious visual before the scene concluded. The scene abruptly shifts to a dynamic blur of motion, a flash of orange and blue-gray energy, as a figure in an orange jumpsuit moves with incredible speed, the air around them charged with kinetic force. With a powerful stride, the figure in orange rapidly advances, their foot positioned for a forceful impact. As he extends his hand, a confident declaration rings out, Dante Kong stating, "I'm a master of this." However, before his words can fully register, a monstrous foot connects with his leg with a loud quang, the force of the impact reverberating through the immediate area. Another powerful quang immediately follows, as the relentless attack persists, causing him to stumble backward. The air itself seems to vibrate with violent energy, a deep wound resonating through the area as the confrontation escalates. Dante Kong, now with white hair, endures a direct, forceful blow to his face, blood splattering as the monstrous ballet continues its relentless assault. With a sharp gang, the creature prepares its next attack, its luminous eyes intently focused on its target. Despite being battered and bruised, Dante Kang's voice pierces the chaos, a chilling possessiveness evident as he declares, "Don't you dare touch him with your hands. This bastard is my own pet." A blue-gray arm, resembling a tentacle, lashes out, striking him once more, eliciting a sharp whoop from his lips. The rapid exchange of blows persists, a flurry of strikes and defensive maneuvers highlighted by the visual emphasis. Ballet's face contorts into a snarl of pure aggression. Blue energy crackles around its form with a tearing pockok, poised to deliver another powerful strike. As the monstrous claw remained unharmed, a voice expressed disbelief, wondering how he couldn't even cut the creature. The large creature, moving quickly, then sneered, telling him not to bother with a low-rank opponent. Before he could react, a powerful strike moved through the air, aimed directly at him. The blow landed with great force, sending him flying with a loud crash. He tried to block, his hand glowing with energy, but the force was too much, causing him to cry out in pain. He was thrown to the ground, and a loud crunch sounded as the monster's foot came down, pushing him further into the floor. His face showed pain and shock, as he thought, how can this be? He shouldn't have any injuries at all. Ballet, the monster, with its glowing eyes staring at him, then spoke, saying, "This isn't the bone eater I knew." With a burst of dark energy, Ballet's arm glowed with a blue light, preparing for another strong attack. A quick, hard movement sent him flying through the air, like a toy in the monster's hand. He landed with a heavy sound, his body broken and blood gathering around his head, completely defeated. Ballet stood victorious over his injured body, the monster having won this harsh fight. Lying defeated on the ground, his body injured, Dante Kong looks up in disbelief, a single name escaping his lips. From the sidelines, a voice calls out, warning him to be careful and to get out of the way. Ballet, however, enjoys his suffering, his monstrous form standing over him, asking why he continues to fight. With glowing white eyes and blue energy around him, the creature demands its prey, ready to consume everything. A hand, covered in blue energy, strikes out, not at Dante Kong, but at the prisoner who spoke. The impact sends the man backward, his body twisting as the power hits him. But with incredible speed, a blur of orange and white moves across the scene, a strong kick stopping Ballet's attack before it can fully hit. The situation changes quickly, as the monstrous figure is thrown backward, its blue energy fading from the sudden attack. A loud thud sounds through the room, showing the creature's sudden and hard fall. Now standing, the previously defeated Dante Kong looks down at his surprised opponent, a hint of surprise on his own face at what just happened. Ballet, now lying on the ground, its glowing eyes wide with confusion, tries to understand who this strong enemy is, realizing this is not the weak person it knew before. Meanwhile, the prisoner, having just avoided Ballet's attack, can only yell in frustration at Dante Kang's brave but risky actions. As the dust settled from the powerful blow, Ballet recoiled in disbelief, his monstrous features contorted in shock as he questioned the identity of his assailant. Meanwhile, Dante Kong, with blood streaking his face, internally vowed to repay a debt, his resolve hardening. The monstrous Ballet, caught by an unseen force, let out a guttural scream of agony and frustration, his glowing eyes wide with torment. The impact was so severe that shattered teeth and crimson blood erupted from his mouth, spraying into the air. Now ensnared in glowing blue energy traps, Ballet struggled violently, realizing with dawning horror that his opponent's power far surpassed his own. Dante Kang's thoughts drifted to the source of his newfound strength, a profound power he perceived as a divine gift. The brutal assault had left Ballet's mouth a mangled mess of torn flesh and gushing blood, a testament to the sheer force unleashed upon him. Despite the overwhelming pain and his trapped state, Ballet defiantly declared that true death was a far more elusive prize than his current predicament. He attempted to retaliate, but his jaw, shattered and aching, refused to obey, leaving him unable to bite down on his tormentor. Completely immobilized and defeated, Ballet roared in impotent rage, unable to move a single limb. Standing triumphantly over the defeated monster, Dante Kong radiated an intense blue energy, his power now undeniable as Ballet lay broken beneath him. The drill wielder drives his weapon into Multi-Tiger, causing a spray of blood from the prisoner's shoulder. Yet the creature only lets out a raw, guttural scream of rage, its eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Other prisoners watch in horror, their faces showing clear terror as the fight intensifies. The sheer power of the transformed prisoner leaving them completely paralyzed. Their screams are silent, their fear clear, as even the white-haired doctor, watching from afar, can only manage a single, questioning word, "Doctor." Multi-Tiger is not defeated. With a sudden burst of power, he counters, sending the drill wielder flying backward with a strong blow. The impact leaving the white-haired doctor completely aghast, his glowing blue eyes wide with disbelief and a chilling understanding of the monster's true strength. What the hell is that damn bastard? Still recovering from the previous attack, Multi-Tiger falters, his mind trying to understand what just happened. He had been hit. Before he can fully react, another strong hit sends his head snapping back, the sound of the blow loud in the area. Dante Kong, taking advantage of the moment, grabs the creature's arm, realizing something important. This monster is much more lively than he expected. With a loud crack, he crushes Multi-Tiger's hand, making the monster groan in pain. But the creature's eyes glow with new anger, and in a sudden burst of power, it attacks, hitting Dante Kong when he least expects it. The hit makes him stumble back, his face showing pain and surprise, as the monster's loud roar seems to mock his earlier thoughts about its power. Multi-Tiger falls to the ground, looking defeated again, and Dante Kong looks at the situation, making a serious comment about the mess. Another loud crack sounds as the monster's face shows more damage, its fight appearing to be over. Looking down at the defeated monster, he thinks about his surroundings, a worrying thought about how dangerous this place is. But before he can fully think about it, a sudden, unseen force hits him, a loud impact filling the air. He is violently thrown backward, a cry of pain leaving his mouth, the great power of the hit too much for him. Badly hurt and confused, he can only make a desperate request, calling for the doctor as his sight becomes unclear. Severely wounded and disoriented, he calls out, his voice a desperate whisper, "Dr. Heron." As if speaking to a ghost, or perhaps to his own fractured mind, "My old friend." But the cold reply comes from his attacker, Multi-Tiger, his glowing eyes fixed on the injured man. "You're finally back." A sudden, violent impact sends a shockwave through his body, red energy flaring as he cries out in horror. "What the hell is this?" The sickening sound of tearing flesh and grinding bone echoes in the confined space, as the attack continues, relentless and painful. Multi-Tiger, radiating power, holds the injured man, now in a lab coat, his hands tearing through him with brutal force, a horrifying display of strength. A strange thought crosses Multi-Tiger's mind, a detached curiosity amidst the violence. Is he using scissors? Could he stop it with just a pair of scissors? The victim, his face twisted in pain and confusion, screams out, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing to my body?" Multi-Tiger's glowing eyes narrow, his voice a cold command. "Bark all you want, but speak no more." Another wave of intense pain rips through him, eliciting a guttural scream of AGH. Multi-Tiger continues his brutal work, blue energy crackling around his hands as he tears through the man's form, a whirlwind of destruction. With a twisted challenge, Multi-Tiger taunts his victim, "Happen, dodge it." Multi-Tiger, surrounded by a destructive blue aura, launches himself forward, declaring with certainty that the kingdoms themselves could not stop his rampage. His momentum building, he becomes a blur of power, the blue energy around him intensifying. Then, with a roar, he unleashes a powerful, sweeping strike, challenging his opponent and asserting that no matter how many times he tries, it will be futile. The impact is instantaneous, a flash of blue energy erupting from Dante Kang's eye as the force of the blow connects, shattering his defenses. As the dust settles, Multi-Tiger's true, monstrous face is revealed, his glowing yellow-green eyes burning as he declares himself the king of cells. Without hesitation, he continues his brutal assault, tearing into Dante Kang's flesh with savage blue energy, the impact radiating outward. The tearing intensifies, ripping through muscle and sinew, exposing the raw, fleshy interior. More of Dante Kang's body is violently shredded, the crimson tissue stretching and tearing under the relentless assault. With a final, devastating tear, Multi-Tiger exposes his victim's internal structures, a grotesque display of power. Dante Kang's form is violently distorted and pulled apart, his body twisting unnaturally under the overwhelming force of the attack, surrounded by swirling energy. His broken body is then hurled downwards through the air, a trail of blue energy and debris marking his rapid descent. Finally, with a sickening crunch, he crashes into the ground amidst a shower of debris, the impact echoing the brutal finality of the assault. The brutal assault on Dante Kang continues, with a close view of a mouth filled with sharp teeth, tearing into flesh as blood splatters. His face distorts into a pained expression, with bulging flesh and wide eyes, as the attack continues. Other prisoners nearby watch in silence, their faces showing shock and fear at the violent scene. Another loud impact sounds through the area, a quang noise that causes two more people to recoil in fear. Dante's body is severely damaged, with blue energy coming from his wounds, as Multi-Tiger's voice states that his muscles are completely torn. A loud kwak sound is heard as his body is further twisted, causing him to let out a shocked gasp. He screams in pain, as Multi-Tiger's voice threatens to make his tongue roll up and choke him. Surrounded by a blue glow, Multi-Tiger smirks with glowing eyes, thinking about that damn prisoner he is torturing. Lying injured and unable to move, Dante's thoughts race, knowing that struggling will only make things worse, as his body won't respond. Multi-Tiger's hand grabs him again, a simple "hey" comes before another pained groan from the victim. Then, with great force, Dante is slammed or dragged across the ground, leaving a trail of blood and blue energy behind him. The final image is a close-up of his mangled body, showing the extreme violence of Multi-Tiger's attack. Above, the sky remains a clear blue, a sharp contrast to the destruction on the ground. A gruesome splatter of blood and flesh marks the place where a powerful enemy once stood, now a mangled heap. With eyes wide in horror and disbelief, Dante Kang can only manage to whisper, "It was." Other prisoners, their faces showing fear, complete his thought, naming the defeated monster as the Bone Eater. Standing tall over the gruesome remains, Multi-Tiger appears victorious, his strong body giving off an aura of immense power. The sheer impossibility of the act fills the air, a stark reminder that even a demon lord, even the demon king, can be defeated. A wave of terrified screams rises from the onlookers, their fear clear as they see the frightening show of power. The combined cries of horror echo through the prison, showing the harsh reality of their lives. Amidst the chaos, a large prisoner, his voice loud, shouts, "Hey! Nobody died this time." The defeated Bone Eater lies still, its monstrous body now just a pile of flesh and bone. From a distance, the white-haired doctor watches the scene with a cold calm, noting the speed of the victory. He defeated one of the four kings quickly. Dante Kang gasps, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looks at the monstrous figure, uttering a name in surprise, "Ballet?" The grotesque face of Ballet, with its glowing white eyes, comes into view, confirming Dante's sudden realization. Dante lies injured on the ground, looking up at the tall figure, a bitter truth settling in as he admits. Looks like he really did it. It's my fault. The scene changes, showing Ballet carrying the unconscious Dante, his large body holding the smaller man gently. A close-up shows Dante's arm, roughly stitched and bandaged, held gently in Ballet's large, scarred hand. Ballet sits, holding the still unconscious Dante in his lap, a heavy sigh leaving him as he says, "I'm very sorry." His hand forms a tight fist, the burden of a broken promise heavy as he regrets. My promise to create a safe village. I couldn't fulfill it. He looks towards the scared prisoners, their fear clear, a deep sadness in his voice as he admits. I couldn't change the minds of these people. Forgive me. I'm truly a slave, doctor. Now awake, Dante looks at Ballet, his expression thoughtful as he ponders. Maybe they are just as you said. People. A single tear falls down Ballet's monstrous cheek, his glowing eyes showing deep sadness. Ballet gently advises Dante. Stop overworking yourself, if you want to create a safe village. But Dante's gaze becomes firm with strong resolve, as he states. That won't be enough. I'll arm myself and fight. Learn to. He stares, his eyes widening in disbelief, as the monstrous figure before him is revealed to be Ballet. A quiet admission escapes the creature's lips, confirming the truth. Tears stream down Ballet's face, a raw display of anguish. His scarred and stitched features contort with sorrow, a stark contrast to his monstrous appearance. Standing over the defeated Ballet, amidst the other prisoners, Dante declares the confrontation finished. He reflects on the speed of the battle, acknowledging Ballet's unexpected strength, which surpassed other threats. As he surveys the vast prison yard, a new resolve hardens his gaze, believing they have found the right prisoner. His determination unwavering, he vows to carve out a sanctuary for everyone, if they can reignite the will to return to the surface. Suddenly, his attention snaps to Ballet, who has collapsed, prompting a cry of alarm. He cradles the unconscious figure, noting the severe blood loss, desperately calling for a nurse. With Ballet still on the ground, Dante sprints away, his footsteps echoing with urgency. Ballet remains seated, bleeding, his fate uncertain. Dante's voice cuts through the tension, a sharp reprimand echoing in the confined space, reminding the injured figure, I told you to leave. His frustration mounts, questioning the logic of the other's actions, asking, did you think you could beat him? With that body. The words spill out, a torrent of exasperation and concern. What were you thinking? Why are you always like this? Ballet, battered and bleeding, offers a simple, heartfelt explanation. I just wanted to help the old man. A moment of confusion passes over Dante, before Ballet continues, his voice laced with a poignant question. Didn't you teach me that? The injured man's face, streaked with blood and grime, reflects a raw vulnerability, his glowing eyes fixed on Dante. He presses on, a flicker of doubt in his tone. Or did I get it wrong again? Dante's expression shifts, his eyes widening slightly as the weight of Ballet's words begins to sink in, a profound realization dawning upon him. He murmurs, almost to himself, until now? Finally. Ballet, seeing the shift in Dante, offers a quiet reassurance. Really, you're doing the right thing. Dante, now looking at Ballet with a new understanding, acknowledges his efforts. You did very well. I think I'm finally understanding everything. A realization comes to him, as if only now he truly understands. Dante Kong looks at a small plant, his mind deep in thought. Wearing a prison jumpsuit, he thinks about someone else, a quiet admission forming in his mind. He has finally begun to understand him a little. Still, a part of him is confused, a small voice asking, who is this person who looks like dandelion spores? The man he is thinking about, with wild, white hair and tired eyes, looks very troubled, his face showing deep exhaustion. A close-up shows the distressed prisoner's face, his eyes wide and wet, a quiet sound escaping him. He looks up, showing how tired he is, with dark circles under his eyes. In a clean medical room, a masked attendant gives the white-haired man an orange prison jumpsuit, his face hidden by the mask. The rough fabric shows the number, 281. Oh, marking his new status. The white-haired man looks down, a bit surprised as he hears the attendant say, he is naked, before being given the right size clothing. Now wearing the orange jumpsuit, he lies in the hospital bed, with the attendant watching him, a single word said, long, perhaps about the time he will spend there. These individuals, possessing abnormally strong bodies, were the result of a biological experiment, having been gathered and held here for over 20 years. However, the doctor informs him that his internal organs are still very weak, leading the prisoner to ask if he is still unable to go outside. He states that he is an adult now, but then adds that he was once a child. The doctor then tells him, you're the same, which confuses the prisoner. A moment of realization dawns on him, his eyes showing a silent shock. He calls the doctor teacher, then questions if anyone can become a doctor, adding that he is likely more than just a teacher, and tells him to stop lying. The doctor sighs in frustration, commenting on David's lack of common sense, then calls him by his name. David, his expression a little softer, asks the doctor if he is not a prisoner. His eyes glow with intensity, his facial scars visible as he continues to speak. He describes his isolated life, having been confined alone and unable to interact with children his age, asking if this is correct. His gaze becomes sharper, his glowing blue eyes reflecting his past, as he concludes that this isolation shaped him. The doctor then changes the subject, noting David's unique recovery speed and advising him not to move around too much. He knows, deep down, that an exit must exist somewhere within this imposing, sun-drenched facility. Inside, the sterile, fluorescent-lit corridors offer little comfort, a maze designed to disorient and trap. But then, a glimmer of hope appears as he discovers a map, a crucial piece of information in this desolate place. His eyes scan the intricate lines, searching for any sign of an escape route, only to realize that neither the entrance nor the exit are marked. A peculiar detail catches his attention. The map is distorted in the central area, while the outer regions remain normal, a clear indication of something amiss. Pointing a finger at the anomaly, he deduces that the central area must be where the entrance is located, and he resolves to go there. He understands the risk, knowing full well that the central area houses the most dangerous prisoners, yet his resolve remains unshaken. For he believes that only those who have been confined the longest, the most formidable among them, might possess the knowledge to escape this place. Looking up, a determined glint in his eyes, he affirms his target, them. He knows that if he wants to find his way out, he must confront these formidable individuals, a challenge he accepts with a quiet well. His gaze returns to the map, a silent promise forming in his mind: escape this place, and return to a normal life. Still confined, his face marked by stitches, Dante Kong understands that if he were to withdraw, the institution would simply replace him. He recognizes that his status as a scientist's son is the only reason they are attempting to help him, but his thoughts are not focused on himself. He dismisses the idea of worrying about his own fate, his gaze firm. Instead, his concern lies with another individual. His gaze drops, his thoughts returning to the distorted map and its central area. The grand, imposing building of the facility stands before him. A pained groan escapes him, as he feels a strange sensation within himself. He brings a magnifying glass to his eye, his expression one of shock and disbelief, as he realizes his eyes are undergoing a transformation. A close-up reveals his iris, now a vibrant, electric blue, glowing with an unnatural intensity. A blue aura flares around him, emanating from his body, as he questions what is happening to him. He recognizes this phenomenon, recalling that the abnormal mana from the facility's core is affecting him, despite not having absorbed any of it directly. His hand clenches, a visible tremor running through his arm, as he realizes the implications of this unexpected development. He laments that he doesn't possess any special abilities, concluding that this new situation has truly complicated his already dire circumstances. He remains on the cold floor, the medical staff observing his stillness. The medical staff, however, seems to be addressing someone else, perhaps a group of prisoners, asking. Dante, still on the ground, hears the medical staff's voice, which now questions, are you guys not human? The grim reality of the facility's effects is laid bare, as the medical staff reflects on how they slowly lose cognitive abilities and fall into a coma, and also, he understands the implication. If you fall into lung disease or a coma, you're a worthless piece of trash, and it's not as simple as recovering from a mere coma. The weight of this truth presses down on him, forcing him to his knees, his head bowed in despair. Elsewhere, a different prisoner, his face scarred and stitched, lets out a low growl, prompting the medical staff to ask, "What's wrong?" The medical staff, seemingly oblivious to the true horror, wonders, why don't you guys just recover from the coma? While the ghoulish prisoner struggles to articulate a single word, a broken broth, escaping his lips, before lamenting, "I thought you guys were human." Even in his transformed, monstrous state, the ghoulish prisoner clings to a sliver of his former self, asserting that despite everything, he is still. Dante, witnessing this tragic scene, understands the ghoulish prisoner's unspoken plea. "Because I'm different," the prisoner's eyes seem to say, "this is not the life I want." Meanwhile, in a desolate, open area, several figures shrouded in white cloaks stand motionless, their presence unsettling as a faint creaking sound echoes. A discarded pile of similar white garments and scattered documents, marked EX Laboratory, hints at the dark experiments and the fate of those who once wore them. The medical wing of the facility appears sterile and cold, a quiet space within the larger complex. Empty beds line the walls, suggesting a high patient turnover or a readiness for new arrivals, as the facility's purpose becomes more apparent. A long, empty hallway extends into the distance, its clean white walls providing no comfort, only a feeling of isolation. A medical staff member, with a serious expression, confirms the situation, telling someone named Regis that he needs to recover. Outside, the large facility stands tall, a place holding many secrets, as a voice announces that someone is finally leaving. The medical staff member leads Regis, a bald and bearded prisoner, towards the exit, telling him he is fortunate and to remember the others still inside. With a hand on Regis's shoulder, the staff member repeats his name, making it clear that no one should stop him from leaving. Regis looks away, his face showing little emotion, as the staff member explains they are going to a healing facility, which sounds like another type of prison. As Regis turns, he sees Dante Kong, and asks if his name is Dante, showing a hint of recognition. Filled with gratitude, Regis bows deeply, sincerely thanking Dante Kong. Dante Kong, remaining calm, turns to the medical staff member, saying that he is the one who should be thankful. The staff member, holding a bag of top-grade dumplings, looks surprised by Dante Kang's words, reacting with an exclamation of disbelief. Carrying Regis on his back, Dante Kong exits the facility. The older man expresses his thanks for the assistance, though he claims he could have managed by himself. At that moment, an elderly woman with a kind smile approaches, holding a basket of freshly made dumplings, and Regis expresses his surprise, recognizing her as Grandpa Dumpling. Dante Kong, with a slight nod, encourages Regis to take the food, reminding him that he needs to recover his strength. As Regis is escorted away by another person, likely to the healing facility, Dante Kong bids him a final, polite farewell. Elder Mong then reaches out her hand to Dante Kong, her face showing gentle concern. She reminds him of a promise to keep the dumplings safe, her words implying more than just the food itself. Dante Kong, now wearing a clean white shirt and black vest, looks at her seriously, asking if she truly believes he can keep such a challenging promise. Elder Mong's expression softens, and with a wise look, she assures him that she knows he will succeed, her belief in him firm. He ponders her words, a thoughtful look on his face, before affirming his determination to protect what is important. Elder Mong observes him depart, a faint smile on her face, her eyes reflecting both hope and quiet understanding. The view changes, showing a charming, lively settlement beneath a clear sky, a sign clearly identifying it as Dumpling Village. Dante Kong stands by himself, his eyes on the village, a calm resolve coming over him as he notes his arrival. The desolate landscape stretches out, with a single tent visible in the distance. A tremor runs through him, his arm tensing slightly. A subtle vibration passing through him, as if sensing something significant. His phone lights up with an incoming call from R.R., the screen displaying the name. That R.R. keeps calling, he notes. The words he hears send a jolt of disbelief through him, his eyes widening as he questions, ballet? The truth dawns on him. He couldn't die, he murmurs, realizing. Someone saved him. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. As he continues his journey towards the Dumpling Village, the settlement now visible in the distance. Meanwhile, the voice on the other end of the line ponders the concept, a single word echoing with skepticism. A friend? R.R., a man with a serious demeanor, stands in a dimly lit room, his expression thoughtful as he processes the information. He looks up, the situation prompting a profound question. How could that be possible? He exclaims, his voice filled with disbelief. His voice, now sharper, challenges the idea of such a bond. Something like you. How could you possibly have a friend? He asks, his tone filled with surprise. The path ahead opens into a wide gateway, suggesting a significant journey. Through the swirling mists, a large, futuristic city appears, its tall buildings glowing in the hazy sky. The red-haired figure walks forward, seemingly unaffected by the haze, asking aloud, how much fog is left? A meeting is in progress, with the organization's emblem illuminated above a long conference table. Dante Kong, positioned at the head of the table, observes that only 9 days are left, then comments that at this rate, it is already too late. Elsewhere, the red-haired figure, his electric blue eyes sharp, states his intention to complete the task personally if a solution can be found, requesting additional data. In the meeting, a masked subordinate delivers a report concerning public opinion, emphasizing the need for specific talents as the main objective. A stark statement is made. Winter is coming, prompting Dante Kong to consider its meaning. The subordinate proceeds with his report, outlining the deployment of 500 modified individuals, a significant force prepared for operations. He further explains the various genetic modifications, which include more than 10 different types, intended for roles such as construction, maintenance, and other essential tasks. Dante Kong, appearing calm despite the scope of the operation, disregards any worries about weapons, considering the overall situation quite ordinary. The masked subordinate, possibly perceiving his leader's lack of concern, cautiously asks if reinforcements are required. However, the red-haired figure interjects with a philosophical statement. Do not merely provide them with fish. Instruct them on how to catch fish, highlighting the importance of self-reliance. The masked subordinate, feeling unheard, reiterates his question to Dante Kong, who remains contemplative as the discussion proceeds. The glowing digital globe continues to spin, its intricate network highlighting the urgency of their situation, as a voice emphasizes the critical lack of time. The sentiment is echoed, reinforcing the dire circumstances, a stark reminder that their window of opportunity is rapidly closing. A sudden, jarring shift in perspective reveals a blurry, chaotic scene, accompanied by a question of dwindling mana, the very lifeblood of their operations, as a guttural sound echoes through the void. The narrative then plunges into a new section, titled 30 Clues, hinting at a deeper mystery unfolding within the sterile confines of a facility hallway. Deep within a desolate cell, a simple wooden bowl of steaming soup is presented, a meager offering in a harsh environment. The prisoner, Multi-Tiger, observes the contents, identifying it as mere cabbage soup, Yet a flicker of something more profound crosses his mind. Hunched against the cold brick wall, his blonde hair falling over his face, Multi-Tiger cradles the bowl, a silent testament to his grim existence, as a soft gulp escapes him. Suddenly, the soup bowl glows with an ethereal light, intricate lines of energy flowing through the wooden vessel, as Multi-Tiger's unique ability recognizes and activates the mana within, transforming the simple meal into a conduit of power. His yellow-green eyes now burning with fierce resolve, he understands that this meager sustenance, imbued with mana, will be his only chance to cling to life. A quiet affirmation escapes him, his gaze hardening with a silent promise to endure. Suddenly, a voice from off-panel challenges him, asking if he's lost his mind. But Multi-Tiger, clad in his orange jumpsuit, simply offers another quiet, almost defiant, sound, his glowing eyes fixed on an unseen point. A figure with pale, unkempt hair kneels on the cold floor, a desperate smile on his lips as he whispers, "An angel, you finally came." His voice filled with weariness, he continues his plea, "Please take me away, to your paradise. I no longer have any attachment to the world." Suddenly, the sound of heavy chains echoes through the desolate space, and a voice cuts through the silence, calling out, "Bah, ballet." The pale-haired figure, now wearing a tattered orange jumpsuit, looks down, his expression shifting from hopeful delirium to a quiet, defeated "oh." A hand reaches towards him, and he murmurs, still clinging to the fading illusion, "An angel." But the angel is revealed to be Multi-Tiger, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Ballet as he states, "I've been waiting for you, Ballet. Let's go." A sharp, crunching sound accompanies Ballet's startled cry, "Hey." He clutches a broom, his eyes wide with distress as he stammers, I am barely. I'm cleaning this place." His shame is palpable as he apologizes, "Sorry you had to see me like this. I'm a chef." Multi-Tiger, observing the disoriented man, calmly offers a bowl of food, reminding him, if you don't eat, you'll have no strength." Ballet, still struggling to process the situation, responds with a confused apology, "Sorry, you should have told me that better, right?" His gaze drifts upwards, his mind clearly elsewhere, as he asks Multi-Tiger, "Little girl, who are you?" Still disoriented, Ballet looks up at Multi-Tiger, asking why he is present. Multi-Tiger reacts with surprise, as Ballet, mistaking him for someone else, calls him Sir Stephen. In Ballet's mind, a figure named Bren is already 17 years old, and he believes Bren is old enough to perform cleaning duties. However, a concern remains that without a balanced diet, Bren will not grow tall. Multi-Tiger, attempting to understand, asks Ballet why he is present. Overwhelmed, Ballet cries out for his mother. Multi-Tiger's patience breaks, and he harshly scolds Ballet, calling him a broom brat. He continues to scold Ballet for slacking off, causing the distressed man to stumble. Multi-Tiger's hand clamps down on Ballet's wrist. Ballet, now restrained, can only whimper in response. Multi-Tiger drags the crying Ballet away, demanding to know why he always runs. Still caught in his delusion, Ballet cries out in terror, calling for his mother, as Multi-Tiger stands over him. With his patience dwindling, Multi-Tiger looks down at the struggling figure, uttering a single, frustrated "what?" Elsewhere, a woman with short blonde hair and glasses states that one shouldn't bother someone who has already given up, adding that becoming too attached to anything is not good. A larger hand firmly takes hold of a smaller one, pulling it away. The grip then loosens, and the hands part ways. A vast, dark chasm opens up below, its depths unseen. Multi-Tiger, his face showing frustration, drags Ballet through a corridor. The blonde-haired woman watches with concern as he urges, "Hurry up, Broombrat, you're done for." Her brow furrowed with concern, the woman holds her chest, watching the figures leave. They soon arrive at a large, imposing facility, its industrial design suggesting advanced technology. Inside, medical tools are neatly arranged, with a bloody bandage lying nearby, indicating recent treatment. The white-haired doctor, looking calm, attends to Multi-Tiger's bandaged arm, stating, "It's all ready," as if for a procedure. Multi-Tiger then looks at Ballet, who is unconscious on a medical bed, his monstrous body showing no scars, leading Multi-Tiger to remark, "Oh, there isn't a single scar left." The events transpire so quickly that Dante Kong struggles to comprehend the situation, his thoughts racing as he identifies the monstrous figure. He understands that the transformation is occurring at a cellular level. He considers the nature of this power, questioning if it is an ability obtained through a rift, and what precisely the creature has gained. While the creature emits a guttural scream, Multi-Tiger attempts to restrain its raw, uncontrolled power, telling it to be quiet. Dante Kong observes the purple energy emanating from the creature's form, concluding that this ability centers on the body, akin to a biological rift forming within it. The glowing purple energy swirls across the creature's chest, creating intricate patterns, indicating that its power extends beyond simple regeneration, enabling it to absorb the lives of others. He speculates that to fully comprehend this phenomenon, they need to find the origin of its ability, the core of its immense power. Later, within a sterile medical bay, the white-haired doctor commences an examination, seeking a method to halt the creature's uncontrolled transformation. A new idea occurs to Dante Kong, a disturbing possibility. What if the creature was not transformed, but was born in this state? Is it possible a rift merely bestowed a superpower upon it? The creature's face, a grotesque mask of glowing white eyes and cracked skin, displays the true horror of its state. Dante Kang's thoughts turn to his own situation, contemplating what it would be like to have such an ability, to possess a superpower that could provide him with true freedom. He addresses the doctor, his voice carrying a deeper implication, inquiring about the teacher's true intentions, a question the doctor evades with a nervous chuckle. With a deep sigh, Dante Kang confesses his own curiosity, reflecting on his poisoned condition and pondering his own desires. He considers the nature of power, questioning if it is an inherent trait or an ability that can be developed. The thought of acquiring such power, an ability beyond the ordinary, is appealing, with a soft blue energy appearing around him as he continues to think. He understands the great risks involved, but the desire for true freedom, to control his own fate, is a strong driving force. The teacher's past statements remain in his thoughts, highlighting the serious consequences. He tightens his hand, feeling a wave of resolve, convinced that he also has some kind of hidden ability, a power yet to be revealed. He wishes to be like those with special powers, to have a strength that gives him confidence, and with that belief, he decides to press on, regardless of the difficulties. Later, within the prison, he overhears Multi-Tiger, another prisoner, explaining that the strange fog is not random, but rather a substance that enhances a person's natural abilities. Multi-Tiger continues, saying that strong talents result in strong physical responses, suggesting the fog only reveals existing potential. He then asks if Dante Kang has a specific talent, implying that even without clear powers, a special skill could still be strengthened. Dante Kang, looking thoughtful, ponders the question, admitting that he does have a special skill, though it might not be an obvious one. Regis, another prisoner, interrupts, dismissing the idea that someone without strength could survive here, while Kasim, another inmate, tells Dante Kang to be careful with his words, suggesting the topic is risky. Dante Kang, calm, simply says his specialty is teacher, a puzzling answer that confuses the others, and then he asks them about their own specialties, returning the question. He explains that a specialty doesn't always mean a grand superpower, but could be a quieter skill, a strength that helps one survive in society, or perhaps, to get away from it. Dante Kang continues to contemplate the nature of abilities, specifically a recovery ability, a concept he finds both unusual and strangely familiar. His thoughts are interrupted by Multi-Tiger, who asks, a recovery ability? What does that even mean? Dante explains, his expression serious. It's the ability to recover from any injury, even those that would typically be fatal to a human body. Multi-Tiger, still appearing skeptical, presses him. But why would such an ability be considered a talent? It's simply recovery. Dante, however, perceives a deeper truth. The reason is simple. It's not just about recovery, but about the body's inherent capacity to adapt and overcome. Multi-Tiger remains confused. Wait, what do you mean? Dante clarifies, his expression firm. It's not just that. The fog amplifies one's original talent, leading to strong physical reactions. He illustrates his point with a mental image of intense combat, where individuals clash with amplified power, their movements swift and impactful. Dante continues, his voice filled with conviction. And the strength to shatter a boulder with a single punch? That's not strange at all. He then shifts to a broader perspective, referencing ancient texts and diagrams, explaining that throughout history, there have always been individuals who possessed extraordinary talents, even if they weren't always understood. These historical records reveal that some individuals were even blessed with multiple talents, making them truly exceptional. Dante's eyes gleam with a profound realization as he concludes, if IBEZ is one of those people, if that's truly the case. Dante Kang's eyes glow with an electric blue light, his thoughts consumed by his recent insights. He considers the untapped potential of 182, concluding that its limits are only due to his incomplete understanding. His thoughts shift to a past conversation, where he had asked Multi-Tiger to repeat information about a high-rank leader. The memory recedes, and a new understanding dawns on him, his head glowing faintly as a sudden idea forms in his thoughts.